PKA 687. No guest, just the boys tonight. How are you?
Pretty well.
Doing good.
Pretty well.
This episode is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com, Merrick Health, and of course, Lock and Load. We'll talk more about all of them later. It's been too long since we had an episode that we could all just be a little silly.
I fucked it up. I forgot to throw it to you.
It's okay. Like, 700 times we'll get it. I forgot to get a new background. Thank God Gavin McInnes isn't here.
I'm gonna see if I can mount that the TV behind me and see if I have a TV that I think is big enough to like just be like a 72-inch seems like it would make a background. But my idea is putting the 72-inch behind me and then framing it with curtains and then playing like a video of like, I don't know, like a street behind me, like just making it a fake window, essentially dressing it as a window, I should say.
Could we get away with showing videos if we showed them behind you? I don't know.
Of course.
I think we could. I think we should all, to raise viewership.
Dude,
we can have subtitled episodes.
Okay, so let's talk
Family
about
Guy
this.
behind us.
There was a time when, yes, Woody, YouTube was so fucking annoying about that shit. I think those days are over. YouTube has regressed. It is as much of the Wild West days as it was before we started even.
I think so?
Oh my God. Sir, you're trying on girls, quote unquote, trying on girls has led me down this rabbit hole.
They're mine now?
Yes, of course. I think you own those channels. I think you're running like a whole network of those poor Eastern European bitches that are trying on lingerie with their titties and pussies out on YouTube. I swear to God, there are hundreds of these girls.
Those women are heroes, Kyle. I'll not have you besmirch their
Ma'am,
names.
put your vulva away. This is YouTube.
Those women, first responders, SEAL Team 6. Like, that's who I like. I like those women. Like the video you showed was so clearly not about the clothes. I loved it. Or they're like, look at this $7 top, and I'm like, yeah, show me a $0 top.
It's pretty funny now. Like I just saw one. I find them on Reddit, and then they go check this out. And so what Kyle's talking about with these trying on girls is they throw on clothes and they basically give their like a quick first impression of the clothes. But the thing is, oh my God, they're so sheer you can see right through them. And I don't know what you're thinking right now, viewer, but I bet it's sheerer than that. You can obviously see like everything about.
You can see pussy lips.
I see vulva.
Yeah, you literally can see vulva, pussy lips, like it. Not in the last one I saw, but sometimes you can.
Yeah. I've been trying to find chicks trying out sex toys, but they haven't made that step yet. But
dude, there are whole sites of that.
There are. I found this one.
Not in North Carolina.
I've been trying to find her again, but she was modeling nipple tassels, and it's like, oh my, okay, let's see you model nipple tassels, pasties and nipple tassels, and it's just gigantic, perfect titties that she's shaking in front of the camera, all greased up with nipple tassels on them. She's just like, these are great. I love how they, are tassels that cover my nipples.
Kind of. Yeah. And it's like, I can see that change of pigmentation on the outside of your nipple tassels, leading me to believe
porn in your states. Do you guys still both have porn?
Like if I go to Pornhub, like I don't have to sign in or anything. Some websites ask me to sign in with my Google account. It's like, hey, you want to sign in? And it gives me like all the Google accounts I'm signed into or whatever. It's like, no, I'm here to jerk off. You don't need to know who I am or what I'm looking at. We're not taking.
Go to Pornhub, there's no way around it without a VPN. Like it's just a lady lecturing you about how much they don't like your politicians.
Wait, what? I don't. So
you're not aware of this?
No.
Yeah, in North Carolina, there's like this. Basically, what they did is they made a law with an age verification requirement that is so steep that all the porn sites are like, we can't even comply with this. Like, there's no way. So instead, what you get is a lecture about how porn's illegal in your state, essentially, and you can only see this video.
Is it only certain sites, or I guess all the big porn sites have like a...
All the big porn sites. There are some, like, I found one... I don't even know the name of it, like XY or something.
Illegal pornography.
Yeah, it's like XYNXX or something. Yeah,
Kyle's heard of it. Yeah. That one still works in North Carolina. yeah. Someone must have told Kyle about it somewhere.
Walking down the street, some old fellow was talking shit.
yeah. There's a sticker on the gas pump. It said Joe did that, and then there was the chick getting railed.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So in North Carolina, most of the sites don't work in my state.
Interesting. How many states is that?
I thought maybe I was hoping someone else knew.
No.
Yeah, I will say there was a big change, and I don't know exactly what it was in the porn industry where and it was to combat underage porn, and it was to combat
trafficking
revenge
and
porn
stuff.
and rape and trafficking and all the bad things.
It's a while back. You're talking about maybe?
Yeah.
Well, it's the reason why all porn sucks now, frankly, because there is no such thing as amateur porn anymore. Because if you want to upload a pornographic video to a major site, you have to like become a partner, essentially. Like you have to join their partner program.
You got to get verified. So they're like, okay, this is this lady's titties, and she's cool with it. This isn't an ex-boyfriend trying to get back at her.
And then if you're verified, I think, and you do like find a chick who wants to be on your porn site, or vice versa, if you're a chick who makes porn, you find a dude that wants to bone you and record. Like I think he also has to get verified and go through the whole process and everything.
Dude, that seems like a pretty good change, actually.
I can see why.
Here's a man who doesn't jerk off people.
Yeah, right. Like I can see why it's good.
Not the right way. Not the right way. You don't.
I get the motivations for it, but God, Kyle's right. It has look. There were a lot of good videos that we lost. That was a sad day.
Some great videos. Some internet glory was lost that day. I believe it has been preserved in certain dark corners of the internet. Fear not. There are many private subreddits. Every time I come up with an idea like, ooh, pregnant throat pies. Let's see if there's no, it's a private one. Those guys keep their cards close. All right.
No, they play close to their chest. They're not going to let any,
Tom,
Johnny Jacker in their forum and let you. Yeah.
No.
Do you ask for permission? Do you try to join the club?
I did. I applied. I sent them some materials. They weren't impressed.
Well, this doesn't have my state on it. So
state online age verification laws for adult content.
This is May of last year. I think it happened in North Carolina more recently.
Maybe Jackie put a block on your PC, bro. She's like, you look at me.
That ain't it.
That'd be so funny if that was the case. If she put a VPN on your shit and made it seem like you were in a state that disallows the porn.
You are committing a crime. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, I think it's a shame because amateur pornography was a beautiful thing. You know, there were women who just liked the idea. There were some dirty bitches out there that just got off on knowing that you were watching them get down, and they need to profit from it. And I appreciated that so much. Now it's just a league of whores out there. Everybody's out for money. It's like when they started calling YouTubers money whores. These are the money whores. These are the money whores. Oh, I uploaded twice a day. She's sucking 3 dicks. 3 dicks. Yeah, she's the money whore.
Having seen some of this content and consider myself a subject matter expert, I can tell you that these women enthusiastically consented at the time.
Yes.
Well,
and then they keep asking them if they're sure. 15 years later,
you ever watch,
dude? If I see adequate lighting in a porn video,
do you have a favorite?
I need to know that they're in it for the love of the game.
I go through waves, actually. Like amateurs, they always do the same stuff again and again and again. It's rare you find amateurs who get fucking dirty. So every so often, I want to see, a pro do her thing.
Do you have any side genres or side production companies, I should say? Because I want to throw out a little shout out to
a whole company you like.
Ghetto Gaggers. Okay, a whole theme. You don't like Ghetto Gaggers? You make that little look
I was trying to read your face and see if you were making it up or if you were.
Oh, not only no, it's real. It's all too real. And then what's the other one? Facial abuse. I think facial abuse got in a little trouble for being a little overzealous. It's rough stuff over there. They go to work.
Damn.
There was a lame one that I actually liked. I can't remember the name of it. Bella or something. But it's all, here it is. This is the premise. They take 2 people who genuinely like each other and they set them up to bone on basically their first date. Oftentimes these are existing adult stars who, maybe I'm an idiot, seemingly harbored a genuine flame for each other. Like, damn, we did a scene 13 months ago and would love to reconnect with that guy or girl. And then they make them fuck. And I'm like, this is wholesome in a slutty way. Let's see this.
Yeah. I like to believe that the orcs are real watching Lord of the Rings. It helps me. And so whatever, I'm not going to pish posh on it. If you can believe that, Woody, I say take it to the bank. Take it to the spank bank. And
I want to show you one of these videos. I got to put it in our chat and see if anyone else falls for this nonsense like I did.
It's gonna have perfect lighting. The guy's gonna have.
It does. Yeah. They don't pretend that it's anything other than this. It's like, hey, I know Jenny likes Lewis over here. I'm going to make this, get them to connect. And one of them's like sitting on the bed, obviously with a camera and an interviewer saying like, tell me about how you had a crush on this guy, and then tell me about her. And sometimes it's
what I'm looking
dude,
for.
I have fun with it because I like social interactions a ton. And it'll be like, oh, she likes him and he wants to fuck. This is not the
tell
same
she likes
thing.
him because his dick's in her mouth.
No. This is like before that. Like she seems to have a genuine flame for him, and he is like, yeah, she's hot enough, so I'll put my dick in her.
I like the horrible quality, like that lady from the early 2000s, that cocksucker Heather.
Oh, she's still Heather Brooke. She's still got a subreddit, but she hasn't uploaded in a month.
See, I don't want to go back to that now because it's gonna be like it'd be like playing a video game I love.
No, she makes new shit.
1997.
She's like 45 and she got these awful titty implants like beach balls, and she's still she's still sucking the big dick that she was sucking back then. That's like her husband.
That's wholesome.
She made her titties so big that you wouldn't want to touch them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that.
They're alarmingly
I can't put my finger on it, but she was just like
tight.
An enthusiastic young woman who was good at this 20 years ago. And now she's a professional doing her job. I saw her on Chatterbait. This must have been 2 or 3 years ago. Jesus. And it just didn't have the same vibe.
Yeah. If she's doing it for money now, she doesn't have that love of the game.
Well, I think she was always somewhat monetized, but these days it's a whole industry, There's lots of it. Back in the day, she would have been a 50 millionaire or some shit. She would have been an Amouranth, who, by the way, might be my favorite porn star. Amaranth is ridiculously hot. It's just upsetting to look at her.
Does she do porn, or does she just do like photo shoot nude stuff?
It's so close to the edge, Taylor. So the website I go to is called I search influencers gone wild, and it's just leaked content from all of the Twitch and like YouTube slutty girls.
You're getting it for free.
Yeah, of course I'm getting it for free. I couldn't. I mean, I'm not above paying for an OnlyFans, I suppose, but like, if it's free, like we'll probably do that.
You're doing it for free. Poor Finster's not getting his cash from your views.
Oh, I'm sub defensor. You got to stay. You got to like.
I don't. You got to help out your bros.
Like subscribe, and then you hide content, and then that way.
I'm such a lazy fuck. I really got to make my OnlyFish account and just make slutty fish jokes.
People are gonna hate it, and then you're gonna eventually have to make yourself like Heather, and you'll be sucking dick in front of a fish tank, and it'll be like, man, I'm looking at this. Woody doesn't even want to suck that dick anymore. He's in this for all the wrong reasons.
Going full pro. He doesn't. He's not doing it for the love of the game.
I like porn where I know that it can't be professional because what they're doing is somewhat illegal. Like if they're in a car in a public place, or they're like driving down the road having sex, or like a real alleyway or theater, like something like that. Like I could tell if it's a set. You can't trick me. Yeah. I like to know that there's a couple of individuals somewhere actually having sex, and there's not a whole crew there.
Agreed. Yeah.
Ever see the behind the scenes thing? Like you kind of break the fourth wall, and there's a cameraman recording the cameraman.
Oh my God. I wouldn't like that. Inception.
Hilarious. Because there's lots of techniques that he gets to get those angles where he's moving, and like there's one of them, he's like eating like a crawler or something, like a donut or something. Like he couldn't give a shit less. It was like an eclair. It was one of those Boston cream eclairs with the chocolate on top.
Yeah, Boston cream eclair, not my donut of choice on a porn set. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'd want.
You'd
Kraft
want Boston cream.
I'm sure it's catered, and so like someone gets tons of the cream filled stuff as a joke, and then everybody has to suffer through it every time.
I bet that's an oft.
That joke stopped being funny so long ago. Carol, get me some crawlers in here. Give me a cake donut.
Can you get a fucking protein bar in here?
Have you got a cronut? Do you know what a cronut is?
I know it from Opie and Anthony back in the day when they hated the cronut guy.
So they take a croissant, a really good croissant, and then they deep fry it and they glaze it like a donut. It's incredible. It's so fucking good.
I watched Tacoma FD last night. Do you guys know that show? Have you seen it at all?
Yeah, from the Broken Lizard Squad.
I don't know anything about
the group of actors and producers who made Super Troopers 2, the one on the island with the murders. Those guys. Barba.
okay.
I met one of those guys.
Well, you know something about this that I don't. Anyway, I'm enjoying Tacoma FD, and they had a croissant on the show. Like a new guy got hired, and he brought them. My gosh, the chief is a fat dude who loves food, and the way he described this croissant is like buttery and salty and flaky yet moist. I was like, holy shit, croissants are a prize that I don't think I've been appreciating my whole life.
Did you get one?
No.
Oh,
no.
Do you guys ever, I think I've asked this before, do you ever watch how it's made YouTube videos about the food that you're eating at the time? Like if I'm eating chips, like I'll watch a how it's made potato chip edition, or like I'll buy summer sausage at the store and be like, how's this made? And just sit there and eat and be like, neat.
Well, I do the opposite. I do that when I can't eat it.
Oh, that would be torture. I wouldn't like
when
that.
I'm dieting. No, I kind of like, I don't know. It's like watching porn when you can't have sex. Like it almost works. Like you could eat something healthy while you watch red beans and rice get cooked. And wait.
The parallel breaks down. Like watching porn when you can't have sex, you do kind of have sex. It's just a three-way with two people missing.
Yeah.
But when you're watching food, it's a three-way with three people missing. It's
somehow it satiates me. Somehow I'll want food so badly if I'm cutting weight, dieting, whatever. But I'll be watching nothing but Chef John from foodwishes.com on YouTube, like his whole catalog of him cooking all these and taking notes and diligently, like when I can eat, I will eat this. Like, that'll happen. It's almost like being in prison for food.
That makes it so much harder. Or it would for me. Like it's not like watching porn, not having sex. It's like watching porn and not jacking off.
Oh, I eat an apple or
just
something.
Just like sitting there watching pornography, being like, oh,
No,
like,
you take a.
No one who does that.
You stroke a raw carrot while you watch him cook, and it's the same thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't like that.
I love it.
A good how it's made food video in a while.
I've seen all the OG how it's made, like when they're making whatever tennis rackets to bowling balls.
That show's awesome.
That was my background jam for like 2 years until I ran out, and I was like, I know how you make stainless steel. Get out of here.
You know who? It's adjacent to how it's made. Or at least some of them were. Do you remember that old Food Network show, Unwrapped, that had that very festive music? And he would always intro it like, turn of the century, 1904, and a brand new candy making its appearance at the 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis. Let's take a look at it. I'm like, let's take a look. Take me on a
day on Unwrapped, Laffy Taffy. And then the music kicks in with a quick little montage.
Yeah, and they show you the finished product, and they show you how it's made, and then usually they show you like the original taffy. How it was made. Yeah, I like all that stuff. I hope that guy's not dead.
Confectionery, or well, that's it. It's a disgusting confectionery. We don't really need to make.
And I wouldn't watch ones of like candy. Like I don't want to know how good and plenties are made.
Woody, you must be a saltwater taffy expert. Why do people enjoy it so much?
I never did. Yeah, so they sold it where I grew up at the beach. It was there's stores dedicated to saltwater taffy. They made it on the boardwalk. You could see the like 60-year-old machines like stretching and pulling it. But it looks so good. If you were to see the making of it, especially in person, and smell it, it might pull you in. But then you get it and you're like, how disappointing.
Oh, I think it's great. You just have to suck on it for a long time to kind of soften it because it's harder.
It gets softer when you
got to keep fucking sucking it, sucking away.
Wrong?
Dude, I remember when I was.
You got to register to eat that taffy.
It's the worst possible thing to eat when you have. I ate a piece when I had braces when I was like 15, and I think I tore off like 5 brackets on one piece of it. It was like dangling.
So the subject was Ask Reddit, and it was like, for those of you who fucked around and found out, what'd you learn? And one guy is like, if you stick a 9-volt battery on your braces, it burns the rubber bands and is a very embarrassing thing to explain to your doctor. And the top comment was like, Doc, you were very specific about saltwater taffy, bubblegum, and Jolly Ranchers, and you didn't say anything about batteries. This is on you. And that made me laugh.
Kind of is. You know,
right?
They should have told them don't put batteries. You need to assume your patients are retarded, clearly. I remember that was not worth it. That one piece of taffy was like 2 hours in the dental chair getting lectured.
The opposite of that is at Dolly. I remember at Dollywood, which is Dolly Parton's theme park in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, I think, or Pigeon Forge. They have this gigantic like fryer where they're frying like 10 pounds of potato slices, like cut the potatoes up in coins, and they're just like shuffling them back and forth on this giant fryer thing. It smells so good. And then they bring them out and drizzle them with cheese, and they hand them to you in baskets so hot that you can't eat them. It was the best. I remember that all the time. I think about those French fries all the time.
Twice a week, I'm back there in fucking Pigeon Forge.
I'm not even kidding. I think about those fries once a week for the rest of my life since I was 8 years old. There were bald eagles flying over us in that place. It was.
Did you get them again? Will that ever be recreated? Live the dream.
I mean, I got to
never meet your heroes.
Yeah, you just make your own fries.
Okay.
You can. I don't need to support her liberal agenda, giving children books.
Do people still have old school braces like Taylor's story?
I don't know.
I've seen some girls with fake ones because people think they're sexy in some cultures.
I could get that.
Yeah.
Some cultures. There's fake braces.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah, they'll just put shit on their teeth that look like braces, and you know.
Did you see the Red Hot Chili Peppers guy is a pedo? The lead singer?
Well, you know,
he's 14 years old, not exactly. I mean,
yeah, I read what he wrote or what he said to his writer, and it was like, hooked up with this girl, took her on tour with me, found out I thought she was 12, dude. But if you say 14, that's equally bad. It's not equally bad, but that's also bad. He's like, she told me while we're in another state that she's underage, her dad's a police chief, and the whole state of Alabama's looking for me or some shit like that. And I was like, okay, well, now's where a reasonable adult fixes his huge mistake. He goes, so I fucked her one more time and took her home.
Yeah.
Is this like this is probably not recent. This is a while ago, or
it's in his autobiography, and I don't know if people just brought it to light recently or if he said it a while ago. But you're right. I do think it happened a while ago.
Okay.
I don't know if it came out a while ago.
He wrote about his crimes in his autobiography.
He did.
Was it a crime at the time?
14-year-old? I don't think that's legal.
I don't think it's legal anywhere in the U.S.
Yeah. If it was 16, there's a bunch of states that let that slide.
No. I wonder what the law says when she lies to you and misleads you. Like she said she was 10.
Doesn't help.
She said she was 10.
Yeah. I didn't know she couldn't fucking count. Well, that's on me.
I don't think
Your Honor, let's interview the victim here. She's like, goo goo gaga.
My lawyer's cross-examining the parents. Like, you didn't teach her how old she was?
Your Honor, my client is dyslexic. And it's like, what?
I thought she was 81.
She was 81. Me and my little Benjamin Button princess.
She was 21. She was 12.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
So, is the Red Hot Chili Peppers guy? Did this book just come out, or did nobody read his book for like 8 years, and they're like, "Whoa, some wild shit in here."
Steven Tyler's also here's the thing: all those rock stars, like we always heard about. Oh yeah, rock stars get so much pussy, and it's like really like grown women go and throw themselves at rock stars because they're kind of gross looking and grungy. I think it's mostly children who have been throwing themselves at rock stars our whole lives. And they've been bragging about it to our faces, Taylor.
Really?
Yes.
So what are we going to do about this?
It happened.
Well, there's also
came out at least 7 years ago
doing the exact same thing.
YouTube is
if you make Minecraft content in the last 15 years, 90% sure you're a pedophile. Woody is the exclusion, of course. 10%
here.
You are the 10%, my friend. I see those Reddit articles all the time. It's like when they realize what their favorite Minecraft YouTuber's up to now, and it's that face that's like, oh no, because they're all pedophiles.
Damn, I didn't know there was
except for Woody,
a pandemic
and White
of
Boy,
pedophilia,
and Finster, who are the only three I know. I can't speak on CNATers.
You can't speak on them. You wouldn't deign to do that because you don't know.
Yeah,
don't know. Who's to say?
Kyle's just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions. Tucker Carlson.
He's just begging the question.
Tucker Carlson style.
Just
completely irresponsible.
I did see the Tucker Carlson shit where he was like, "I'm here in a Russian supermarket and I'm buying groceries," and it's like, dude, like. You're kind of just misrepresenting the entirety of a grocery store in Russia. Like he's like, it's only $100 American. It's like, okay, now what's the percentage of the average Russian's income?
Average Russian income I learned today, 14 grand.
Yeah, not high. And so it's kind of that was kind of a silly thing to do.
Tucker's like, this is high quality buckwheat. You can't get buckwheat like this in the U.S. Not these days. No, sir. Look at this tub of molasses here. And salted fish. Say no more. Like, get out of here with that peasant shit from another century.
I saw that grocery store video existed. What did Tucker say? Like
it was basically like the clip. I didn't watch the whole thing, but the clip was like him trying to act like, oh, look at how affordable all these Russian groceries are. And it's like these groceries in America would be $450. And here in Russia, they're only $100. And it's like, yes. Do you understand how currency exchange rates work? Like that's what this is right now, that you're like, we as Americans spend less of a percentage of our money on income, even in tough times,
or on the food exchange place
than like the Russians do.
He should have went to the money exchanging place outside the airport and just like, I'm going to give him $500. Watch how many rubles he gives me back. You'll blow your mind. like now I am a rich man. Like with his 80,000 rubles, he's walking away. I am the richest man in Russia now.
Yeah, billions of rubles.
Yeah, Tucker can be a bit of a propagandist, huh? Like, my goodness.
What a mainstream journalist?
I didn't mind
it like that. Wow.
Like I said, special.
Like I said last week, I didn't mind that he did interview Vladimir Putin. I haven't watched the interview. I did watch the parody interview that used Lord of the Rings audio, and that one was much better. But I didn't mind they interviewed him. But
I did a cheat vote on the interview. This is what I do when I hear like, oh, there's a 2-hour-long interview. It's boring. It's this and that. I'm like, give me the fucking transcript. So I went to like the Russian, there's a Moscow website that had the transcript, and I could read the interview in like 15 minutes instead of watching it for 2 hours. And it was, I think, if you're Putin, it was a missed opportunity. It was a attention span test to listen to him go back. I think 864, the year 864 is where his history started, where he was justifying that this land belonged to Russia some 1,200 years ago, and therefore Russia was justified in invading Ukraine. And if you're me and you're an American and history started like 200 years ago, it's like this, what are you doing? This doesn't carry any water with me at all. But
yeah, I thought more on the lines. I saw people on Reddit poking fun, like, I'm Mongolian. Do I have a map for you, Mr. Putin?
Yeah,
it's the whole thing is silly. The fact that he tried to justify it in that manner rather than saying these people speak Russian, they walk Russian, they talk Russian, they are Russian. If Mr. Carlson, if it walk like duck, if it talk like duck, it is duck. Like he breaks into English for that part or something like that. These are Russian people that we are liberating. Look at them. They are Russian. Talk to them. They speak to them in Ukrainian, the language of the country that's supposedly liberating. They'll look at you like you were a fool because they don't speak the language.
There aren't any reliable polls during the war, but prior to the war, some of the areas that he now occupies were pro-Russian.
Yeah.
Now they maybe, I don't know what's true. You never know what's true. But if they really did steal 20,000 of their kids and kill their husbands and sons,
and
maybe Russia's not as popular anymore. But before the war, that would be an effective argument. These guys want to be Russian.
On like the Donbass and Luhansk region.
Donbass, I
think right. Yeah, they're the ones who like voted in their referendum to be like, we want to be Russians.
Pre-war. But yes, we're on the same page. Yeah. Maybe post-war, they don't love Russia so much.
Post-war, I don't know. I would imagine they probably, as a whole, haven't changed, and they still want to be Russian. But did you see Putin kind of clown on Tucker with that clip where it was great? Putin's like, Tucker asked something about the CIA and Putin's like, yes, and that happened with the backing of your CIA, of course. An organization that you wanted to join, is my understanding. They're a very serious organization. Probably for the best they didn't allow you in. Like, he shit on Tucker right there. And like the clips I saw was basically Tucker almost panicking because he's like used to doing a show that has to be like a point, like hyper truncated for an audience. And Putin is basically like, no, we're having a long conversation.
He's Mr. Nuance.
You're not going to get a bunch of little clips out of this the way you'd want for an interview on your Fox show. And I thought that was
very start of it. Putin kind of set it up. He's like, what are we doing here? Are we doing like a bullshit conversation or a long, serious conversation? And Tucker, of course, chose the serious conversation. And then that gave Putin license to tell his history.
Yeah. Well, yeah, even asked for like a bit of time to pontificate, and Tucker gave it to him. He asked for like a minute or two to like, yeah, if you give me a minute or two, I can, like, you know, go on a little fucking rant here and explain this to you. And, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Did you get a feeling watching Putin that he's a much more competent leader than what we're bandying about right now between like Trump and Biden?
I don't know. So I did watch it a little. I mostly read it, and I'm like, I can't tell because it's not in my language. Like, there's so much nuance that I'm missing. If Biden or Trump went off on history dating back to 800 something, trying to justify the invasion of Iraq, I'd be like, this guy's fucking lost it. He's not on the same planet as me anymore.
We do it all the time, Woody. We're always talking about founding fathers, this and this amendment, that, and like this is our they did it in the 1700s. I get that there's a slight time difference, but what I was impressed with was that no one is saying, no, that's not what history was. Like, okay, all that history you laid out for 3 minutes was perfectly accurate. It's just not relevant. You know what I mean? Like when our guys go on a rant, it's like, all right, none of that happened, bro. None of that happened. Where is it relevant? Like at least it seemed like Putin went on a bit of a rant, and it was all accurate as far as, you know, the dates and the countries who.
I haven't heard anyone correct his history.
Yeah, no one's saying actual.
I'm not going to be that guy.
He seems unbelievably into Russian history. if you were to go by that interview, it's like, what do you think about? Was it trying to get? You were worried about the NATO bases in Ukraine, correct? Being so close to the border, and he's like, Tucker, to address this, we must first discuss Otto the Great in the year 611. And the ramifications of his long-standing empire. And it's like, I'm going to take it on your word, Otto the Great is a person. Like,
oh, God. Dude, we're the same person.
Stop calling him Otto the Good. I call him Otto the Great.
I call him Otto the Great. Dude, if you were like, imagine if you like put a mic in front of like Trump and Biden, and they're like, go through all of American history. Tell us your favorite presidents. Trump would be like, there's so many. There's so many good ones, so many great ones. I won't even actually limit it. I'm going to have to limit it to the fantastic ones, because if I talk about the good ones, I'm going to be here all day. And like he's going to have to.
They asked him what his favorite Bible verse was. He's like, there's so many good ones. So I like all of them.
I can't possibly narrow it down. New Testament, Old Testament, it's all wonderful to me. I don't think they should rip on it. They call it the Old Testament. I say, my God, it's not that old, is it?
It's the New Testament.
New Testament. Yeah, that would be funny.
I googled
little trivia battle.
Presidential election odds, and for the first time, it was like Trump 55% and Biden 35%, and like Nikki Haley somehow was in third, which didn't make sense to me.
You might get your 100 buckaroos.
Who would you put in third?
Okay, so that depends on
how you frame
the question. If we're talking about. If we're talking about who's most likely to be sitting in that chair on this day next year, if that is the question, and I don't have to talk about who's electing who and at what point, I know it's Trump, and then right after that, it's
Gavin Newsom.
It's Biden after that. It's third. That's hard, obviously.
Yeah.
I think it might be Vivek Ramaswamy. If I were betting, my third most likely to be sitting in the chair, because I can envision a scenario where Trump and Vivek are elected and then Trump dies. Like, I feel like that's the third most likely outcome to, or because I don't know who runs if Biden dies. That's my problem. Like, I think it's Vivek if Trump dies, because he's going to be VP. He's going to be sitting in that chair. Michelle doesn't want any part of that. The right will tear her apart. Come get it, Michelle. It's going to be a rainy day for you, my friend. Wait till the memes come.
Every so often they try to pull Obama into something political. Obviously not president. He's done 2 terms, and he's like, Michelle would kill me if I was, and then name any political senator, House of Rep, whatever.
He should be a diplomat. He should be like the ambassador to such and such. He should be somewhere.
Okay. You don't want a huge step down like that.
What, you want him turning light bulbs? Like, no, you don't. Statesman, serve your country.
No, you're
we
retired.
Need you now. You remember in Starship Troopers when the Sarge wanted to go and fight the bugs, and they said, only way you're getting on the battlefield is if you bust yourself back down to private, mister. And he said, well, do it. And he caught the bug king, the brain bug. It was Zim. He's the one who went in there and got it.
Checkmate, Taylor.
Obama
Just
should like
hush
restart,
up.
like he's prestiging. Like,
Yes, he should prestige.
I love the idea of
Junior
him
Senator
prestiging.
Obama.
No.
unbelievably
Committee
bored.
Organizer. Start at the beginning, man. You don't prestige and hit on the pen.
I'd like to talk to you about Joe Biden for presidency. He, like hands you a little literature.
like, oh damn, how did Obama get that awesome sigil next to his presidential logo? It's like, that's the second prestige logo that is only available to those of us who have achieved the top and decided out of boredom we got to do it again.
It'd be prestige, I think. But anyway.
Yeah, that would be funny. But yeah, you don't want to go from being a 2-term president back to any job in politics. It's such a
Taylor, let me
such
ask
a
you
step
this.
down.
Taylor,
Yeah.
hypothetically, you're a hockey player and you are very good, right? You're one of the best in the NHL.
Mhm.
But now you're, what are you, 33?
32. Yeah.
32. Okay, now you're 32. You are not the best in the NHL anymore. For some reason, you aged early in this scenario. Is it okay to keep playing hockey while being the 4th best guy on your team, while being the 9th best guy on your team?
Yeah, it is. But
Do you
like,
need to get out on top?
In the world of politics, I do think so. Yeah, like if
Okay.
you really cap out like Obama did with 2 big presidential, like he won the presidency twice, 8 years as president.
That's
Like
as good as-
going,
that's the top
that's as
score.
good as you can do. That's the
Yeah.
MVP.
Nobel
That's the
Prize,
Conn Smythe.
dude.
That's the Stanley Cup
And
Conn Smythe
Nobel
trophy all in one.
Prize.
He got the
Like,
Nobel Peace
reasons.
Prize for being black.
There's no reason to go back to be like, can you like being a governor,
He got Osama.
being a senator? That's no bueno. You go out on top, you stay out on top. You're gonna let your title change from President Obama to Senator?
Governor or senator, just for fun. Is it okay to be the 6th best hockey player on your team when you used to be the best, or should you retire?
No, I think it depends on the team situation. Like if you're still able to contribute, then you should keep playing.
I've thought about this a lot. I think you can keep playing hockey until there's someone better than you, right? So, like, if I'm not taking the place of someone who deserves it more just because I'm a big name because I was good 7
Mhm.
years ago, then I belong on that team. Me leaving would just have them backfill me with someone not as good.
100%.
As long as I'm better than someone who would be on this team,
Yeah.
then I'm allowed on it. And
I agree with you. Like that's what like Yager was a huge name and he played as long as he could. And then when he thought like, oh, I can no longer play at a high level, he ditched off back to Central Europe and played there.
I thumbs up
Fucking
that too.
models.
If you want to go to the EHL with your 47-year-old ass and still contribute, go for it, bro.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And that's different. Like he can do that. But if Jaromir Jagr were president of the United States and then he started playing hockey in
shot.
Czechoslovakia, I'd be like, what the fuck, Jaromir? Like, what were you doing?
No, I would like that. He should be president and get another girl to blackmail him.
I bet it's happened. I bet it's happened since then that like someone's
the
tried to
Yager
get him
thing?
again because it's almost like sad. Like he has made, like he played in the NHL, Kyle, for 25 years and he makes broken English Instagram posts.
Oh, I've seen
25 years, Jaromir Jagr. And he would say stuff like when he retired, he's like, I don't know what, very thankful for a great career and very much look forward to the next chapter. I will play hockey as long as I can in this league because for me, I have no children, no wife, no family, and without hockey, it's like what is life, And so I'm like, oh, Jaromir, this is really sad. Like, so hopefully he's doing good.
That hits hard.
Yeah,
I don't feel like we can talk sports without talking about your wonderful Kansas City Chiefs bringing home another Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes speed running Brady's career, becoming quickly on the path to becoming the GOAT of GOATs if he can just keep this pace.
Representing the great state.
And then with all that wonderful stuff going on and in the shadow of that, and you had a mass shooting at the fucking Super Bowl parade,
dude.
And
Kansas channeled their inner Philly.
Holy fucking shit! What a scummy group of people.
Yeah. See, now it's fucking Kansas. Bullshit state.
Some asshole shot 10 fucking people during the parade and killed some popular local female radio DJ who probably clearly had nothing to do with it. Luckily, some Chiefs fans showed that they can tackle better than the Niners. Took that guy out. laid on top of him, disarmed him and everything. Probably threw him a little bit of an ass whooping. I always enjoy that when they clearly throw him a bit of an ass whooping on the scene.
He deserved more than that. Yeah.
What was his name? Ramirez, the Night Stalker. I think they threw him a little bit of an ass whooping when they caught him because like they had been hunting this guy forever. Like months.
Player? I'm crazy. Is that?
No, he's the serial killer from California. He's called the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
His mugshot's in the photo, and his picture is in the paper. Here's what the Night Stalker looks like. His name is Richard Ramirez. I think that's his name.
I think you're
right. And he's walking free on the streets like, oh no, it's like that thing in the movies where you see yourself on the TV, like we're looking for this guy. That happened for real, but it was newspaper and TV back in the day. But the city was so gripped with the terror of this guy, it wasn't like today where it's just on in the background. Everybody was like, that's what he looks like, huh? And they start looking, and immediately they spot this guy and start whooping his ass, chasing him through the streets. Like they beat the shit out of him before the cops got there.
Good.
I'm so worthless at this task. I'd make a horrible policeman. Tacoma FD, new character walks in like the apparatus room. That's where the fire trucks are stored. And I'm like, honey, do we know this person? Like, is this a new character, or is this like the commissioner that we met 3 episodes ago? I don't know. Always forget a face. That's what I say.
we need to keep you away from detective work.
And microwaves. You got a plate in your head or something.
If this keeps up, I'm going to be president.
You can do it. I'll vote for you. Fuck it. I'll mail in 10.
Yeah, that was pretty awful. But I sent you guys the video of that police shooting, and if you haven't seen it, let me lay out like the beginning of it, because nobody's seen the beginning of it. I mean, people have, but what everybody has seen is the middle of it. So basically, female cop, male cop, arresting some guy for some such and such. Not a big deal. Taking him from his house or his girlfriend's house. None of that really is relevant. But he's in the back of the police SUV, the bad guy, we'll call him, but not a bad guy.
Jail cell.
Yeah, he's going to jail. He stole something. He did something wrong. Whatever. Female cop is still talking to witnesses, friends, family, whatever, over by the house. Male cop walks past the car, and he's milling around back there. An acorn falls from a tree onto a nearby vehicle and we've all heard it. Donk.
Yeah, it goes bang, 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 bang.
Die, Whitey! Die, pig! You know what acorns sound like. And so the cop literally starts running and gunning like it's the end of a Call of Duty fucking campaign. He's screaming. By the way, he's dumping his magazine into the car, and he's screaming for his partner to do the same. And he's like, I'm hit. He's crawling now. He's got fake gunshot wounds himself. He's crawling like he's doing that thing where you've got your pistol, but you're using it to like crawl along the ground, and he's just dumped all of his bullets into it, and he's begun to reload. He's trying to get away. And lady cop, to her credit, didn't do anything wrong, because if my partner screams, I'm hit, and I say, where's it coming from? As he lights up our car, and he says, in the car, I'm giving that car all I got, because Bob said so. Bob's on the ground, says he's shot. He's crawling in the street, by the way. He's shot. I thought he was paralyzed. I was like, oh, what happened to Bob? No, but meanwhile, this guy who probably didn't pay some child support or like stole some spray paint or some shit is in the back of the car. Bullets coming from both sides. Must have been 40 fucking rounds through that car, because asshole back here's reloading, gonna give him some more. I don't know at what point they realized that no one had shot at them. Like, new cops come and they're like, what's going on? And the guy's like,
we're all just putting our bullets in this car.
You
want in?
Yeah. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. Like
this cop it would have been less embarrassing if he'd shit himself on stage shaking the president's hand. He is being
what happened to the victim?
Everybody who makes videos is making a video about the humiliating Florida cop who got scared of a squirrel and like blew away a cruiser. It's embarrassing. He's done.
I would hope,
and he needs to be done.
You have a trigger finger
he
like
doesn't
that.
have the temperament for that at all.
Oh my God, no. That's
Jesse Hernandez. By the way, Hernandez, I think, is the Patriots guy I was thinking of. I'm not positive.
Oh yeah, Aaron Hernandez was the Patriots guy.
Oh yeah, Aaron Hernandez.
I don't know.
I think he's dead.
Cowboys too, right? Well, yeah, he killed himself.
Every bullet missed from both the guy and the girl. The person in the car wasn't hit a single time.
The cops can't fucking shoot.
Yeah, like what percent would you say can shoot well?
True.
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes when I'm watching those videos, I can tell right away by how they hold the gun when they're shooting it, because some of them limp wrist it, and that means that the pistol is able to really rock back and do stuff on its own.
Mm-hmm.
But that means that if you can imagine, you've got the slide on top and you got the grip on the bottom. The way a semi-auto works is they move into sort of independent of each other. The slide has to move while the grip stays stationary. So if you allow the grip to move with the slide, it might not cycle now because you're not holding that grip stationary so that the slide can come back and do its thing. So they'll limp wrist it in a way, and the gun will be moving around and the gun will jam. But then I'll see a cop pull his shit out and it'll be clean. Like, it won't be just a Glock. It'll have some shit on it. Maybe he'll have like a SIG with a red dot. And I'm like, oh, okay. He'll be holding it a certain way and just like, all right, this guy can shoot. But then I'll see people just spamming, just shooting everything in front of them. Can't reload.
I've seen 2 police. They had rifles, not pistols. And I think you've seen the same videos, Kyle. Like, one of them was like, he goes to his car, he goes to the back, he gets out his rifle. It's AR-15 or M16, yeah. I can't tell. And I think on the way there, he asked a bystander, like, this way? And they're like, yep, they're over there. And then the bad guy is just outside, like, the doorway. This is a PKA hangout. We watched it, the last one. And I was the only fool who was like, wasn't so sure that was the bad guy, that I'd be ready to pull the trigger. Everyone else in the hangout was like, obviously that's him, But yeah, the guy came and he shot from a distance too. I might call it 75 yards.
Yeah.
And every bullet hit its target. Sometimes they're good.
Yeah. I've seen a few like that where a cop pulls out his service rifle and shoots a bad guy at like 100 meters, and it hit. He's just, and he goes, subject down. I'm like, oh, that's our guy. That's Officer fucking Badass.
Officer Badass. Officer Badass. So there was the Uvalde shooting. And then right afterwards, there was another school shooting where the cop just like passed everyone. He was the glory guy. He's like, where are they?
Shooter who had the sub 2000, the Keltec.
The trans shooter. Yeah, he was a trans guy. Yeah.
She was.
What did the cop have?
Oh, no, he was. He was a trans man. I don't know if the cop had an AR, but the shooter had a Keltec sub 2000. It's that piece of shit I was trying to shoot sodas with when I was pepper sprayed. It's a folding gun. I don't know what caliber his was, but it comes in maybe 9 and 40.
You said those were kind of shit. Right?
I mean,
maybe they're neat for what they are.
I don't know yeah, I mean, you could break it over your knee if you wanted, if that's a definition of shit. It's a folding gun. There's the interesting thing. Like, it folds in half, and then it's just so small and compact that you could really sneak it into a school.
And it seems like that person, she put it to the test.
Me personally, I just like to throw it in my toolbox because you got a little 9mm rifle you can pull out if you want. And it's non-discreet, but that person clearly wanted to murder children with it for some reason. Yeah. Oh, and then there was the Joel Osteen church shooting, of course. I saw people say that was a trans shooter, and then they went back on that and said it wasn't, but it was definitely a pro-Palestinian shooter because they had Free Palestine written on the rifle.
Wait,
as they went into Sunday, they went into Joel Osteen's church of 40,000 attendees and opened fire. And a local cop and an alcohol agent of the state were packing heat, and they killed the person.
Oh my God!
I don't know if the pro-Palestinian person persuaded anybody with the mass shooting.
No, nobody.
No one jumped on his team, huh?
Dude, you're gonna barge into a 40,000 person mega church with a gun, that is a swap meet. Like,
what, the NRA convention was too far away?
Yeah, what are you? Yeah, how many people are packing in like an evangelical church?
It seems like
I think he killed a woman. I don't. It's hard to keep everything straight.
It's just a crowd to dump into. I mean,
I don't know how.
Ignore the church thing. I'm sorry, Kyle. It could be a hockey game, a sports event, like anything. A crowd like that just seems like a place to rack up a body count.
It's like the Vegas one, where like the majority of people who died, I think it wasn't even shooting; it was like trampling, right? Where people stampeded, and that was part of that. Really,
I don't know.
Drove up the death count. I think so. Interesting. We never learned anything else about that at all.
Dude,
you're obsessed with that one. I don't care.
It's the largest one of all time.
We didn't learn. How many was it?
It was in the 50s. It was way bigger than any other
that's
of our
just
mass
your
shootings.
pro-Palestinian roots flaring up again, Taylor. Aren't you aware of what happened in Israel on October 7th? That was the largest mass shooting of all time. Don't you dare, you anti-Semite.
Yeah,
Jesus,
yeah,
Taylor.
that definitely wasn't the largest mass shooting of all time.
It absolutely
Wait, it wasn't?
At October 7th? I mean, you could like
the concert. At the concert, specifically at the concert.
Oh,
I was gonna
maybe.
say because
I
I'm
don't know.
having a hard time. Like,
It's apples to apples here.
how do we
You got a concert in
define
Vegas. You got a
mass shooting,
concert in
right?
Israel.
No, the biggest mass shooting of all time was the invasion of Normandy. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it was the
Okay.
Khmer Rouge where
Well, we're not
the
talking about mass
Cambodian-
shootings on enemy armies, are we?
I don't know. Like, I mean, because
We're
the
not.
October 7th thing,
about,
we kind of are.
What was the Bataclan
We're talking
France one?
specifically, like if we're defining it as the biggest mass shooting ever, we're talking specifically about the concert shoot that was going on. And the other side would probably tell you that a lot of those people were shot by Israeli troops in the crossfire, which I hear a lot about, but I, never really saw any proof either way.
No idea.
I
know.
Yeah, and they're not going to
what's
tell you.
true.
Of course not.
You can research and find out and still not know what's true, which is where I find myself a lot.
I just trust our leaders.
That's good.
Smart,
Yeah,
smart.
yeah. They've never
Yeah.
lied.
That's why they're in
Hey,
charge, man. You
yeah.
can't get that high in politics if you're a liar.
It scares me when they disagree. It scares me so much when they all
Well, you
disagree.
think some like bought and sold guys with no scruples who hate you are in charge? You're crazy.
I don't know a better system though. Like you don't want to leave it up to the popular vote. You don't.
I don't know a better system, but here's something I know of. It's been burning in my head recently.
Monarchy.
Long time ago when I was in school, I took management courses because business major, one of my majors, and he said that you will get what you incentivize. It's as simple as that. And if I tell you guys, look, teamwork, we are all about teamwork in this organization. Help each other. Rising tide rises all boats. But I'm going to bonus the top seller. Well, I've given lip service to teamwork, but I've bonused sabotaging the other guy. I've bonused like holding him down, not sharing information, tips and techniques that work. I've bonused making you guys enemies because the top guy gets the cash and the second guy gets the steak knives. But I've given lip service to whatever, teamwork or something. Back to politics. These guys don't have an incentive structure to make America better. They have an incentive structure to spend money, bring money back to their districts, lower taxes, run the country into debt, lie, keep secrets, etc. Like they are doing all the things they should do based on the incentive structure that's there for our politicians. No one gets any love for, like, I don't know, letting the highways rot and paying off the debt, for example. So no one does that.
Yeah.
Mm.
They're
like the
going
King
to
idea.
serve their biggest donors.
I don't know how to change the incentive structure.
God, I'd love to see the crown we'd
Got
have.
to get rid of a lot of money in politics, but you can't really do that because everybody who's in charge is taking money.
Do you think he'd have a scepter, like the King of America? Like he definitely have a crown. Would he have a scepter?
No, I think we would find that to be gauche, and it would be like, oh, we're kind of like copying England.
Okay,
we need our own look.
So leave him in the suit, but just add a robe, like a fur and velvet robe, like it's red velvet, and the edges are some sort of exotic American animal. Oh no, a Russian animal.
You had me at fur. I like fur because then it's kind of like it's
What's
like
the
a
Russian
warlord.
national animal? What's the Russian version of a bald eagle? Something they revere and wouldn't want us to like make part
probably
of our
some
costume.
fucking giant buzzard. I don't know.
Grizzly bear? I don't know.
These most regal Russian.
I don't think
buzzard.
there's sentimental.
I'm picturing a big furry red royal cape, something Santa Claus might also wear, and matching boots.
Boots with the fur.
Yes.
Mhm.
And then we could actually have like politicians who are not like that insecure about their height because we could throw some big boots on them.
I want those shoulder pads that are really over embellished and have the tassels.
I want a president who wears a ton of rings.
Dude, I was
Ooh.
young enough that shoulder pads were in style
Ric
for
Flair.
like my 7th grade dance. And I was fucking fly, man. You know that V that I don't really have because I have that big waist? In 7th grade, I did, bitch. In 7th grade, I had the padded shoulder pads and I was rocking it. And I get to relive that now when I don my motorcycle protective gear. Like there's
Oh yeah, you're like a football player.
I'm like RoboCop.
That's what when I saw Kanye rocking that look. Did you see him when he's wearing the football pads under his clothes and
Yeah,
he had football shoulder pads, but then just regular clothes everywhere else, and it made him look like a superhero. It's like, oh my god, that I know he's being ridiculous, and the problem is he's the only one wearing them. But if he was in a crowd of men wearing them, he's like, damn, that's a good look. Everybody's looking so fucking big these days, so powerful. That's a big man.
Shoulder pads are dope. Even the ladies had them.
When I wore shoulder pads for middle school football, I felt tough.
I bought some middle school football pads the other day because I don't want the adult ones. I don't want the adult ones. I just want them to hang a little bit, like the Klingon armor from TSG. That's the look. Look at that shit. Yeah,
he almost pulls it off. Like you half believe that that's him.
Dude, shoulder pads, and he's not wearing shoes.
What he's wearing is so ridiculous that you didn't notice that his girl's being eaten by a pitcher plant.
No, I instantly looked at her and thought, you can't suck dick and wear that. What good are you?
The funny thing about what she's wearing is that is just super sheer, and there's nothing on underneath. She's covering her pussy right now for the cameras.
She needs a try it on YouTube channel.
Oh, I love his wife so much. I was listening to his new album today, Vultures or something like that. It's I don't have my opinion of music means nothing, but I'm enjoying it very much. And he's making, he references Jews, and they try
Does he really?
A little, yeah.
That's pretty funny. In a way, is it like as hard as he went in his viral clips? Or is he trying to?
Well, obviously, I haven't listened to the entire album. I've only listened to maybe 2 or 3 songs. But he said something about they didn't believe the truth when I spoke it, or something. Or all I did was tell the truth, or something along those lines, or something about the Jews and you. No, he didn't say that. It's something like that. I love Kanye. I like his whole bit right now with the Jaws teeth. I saw a clip today. I'm getting recommended Kanye shit. I don't know how old it is, but he went to like either a prison or a big jail and performed with his choir. And the top comment was like, that double murder was totally worth it. This concert is banging. Because there is no distance between Kanye and the prisoners. Like, don't even think you've probably seen the Folsom City when
Johnny Cash
went and sang for the prisoners. He's up on a stage, a little separation. Kanye is touching them. He's just standing in front of them, and they're in their jumpsuits 4 feet away, and he's dancing and rapping with his entire Yeezy crowd, choir. And the prison, like most of the prisoners like it, but there's some brown prisoners who look like they're just like, man, I want to go back to my cell. They're not feeling it all. But he went and shook hands with
guy
all
not know
of
La
these
Cucaracha?
He's got to be more Mexican than that. Mexican songs than that, right?
Man, they told me that fucking Santana was coming.
Every time I switch to I know y'all probably don't even listen to terrestrial radio anymore, but I do.
No.
Every time I'm just scanning through and I get like the Mexican channel, I'm like, man, they just got that one song, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Dude, Mexican music is like Mexican food. It's like 4 chords. Just organize it into different
it's
songs.
like 2 singers.
Man, like another song
3
with
rhythms.
They love this hook. They can't get it out of it.
I went to Puerto Rico for winter training camp when I was a swimmer, and like all the storefronts played this song, and it all seemed like the same song to us. And yeah, we were joking, like 25 years ago, top of the charts, La Cucaracha.
With New Hill Signal.
I can hear that though, because like with every music, like have you ever listened to Pavarotti?
Yeah,
the Italian opera singer. Yeah, the Ave Maria guy. Great singer, but you listen to a couple songs and you're like, all right, this guy sounds pretty similar in a lot of these. So for me,
his voice though,
he has a great voice. He had a great voice. R.I.P. Or he might not be dead.
He's dead.
I think
he's dead. Okay, R.I.P.
Yeah, luckily.
He wasn't he one of the 3 tenors or something from Seinfeld?
From Seinfeld, yes.
All right, that's what introduced
the 3 tenors isn't a Seinfeld thing.
It wasn't.
No, that's how I'm familiar with it. Is like I didn't know about it.
But it's a Seinfeld reference because Elaine was dating the 3rd tenor, not Pavarotti, not whoever the other guy is.
Luciano, but the other guy. Yeah.
The other one. The whole conductor, like a baton or whatever it's called, and it had a whole riff.
Don't even know.
Yeah, it's a good episode. Oh, I don't know. I don't give a shit. I like Pavarotti though. Just that one song. To say I like him is probably overstating it. But I listen to that one song occasionally. It's really beautiful.
It is really good. There's songs like that you just randomly get a hair in your ass to be like, oh, I haven't heard that in a long time. I want to listen to Ave Maria from Pavarotti, or I want to listen to that big, morbidly obese Hawaiian guy stand in a pool and like heavy breathe and sing.
I'm going through a kick of that right now, but the song is I think it's just called Brandy by Lighthouse, maybe. Do you guys know this song, right?
I'd probably
I will in a moment.
Yeah. I can't sing. I'm so bad. It's embarrassing. For all the stuff I've done on YouTube, I don't want to try.
Are you talking about Looking Glass by Brandy?
Yeah, Looking Glass
girl?
is the band.
Oh, I love that song.
Brandy,
yeah, I see that going.
Fine girl.
What a good wife you will be.
Thank you.
But my life, my love, and my lady is the sea.
So I listened to that, and then I listened to a live version, and then I just started finding covers to vary it up. I listened to it like 8 times in a row, and my wife thinks I'm weird, but I get in these kicks where I just deep dive into
No, this is a great song. This is a good vibe song. I like this.
Okay. Yeah, it's about a sailor. Brandy loves
Mm-hmm.
this sailor, and he's very honest with her. He never lies. He's like, you'd make a great wife, but you're barking up the wrong tree. My true love is the sea.
My life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Yeah, it's a great song. I genuinely that's in my like workout mix. I tried to I was looking at other people's workout mixes. This is a couple years ago, and Landmark, he's got one. Everybody's always asking about it for his Spotify or whatever, where the Landmark like workout shit is. And I tried it one night, and it was like, oh God, why is he so mad at the world? this is such angry, heavy, hard music. Like, and I think at the time I said something like, I'm hard enough. I want some slow jams. I want something like I want some 70s and 80s. I like the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. I listen to that when I work out. I listen to lots of light stuff. I saw some, Sam, what's his name? Sam Suliak or whatever, that the influencer YouTuber who's enormous right now. He's everywhere. Oh, never mind then.
The guy, sorry.
Somebody noticed that they could see his phone while he's working out. This guy's gargantuan. Find me a picture of him, Zach. So Woody will recognize him. Sam, I think it's Suliak. But they could see his phone. They could see he was listening to like girly pop music, and while he's doing like these gigantic lifts and stuff, he's a colossal human being.
Yeah, I like girly pop music, but what I really like, and girly pop music falls into this, is a mood lifter. I want the musical equivalent of ecstasy, right? Something that just sort of pump. Oh, you're right, Kyle. I do instantly know this guy.
That's Sam Sulek. That's what it is.
That guy's swole.
Man's got full-size nipples.
Leave his nipples alone. That man's all natty. By the way, I would love to have
as much as I want. You can't stop me.
I would love to have Sam as a guest. He's super popular. I saw him and like Ronnie Coleman did a workout maybe or something like that. His content is super wholesome. It's interesting. There's lots of memes about him being afraid of girls and stuff like that. He has a fun community around him. It's neat. And he's a giant. He's just so fucking mass monster.
Let's get him on.
He tried to compete as a bodybuilder recently. I don't know how he did.
Oh, I don't know. He's wasting his time. You just keep on competing against YouTubers because you're the swollest, most popular one there is.
Yeah. And I don't know. Like I can't tell the difference sometimes. Like if it's the full-size bodybuilders, the mass monsters, I forget what that division is called.
Yeah.
But those guys are all so big. Sometimes if there's 8 of them, I can tell the difference between the first and the 8th guy. The little, usually the body fat's a little lower, the muscles are a little bigger. But if you ask me to stack rank them, I'm terrible. And I get even worse when you get down to like the attractive guys, like classic physique.
Yeah.
They're all the same to me.
Yeah, it's incredible what they do, honestly. But I think I was watching some bodybuilder was speaking on bodybuilding, and he was like, this guy, he was never going to be a winner. He knew he was now going to be a top 5 guy. But just to get on that stage, he pumped so much shit into his ass. And he did so much to his heart. And they told him, you're going to die. This is going to kill you if you don't stop. All he cared about was being 10th. Being on the stage with them meant everything. He died 2 weeks later. It's like, holy shit.
Is this a true story?
Yeah.
Do you know the year?
No, I don't know the year.
Okay.
But to me, it's like, I get having your passions, and I get that like yours could be obscure. But I don't know how you get into male bodybuilding as like
coming from you, like
as
you're closer than most.
Yeah. But like I don't give a shit about getting on a stage with a bunch of dudes and wearing that little bikini and fucking like, are you more ripped or am I more ripped? Are your delts better than mine? Like I don't give a fuck about that. I'm trying to get pussy, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to look huge standing in line at the bank. That's what I'm trying to do. Just big and public.
I want to intimidate the Citgo clerk and go home. I'm not looking to get on a stage or anything like that.
I want to be barreling through the snack aisle
and the
knocking
idea
over
of pushing
carts.
your body to the limit like that as well, to like more than they will. For example, like oh, he's get up at 5:30, I'll get up at 5 a.m. He's using 1,000 milligrams, I'll use 1,500 milligrams. He's pushing this much HGH, I'll turn into a Ninja Turtle. I don't fucking care. You know, like that's the kind of world.
Terrible risk profile on that guy.
Like
because like at the end of the
like Master Splinter, you got all sorts of interdimensional.
Kyle, if you went extra hard with it and like juiced yourself up when you were doing your thing, and you went from like where you were to like a mass monster, and then you like sent us like a picture of you competing in one of those, I'd be supportive because you're my friend. But in my heart, I'd be like, this is really gay. Like this is.
I swear to God, I knew you were gonna say that. I whatever you said, I was gonna be like, I think I was gay.
Yeah, I would be like, and I'd be totally fine with Kyle being gay, but I'd be like, I'm almost positive Kyle's gay.
I was at SHOT Show, and there was this YouTuber who wanted me to like take pictures with him and stuff, and he was being pathetic about it, but I didn't want to be mean about it. And he pulled out these pictures on the phone of him in his underwear and showed me like him working out, and he did it in like trying to like intimidate me or something. His friends were like, "Look, check him out. What do you think?" And I wanted to say, I think y'all are all bragging about your big boyfriend's underwear photos to someone who's more popular than any of you, and it's pathetic. But here's your photograph. Anyway, I still kind of feel the same way about, you know, I love Arnold Schwarzenegger, but man, that's kind of a gay sport. Like the
incredibly
like
gay.
Getting into like, you know, when we're oiling each other up, and I don't know.
There's not even a feat of strength during the show. Like I don't.
They would not
if
be
you
at their
watch,
strongest, right? They're kind of
leaned out.
They'd lose a
I feel
fight
the same way about wrestling, if I'm being honest, though. I'm probably too judgmental about that.
As an MMA fan, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I was gonna go. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is pretty gay.
I think a lot of those guys are gay. I think like 75% of MMA fighters are at least bisexual.
Yeah, and almost all men
to
you know what I think
with other men bleeding and spitting on them.
I've been. I don't mean to present myself like some sort of MMA fighter, but like I've been adjacent to that community. You know, like I know a bunch of guys and I trained for a bit. I think it's really common in this for their love language to be physical touch. I think that like you think it means sex, right? Because it kind of does, and in the context of a love language. But like when your son's love language is physical touch, he wants to wrestle dad all the time, and it's not the least bit sexual. That's just how he likes to spend time with each other. Maybe in high school you knew guys, or you were one of those guys where you wrestled with your buddies or whatever, and it was just more physical than some other friend group who maybe does like never even, you know, whatever touches. And in the MMA world, they're physical touchers. I'm just sure of it.
You read that love languages were recently debunked as pseudoscience?
Wait, that's been well understood for a while, right? That was just a dude who wrote a book about what his perception of how to have a successful relationship was, right? Like you need to identify what your partner finds valuable in a relationship. It's not like that was like a categorical study-driven thing.
Even though it's debunked, I'm trying to figure out if I have a personality flaw in this, right? Because I just learned something wasn't true, but it's still true to me.
No,
right?
no, it's not that it's untrue. Like that. If your ability to connect with someone is physically touch-based, then that's real. That's a real desire you have. It's not like this guy ran 1 million studies with a bunch of, you know, participants and was like, we've narrowed down love languages to these 6 things. And these are the silos in which your affection can be compartmentalized.
Yeah. And love languages can change in this, but the idea always kind of worked for me. Like it always meant something for me. And I feel like I got a lot from that book. I recently learned, I didn't learn them because I couldn't list them, but I read about the apology languages. Have you guys ever heard of this?
I apologize.
All right. So let's say someone wrongs you and they say, I'm sorry. Some people, that's all they need. That's kind of how I'm wired. You say you're sorry. All I wanted to know is like an expression of regret, and I'm happy. I'm good. Other people, they're like, that doesn't mean jack shit. I don't have any promises that this isn't going to happen again. Whatever damages I may have had, whether they be hurt feelings or property or whatever, that hasn't been addressed. I don't want to know you're sorry. I don't give a fuck that you're sorry. I want to know what you're going to do about it. Other people might be that way. I have the 5 types in front of me. Expressing regret, accepting responsibility, making restitution, genuinely repenting, and requesting forgiveness. Those
restitution and accepting responsibility are the only two that matter to me. In that order. You can fuck my shit up and you can literally say my bad and put $500 in my hand and we'll move along. But because you've fixed it as far as I'm concerned. When my friends and I would borrow our things, there was this sort of programmed in thing that like, if you fuck this up, you owe me $1,200, right? Like, you scratch that lens, that's it. That's it. You know that, right? Yes, I know that. Cool, we're good. Take it. But
I'm different. Which obviously I'm not.
Rainfly.
Rainfly comes to mind, right? Like, dude, that rainfly, it was never about the cost of the rainfly.
Of course not.
Like, spoiler, everyone, I can buy a new rainfly. It's cool. What bothered me was like I felt disrespected, and if there was like a genuine regret, like I didn't know that, like that's what I needed, and that's still the sort of thing that if you scratch my car, low key, like whatever, right? This scratch.
How did you scratch it though? Did you scratch it jumping for a football, or did you go? I thought your truck was nicer than this.
Oh, well, that's very different.
It would be hard for me to buy into the regret.
That's the spectrum.
The second one. Yeah. But yeah, Taylor, let me run the list by you quickly, because you probably know. Perfect memory. Expressing regret, accepting responsibility, making restitution, genuinely repenting, requesting forgiveness. Could you pick one that would make you feel better?
I think expressing regret and genuine repentance would be ones that meant a lot to me, where it would be like, because that if they were genuine and like being like, hey, I wronged you and I need to be better about that, I would be like, if I perceive it to be genuine, then it is genuine to me. And it's like,
okay, well, I mean, like, there's apology.
I mean, like, I'm not a genius. I can't parse through the people who are very good at lying.
That's why it's worthless. That's why it's worthless.
It makes me feel better because I'm like, okay, like, because I guess I'm putting myself in that situation and being like, if I wronged someone in this way, what do I feel like I would need to do? And if it's not a monetary based thing, I would need to express that this is not going to happen again. I'm repenting sincerely of it and express remorse. Like, I'm very apologetic I did that.
I'm gonna let you know it may happen again. That's part of it. But I'm going to make it right, and I'm going to express regret, and I'm going to, and I think letting you know that I know that it was my fault. Like, shit, I shouldn't have done that. Messed up. So sorry. Would you like a check or Cash App or PayPal? How can I make this right? If you'd like, because I'm kind of giving you a job, frankly, if I give you the money, would you like me to drive your truck down to the place, get the estimate, get you to it? That's what I would do, because if it's a scratch in your vehicle, like that scenario.
What if it's someone close to you lying to you, like no money involved?
Oh,
like someone's just bold-faced lying to you in a way that like really harms you emotionally or personally, something. What do you do then?
I got to know the scenario. It's got to be a real scenario because like what you just said, I don't have.
I've said something very unkind about you when you weren't around and then denied it. But now I'm fully busted.
Oh. And what do you need to do to make that right?
Yeah. How do we get back on the right?
Oh, I guess explaining like why you did it, I guess would help. Like, or and saying that you didn't realize that I would know or whatever would help.
I love that. I do that sometimes as a joke apology. Like, in fairness, I didn't think that would get to you.
Yeah, I thought I was better with secrets. Like,
I think it matters because if it was like I was having a private conversation with that person, and to be honest, I was trying to like make myself look better, and I said this, and I know that's not exactly true, but I'm sorry. Shouldn't have said that like that. I didn't think it would get back to you, and I certainly didn't think it would hurt your feelings. My
wife
that would do it.
Highly values an action plan on what I would have done differently had the situation come up again. Right? Did I fucking put your already tight clothes in the dryer and make you feel fat or something? You know what? If I could have this to do again, this is how I would handle it. I wish I hung these or whatever, etc. But what I would do is I would just express genuine regret, apologize, maybe offer to buy a new one or something. And that didn't help. Like, it didn't make her feel better about my mistake.
You recently went on one of your sexcations to
Charleston, South
beautiful
Carolina.
Charleston, South Carolina, home of slavery and
the sex capital of South Carolina.
the sex capital. Of
It is now.
Yeah.
You've christened it.
Tell us, how was the mayor's house?
Oh, the mayor's house was a disappointment. It turned out that was a historical landmark and not something meant for tourists to check out. But
we let ourselves in, and I'm going to tell you, that mayor knew how to live.
But it was fine. I expressed genuine remorse to the guy.
We got a good 21,000 steps that day. We went to the aquarium. We went to the South Carolina Museum. We went to the mayor's house and the dental museum, and we didn't get into either of them. And but we did have a really good time, dude. Charleston is like the Auschwitz of South Carolina. I did not realize that was like the slave trade capital of America or the world.
I did.
Oh, you knew that? Okay, it was news.
I said it right. I was like Charleston, South Carolina, the home of slavery, and
you must have said it really boring.
The Gamecocks.
So
yeah,
that's the thing Jack and I say to each other when we don't listen well. Anyway, so yeah. It turns out 40% of all of America's slave trade happened through South Carolina, right? Second place is smaller. And when you look at their museums or walk around, my God, they're still making a living off the backs of slaves. It is a tourist town where you go to look at shackles, bullets, rifles, broken bones, missing teeth, different documents and stuff that enslaved people. Kyle, I'm sorry, I'm going too long.
No. I just had a question for when you're done. I'm raising my hand like in school.
Oh, okay. Kyle,
was it interesting?
Did you get to see any of those iron bits that they would put on the slave's head? Because I love that shit. Those big. It's like a bird cage you put on a slave's head, and then he's got a bit that goes in his mouth so he can't I don't know,
all kinds of shit. I saw shackles that I think were too big. I think these guys were mentally enslaved too, because a handcuff, you can't get your you can't get your hand out of a tight handcuff. I can't anyway. But these shackles, they were U-shaped and not nearly very tight. And
could they have been for their ankles?
I considered that. I think it was too big. I could get my ankle out of it also. And by the way, I'm big compared to these people. So they had old time firemen outfits there. They had old time Confederate Army uniforms there. And I'm these look like ladies wear. They're so small. All of us would be gigantic. We would be medical marvels at this time in history. These guys were just so much smaller. And it had an Auschwitz vibe. You walk through the South Carolina Museum in Charleston, no one's talking. No one's saying. Jackie and I are whispering at each other. Kyle linked. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I saw that.
I got a whole fucking collection of those.
You got a whole collection.
Yeah. Some people collect Nazi memorabilia, but I don't think that's evil enough.
I believe Kyle uses these consensually.
Yes, Kyle doesn't put those on anyone. He doesn't want that put on them. And so it's very different.
Yeah, they took all his videos down.
We couldn't verify.
Do they have anything to lighten the mood, like a fair or a roller coaster park?
Because you go to the South Carolina Museum and it's just 80% slaves. And then there's a little section this is what the museum used to be. And there's a couple dinosaur bones and some bobcats. And I'm oh man, you guys really rebranded.
It'd be better for everyone if we went back to focusing on the dinos. and that one, everybody would. Then you'd go to the museum and you'd come back home and you'd be like, God damn, dinosaurs are cool.
Instead are you 100% that dinosaurs were real?
Is what?
Are you 100% sure dinosaurs were real? That seems like something you might be iffy on.
No, they were definitely real. Wait, are you about to blow my mind?
Well, the word dinosaur and the word dinosaur and the first dinosaur supposedly ever cataloged and discovered, it only goes back 150.
Okay,
years.
that is sketchy. And after we talked about that one time, I was like, let's take a little peek into this. And you 100% true.
I mean, it does come from a time as well where we were sewing fish tails onto corpses and saying we found a mermaid.
Okay, there's been lots of fakes, but lots of fakes in the dinosaur fossil world doesn't mean that everything's fake,
I just think carbon dating is actually a thing. And if it wasn't, there'd be whistleblowers around this.
I don't have one of those machines at home.
Conspiracies, the best ones are when it's there's something clear to gain by one party. And maybe I'm retarded, but I don't see what there is to gain.
Control over half of Wyoming?
Faking
we can't dig here now? We can't mine here now?
I also place a lot of
Turns
value
out that's
on
where the rare earth
how
elements
many
are.
people need to keep this secret. How many people share engagement in this lie?
The
And if
Dino
it's
Men?
like, shucks, how many people have like gone to school for this? How many people have taken a career in archaeology of some sort over the last couple of hundred years? There must be 30,000 people sharing this lie. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, but there were like tons of people studying phrenology in the 1800s, and
Or
they would have
women's
that
studies.
same. And so like that one isn't as compelling to
Touche.
me. It's more just
Okay.
like the what would they have to gain? Like what materially, other than I guess some money at a museum, grants, but like what is there to gain by manipulating people's perception in that way to be like, we need to make them believe that there were these giant lizard birds from 1,000,000 years ago.
I bet
Speaking
the
of-
first guy
What was
who
the thing by
discovered
spelling
dinosaurs was like
pterodactyl with a P? The fuck is that all about?
That's those smarmy fucking scientists.
Sorry,
And
kinda
Latin.
talked over you.
and because of Latin or something.
Probably. Yeah.
Pterodactyl.
Tarot,
Maybe
maybe
not.
flight. I don't know.
Tarot. Yeah,
They borrow a lot from Latin. Couldn't
Yeah,
even
no,
come up
I
with their own
believe
fucking
dinosaurs
names.
are real. Just to be clear, I'm a little iffy on global warming these days, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean, they're definitely they are not doing themselves favors in the dinosaur world by constantly undermining my perception of how cool dinosaurs are. The revelation that velociraptors were like chicken sized, absolutely devastating. Like
See,
I don't like that, and they should have never led us to believe that they were so much cooler than they were. It's really Steven Spielberg's fault.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned Steven Spielberg. He's got a new show. So Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks, makers of Band of Brothers, which we all love. There's a new Band of Brothers that's about airmen over World War II Europe. It's American airmen. There's 3 or 4 episodes out. I think it's on Apple TV. It's called yeah.
I'm watching.
It's called
firemen
Mas-
tell
it's
lame
called-
jokes, and this exists.
It's called Masters of the Air. And everybody I've spoken to really loves it. I haven't watched a single episode yet because I genuinely keep forgetting to not only watch it, but to tell you guys about it. But it's
Got it now.
everybody's what I've heard is it's not as good as Band of Brothers because that's a high bar, but it's real good. And each episode, I guess, is like another mission that they go on to maybe hit a target in Europe, in Germany or something. I don't really know the specifics, but
I've
gonna
been
start
seeing
watching that
stuff
soon.
about the Pacific lately. I wonder if it got a bump because of the existence of this.
Oh, maybe. Yeah,
The
I don't
Pacific-
like the Pacific.
Kyle
Pacific
knows
was
this,
fine.
but Pacific is Band of Brothers 2, like the Japanese
Yeah.
version of the same. Well, Americans in Japan.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
just
it was
don't like
pretty
those
good.
characters. I didn't really bond with any of those characters the same way I did with Winters and with
The guy from Office Space.
the guy from Office Space, whose name I keeps
And,
escaping. He's also in The Conjuring. He's really good in that. He's the hapless dad whose house is haunted.
He's in. Is it the Loudermilk guy we were talking about?
No, the guy from Office Space, the main guy who gets hypnotized and then like fixes his life.
He's in
Lumber.
Loudermilk. Yeah. You don't know
His name Ron
Loudermilk, maybe?
Livingston?
Oh, that's a movie. I thought you were saying that was his name. It's.
Oh no. Loudermilk is a TV show that he started.
I haven't seen that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, this Masters of the Air show looks real good. I'm gonna start watching it. I think everybody says it's really good.
I'll watch it. I
Yeah,
should
I'm
rewatch
definitely-
Band of Brothers 1 again. I haven't seen that in years and years now, and it's so good.
Yeah,
It is
I
good. I
don't-
watched it like a year ago.
It's solid.
yeah. I don't know. I've seen it enough. At some point, I've seen it enough.
I don't think it holds up that well. I loved it when I first got it. Also, when it first came out, surround sound was new, like in my living room. So it was really neat for me to hear like bullets zipping behind me and stuff. Like it's a cool thing that they do well in Band of Brothers. But you watch it again, take your third viewing of it, and you're like, all right, the first 2 entire episodes of the 10 maybe are set up and kind of bullshit and suck. And the last 1 or 2 are also that. So now we're at 40% crap. And of that
There's a whole-
60%, only like half of them are really good.
Okay, I like the lead. I like the build up episodes in the beginning, but you're right. It really does peter out at the last 2 episodes. I think you nailed it. Like
and that guy gets shot with friendly fire, and that's a whole
Mhm.
episode. And we're drinking the wine in the German castle, and
Yeah.
oh, I never got to shoot my gun.
I'll often
Oh,
skip that
ever?
episode.
No, never.
You know the episode where there's the medic who's like flirting with the girl.
Yes.
Yes,
I skip that episode.
that's the
doesn't-
winter episode, though. That's
Well,
the
I
Frozen in the
rather I
Forest
fast
episode.
forward past his parts because I don't care about love interest. I don't in that context.
And she gets blown up at the end anyway.
She does, and it was all for naught.
Yeah, all for naught.
All his game, he was leaving dripping all over that fucking cathedral.
I'd have ran away with that bitch. I'd have left the boys cold in the fucking woods. Me and her had been gone with that chocolate bar.
Oh yeah, that's all. Apparently, that's all it took to get fucking.
I'd be like, grab all the morphine you can carry. Grab all the morphine you can carry. Get out of here.
Like, I get that the boys might be like, dude, I could die tomorrow. I'll do anything. Is the population grateful? Is it the implication? What is happening? How are men getting laid as they just like enter this town that night?
Generally, throughout history, women, when they're conquered, quickly move to the conquering side. And so, like,
talking about the Allies or the Axis, Woody? Because, which part of the Allies? Because the Russians are famous for what they did to the Polish and German women, just rape campaigns.
It's true.
That wasn't in Putin's history lesson that I watched last week.
Well, you can't go through the whole thing.
It's a historic. Zach, find me that historical photo of the Russian soldier on the Reichstag taking down the flag, and he's got multiple wristwatches on. Why does he have multiple wristwatches? Because he's been looting, raping, and pillaging every step of the way to Berlin. Those aren't his. He's not keeping time in another times. I will do the last time. It's what mama live.
That's what conquerors often do.
I know the Americans are not innocent with regards to looting, right? They'd absolutely go to Saddam's palace and mail shit home and whatever. That tradition is long standing. Is this what you were looking for? Oh, maybe it is.
That's Sergey 2 times.
2 times. Oh, there's one on his forearm too.
Yeah, this war is going so super good. Like,
yeah. So, but do American soldiers also just freaking go in and rape like Iraqi women and stuff?
So in World War II, there was a whole Japanese program that was set up for these pleasure women to take care of the Americans. So the Japanese were like, the Americans in charge now. Y'all ladies need to fuck them. We set it up. Y'all get paid. Here's where you live. Suck all the white dick you can. Keep them happy. These guys are big. We didn't know that before. Look at them. Jesus fucking Christ. They got a lot of protein over there. It's not just raw fish. A lot of milk, a lot of grain.
These are not Asian penises. Fish. Open wide.
Oh my God! You don't even know. Wait, you thought the bombs were big. Just wait, you see the balls. But in Vietnam, apparently, we had a lot of, well, maybe not a lot, but several cases of GIs raping and pillaging and just genociding villages.
To say a lot. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that about our proud American troops, Taylor, because they never do wrong. But there were a few bad apples.
How dare you, Taylor?
A couple bad apples.
A few bad apples along there. But what are you going to do when you can't tell the good guys from the bad
war
guys? They thought they were raping bad women, Taylor.
That makes it okay.
That's why they like that shit with the shaved heads in Band of Brothers really happened. Where like the French women, you know, like some of them were like, oh, we're getting conquered by Germany. Who's in charge now? The fucking Krauts. Time to suck some kraut dick. And then the French, you know, a lot of those communities were like, I'm keeping a little mental log up here of, oh, what are you doing? Hanging out with German? Okay.
You know why, right? Because the French whores were flexing that they had real butter and real cream because they got because they're fucking the German commandant. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Susie keeps her legs closed because our French husband's in the resistance or he's dead now and fuck the Krauts. Is like starving on fucking bone meal or some shit. So yeah, when the Americans show up, you're getting your head shaved.
I think it happened in Forrest. No, Saving Private Ryan also.
It probably did.
Which is a different movie than Forrest Gump. I almost fucked that up.
Yeah, there's a scene there.
That didn't happen in Forrest Gump.
Yeah,
it happens in Saving Private
Ryan. I thought they wanted it.
Oh no, I done made a whole bunch of retarded,
the sinister, retarded rapists of all World War II, of all Vietnam.
I tried to run, but he was so fast.
He's so fast. He runs so fast. He never stops.
You're not gonna get away from me.
He said, "I'm gonna fuck you, stupid."
My girlfriend has AIDS, and now I do too. Better run. Yeah, man, that was a pretty. If he would have been a hornier guy, that would have been a sinister tale. Just abusing his ability to run like a Kenyan.
He invested in a fruit company. Still a good investment. Well, I don't know going forward, but it would have been a good investment.
The investment last week.
Oh, really? Did NVIDIA shoot up?
Christ, yes. it like from 500 to 750 or something crazy, like something ridiculous. It became the third largest company. I think it overtook Alphabet. Like,
Really?
some ridiculous like bump up by Nvidia. Yeah.
Damn.
And then Bitcoin went back up to 49,000.
That's a lot.
An interesting week. I don't know what any of it means, and frankly, I don't think anyone does. Anyone who's like, they got their spreadsheets and their fucking graphs. They not this. This is simple, but they got the scary spreadsheets and graphs, and you see the patterns are all here, Kyle. Like they're reading that code in the Matrix. They're acting like they're Cypher. Yeah, I can't read it, but I just see redhead, blonde, brunette. You know, like you can read that fucking green upside down. No, you can't, you fucker. You maybe here's what you do. You follow Nancy Pelosi. That's my fucking fund. I do what Nancy Pelosi does.
Can you do that, or is
as long
it too
as she
delayed
holds,
to work?
I hold.
I think it's probably too delayed. Otherwise, everyone would have been doing that, right? Just going by what politicians hold.
She's consistently outperforming the market. That woman is a good investor.
Yeah,
I saw her getting screamed at in the halls of Congress by liberals. Why you're a genocide apologist? Why are you funding bombs to murder people? And then like throwing a quote at her. You said this, and that. Here we are. Here it is. Why are you murdering them? Shame, shame. And more people are screaming. And she's, old Nancy.
She should have
Pelosi
explained, if you guys donated to my campaign as much as the Jewish people had, I would be supporting your interests.
What she actually did. And look, I'm not one of those conspiracy theorists, so I just thought it was silly and a weird like quirk. She did a weird hand signal to the person and walked away. She was
I saw that in Crocodile Dundee. It works.
Oh, that's this. Get the water, and all of a sudden the water buffalo is getting a little dizzy. Just lay his ass down. But Nancy Pelosi did some sort of satanic rite wiggle hand. Like it looked like she was doing one of those made up handshakes from 90s TV shows. Like when Will Smith would let slide in and he'd be doing all sorts of crazy shit with Jazzy Jeff.
Man, I didn't see her do satanic hand motions.
I've seen it before.
It's pretty scary.
It is.
It's involuntary. She can't help it.
She's like fucking 82 and she's carrying those giant tits. Imagine how much her back hurts.
She's still with it though. I don't have a problem with her age. At least when I see her interact with the cameras and interviewers and stuff, she seems to be pretty with it. She's not Feinstein, who they literally just like weekend at Bernie's, that poor chick, to get her last couple votes in.
You see, like the last time they like wheeled her out, she's got like a dead eye. They're just like moving her. It was absurd.
She had a stroke eye.
She was voting on.
That was awful, and that thing that happened with Mitch McConnell was weird.
That was like
twice. Is he stroked out anymore?
State or something like that. That was so weird. And it's, I genuinely meant, and I'm not doing this for like whatever, but I'm worried about Biden, and I feel a little bad for him at this point. Like he was kind of the butt of the joke when he was sniffing little girls, because it's like, look at this. Look at this horny old man smelling youth. That's what it is. He wants to smell that baby.
It's completely normal to smell children and put peanut butter on your legs. Stop acting like it's weird,
brother. The water parks told you time and time again it's not. So I'm going to side with the lifeguards.
I used to swim with black kids and rub peanut butter on them. I said one of you invented this.
I think I joked a few years ago that like, what if he pooped himself on stage or something like that? But man, he really genuinely looks bad. And I said it on PKN when he was doing the press conference, the point of which was to defend his memory. And he immediately forgot and confused or conflated, however you want to put it, the president of Mexico with, I guess, Bibi Netanyahu of Israel, and sort of said that he'd been talking to the president of Mexico, Sisi, about opening for humanitarian aid to the Gazan people. And it's like, we were just this is the time to be sharp, and you clearly have like the facts, but your mind's not betraying you here. You're like, you know what's going on, but man, your wheels aren't all turning, are they? You just forgot his name, and it was so important for you to remember his name, because what we're talking about right now is name remembrance. We're at the name remembering seminar, and you came up and And Joe Biden walked up and said, "Hi, I'm Tom." And fuck.
Swing and a miss. Yeah. Meanwhile, we got other foreign leaders giving dissertations on 7th century geopolitics in East Asia.
Yeah, and that's a terrible look because I don't want
60s.
Putin's probably
I don't
60s. I bet. Probably that.
Find out.
He looked bad, last year.
Not as old as our fellas.
71.
71.
My goodness, he looks good for 71. I think he may have had his face looks very tight. He's definitely had like
little Botox
facelift of some kind.
Yeah,
I see the Asian in a lot of Russians. Like I feel like no one mentions it because they're white people, right? But I'm like, with a little taste of
Slavic.
That's white.
Different.
Okay.
I look at a Russian, I'm like, he's
Gavin McInnes on here to explain this one to you.
But they're not like Irish or something. Like there's a little taste of Chinese sort of mixed in there a touch.
Yeah, they got a little Mongolia blood in like southern Russia.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think the further east you get, the more like Mongolian and
I bring
Asian
it up because
admixture.
I think it's related to his good aging. Like I think it gives a little tightness.
Oh,
in the
he's the
skin.
blonde type. Like he's closer to what we consider white, or what I consider white.
he looks like Croatian.
In fact, can you find a picture of Putin looking a little Asian so I see mild?
Can you find Putin on a sunny day for me?
I mean, show him with a full head of blonde hair, and let's just shut this whole conversation down.
I asked first.
He's blonde haired, I think blue-eyed. Old.
Dude, he
school
looks like a hockey. I had hockey coach.
Okay,
Do you see it a little? Putin's the one on
not
the right,
even
right?
a little. The one on the right is a little Asian.
yeah,
the one on the right looks like he could ride a fucking horse on the step.
Yeah. I think he does that wrestling where you stick your hand down the other guy's pants. It's normal.
Mongolian. Yeah.
The guy on the right, I would trust him on horseback with a composite bow.
Okay, well that's just the leader of China. I mean, that's clearly an Asian man.
See, you put him in a picture with him.
Is the other guy Jon Cena? You don't see him?
He's just too.
No, I don't know. To me, he vibes
picture
like
of
a
Putin,
little
like
bit
30.
Mongolian.
I do not see any of that in
Get it all
Putin.
alone.
No.
Well, I've got a nose for faces.
I see a lot of it in the other guy.
You got a nose for faces.
I got a nose for faces.
I can smell a face from inches away. You can't sneak a face past me.
What I'm
Kyle,
saying
check
is
out
I have
this
a nose that
blonde-haired,
belongs on a
blue-eyed
face.
Russian leader. Doesn't he strike you as a little? The classic eyes of the Mongolian
Actually, can you
steppe.
pause on this one a little bit? They say I lift.
Look at that, some
So
DSLs on the left.
It's funny. It says I lift. I get that. To me, I'm seeing like I drop. Or maybe under the eyes, it's lifted.
Yeah, he
Like
has
his
put his
bags
eyes,
are gone.
Under
but
here, a
his
little bit of
bags are
work,
gone.
maybe.
Like that's a 71-year-old man. Look at his neck. Like I think the rest of him should look like like right above his tie knot there. Like the rest of him should be that wrinkly and loose, but it's not.
He's
Maybe
lost
some
a lot
Botox.
a lot of lips in his age.
Yeah. Well,
He has.
that
I
happens
have
to white
too.
people.
Yeah.
Damn,
Does it?
I don't think so.
I just agree
happened
with
to
you.
him.
I feel like I don't know. Yeah, lips definitely get thinner on
Maybe collagen in general.
women
lose.
in particular. Like they just start overcompensating with lipstick sometimes as they get older.
Oh, Erin Moriarty deleted her or deactivated her Instagram because they were roasting her over her new face so much. She's
Who is that?
Starlight. She's Starlight from The Boys. She's the one who got her face all fucked up and ruined. She went, just terrible. I saw Beyonce's new face. I like that. I like Beyonce's new face.
Can we see the most current picture of Erin Moriarty you can find, Zach? I felt like they grabbed a bad one.
It was the one she uploaded.
She looked really angular and
you're right.
unnatural.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know why I'm defending her. It's not like she's my friend or anything, but
I like her in the show. I like her character.
I think that's what it is. I like her too, and I just want her to be okay. It's hard to
It really
defend
sucks when you like a character so much and then you want to like the actor so much, and then you find out they're a piece of shit or their views are so foreign to yours that they're basically an alien. Yeah, man, she looks so hollowed out. She looks gaunt.
Yeah.
It looks. I don't know what she's done exactly to her cheek, the upper cheeks, like not the jaw, and maybe the buccal fat thing, and then fillers 100%. And then, man, I hope she didn't literally shave her nose. I hope that's contouring. Contouring can do crazy things. I can't remember which actress it was. I was reading that they spent like an hour contouring cleavage onto her. It was probably
maybe this
Keira Knightley, probably Keira Knightley or somebody like that who's very flat chested.
That one is that you can usually get that back. Oh, she put a lot of emphasis on her upper cheekbones, like contouring you mentioned.
Yeah.
How much is that impacting what we see? There, you see those cheekbones? They're like fucking shiny and popping at me.
Yeah, but look on the left side. Like move your cursor to the left and draw the line. Like no. The right picture, but the left side of her face. Like ride that contour.
That bulge.
All the way from top to bottom, and it's so odd. It's. I mean, I
can't defend it. I wanted to.
You didn't have it before. Is the problem.
Yeah, I pulled this up.
It's weird.
Didn't pull it up, but I was hoping that I saw a video, and she looked like the woman on the right, but it was a little better in motion. But it just looks like she had work done, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it's not going to be long before we don't know what anyone actually looks like. Because I've talked about how Fox News they have a filter that whitens their teeth. And it fucks up sometimes, and it looks weird. It makes their teeth look bizarre. And I'll go back and forth between CNN and Fox. It's completely different.
Like too bright, it'll fuck up. And
it's too bright, and they don't look real. They look like their teeth are made of LEDs for a little while. It's like, why are your teeth illuminated? They're like giving off light.
It's funny faces. Like you make them better, and then you cross this threshold where you're like, oh, that doesn't look good anymore. That's fake now. You don't make me a 10. No one will buy that. I'd like to be an 8.
While we're on bad CGI, man, that State Farm commercial with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito was hard to watch. It was sad and pathetic. So let me lay it out for you.
It was really bad.
Commercial. Basically, you see a hero from the chest down saving people from a burning house. And it's later revealed that it's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's filming a commercial, and his head has clearly CGI'd onto that body, and it looks very bad. YouTubers do better work than this, not exaggerating. And then they zoom out even further to break the fourth wall, and we realize that it's the filming of that commercial that we're watching. And the joke is that Arnold Schwarzenegger can't say neighbor. He says neighbor, like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. And they keep trying to get him to say it right. And at the end, the funny punchline is they bring in Danny DeVito because he can say neighbor, like a good neighbor. State Farm is there, and he kind of you look so good, Danny, little me. But Danny's CGI too, and it looks to me like they paid these guys, but the guys are like they just scanned their heads in a studio at their house or something, and nobody bothered to go to the set. And I'm sure part of it is that Arnold doesn't like Arnold anymore, but he can wear a fucking shirt. You can costume Arnold so that he can save people from a burning house. You can do it to just about anybody. Look at who's the old Irishman who pisses himself all the time?
Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson ain't no action star. He made 4 action movies last year, and he looks good in all of them. This was atrocious. It doesn't look as bad in this somewhat.
That's not a flattering shirt.
No, it is not.
Yeah, that is not your color, Danny.
They gave him the free shirt, promotional shirts. They're not fitted.
Danny DeVito's 79. If you had told me he'd make it to 79 back when he was doing Taxi, I'd say no way. That guy.
Now here they really are, and it's so clear that they're real.
They're really. I mean, I'm not surprised by Danny DeVito still being around. I feel like little guys, like small people, seems like they have good longevity.
I didn't look at it through that lens. Yeah, no, I was just thinking that he was not gifted in the genetic lottery and therefore would die soon.
Fuck is this?
Yeah, I mean, if you're like a dwarf, then you live much shorter amount of time, I think.
Is he a dwarf?
No, but he's not. He's just a tiny little guy.
I didn't see this commercial, but it makes perfect sense for Danny to be an M&M. Fuck all the green, sexy, trans candies. I want this big fat red boy, and I want him to have I like this. I
didn't even notice this commercial. That's like season 3 Danny DeVito. I'm
so embarrassed. Last Saturday night, somebody asked me, "Hey, you gonna watch the Super Bowl? Or do you even care?" It's like, I genuinely am gonna watch it, and I really care. This Patrick Mahomes guy and this Taylor Swift thing, I actually find it interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I'm even going to watch the halftime show. And then Sunday night, I was on my phone and I kept seeing Super Bowl commercials. And I was like, man, I hate when they leak them the day before. And I can't
wait for Monday's Super Bowl.
And then I didn't realize it was Sunday. I thought I had my days.
The Monday tradition.
And then I got, and then because I frequent the Chiefs subreddit so much, promoted on my feed is Champions 2024. And I'm like, they better be careful with this. They better,
You still don't see it?
on wood. You better knock on wood.
Yeah, and they're making fake highlight clips on Twitter.
And then I see Mahomes throwing the pass to the side of the end zone for the touchdown and the win in overtime. And I'm like, CGI is so good now, these deep fakes. No, I realized I just completely missed the whole thing. I was watching YouTube Tarkov videos during the Super Bowl. I was watching like Willers or Landmark or Pastilli or somebody and like futzing around on my phone, like doing hideout calculations. And I just didn't watch the Super Bowl. And I was genuinely sad because it turned out to be an okay game. I guess the first half was boring.
First half was kind of boring.
Obviously.
Second half
OT
was fun
Super Bowl is
exciting.
cool. That dude hit a 57-yarder, apparently. That would have been clutch to see in
They
real
showed
time.
him so sad on the bench at the end.
Why?
I thought you were talking about the 49ers guy. He hit like a ridiculously long kick, like maybe the longest one in Super Bowl history, and then loses. That sucks.
I thought it was the Chiefs that hit the 57-yarder. But again, I didn't watch the game.
Yeah.
I felt bad. I still kind of feel bad that I missed out on it because they won and everything.
I think Volkanovski's fighting on Saturday. I'd be
I
kind
got
of
the card in front of me.
Zach, can you pull up the card, please?
I'll throw
There
it.
he
Poor
is.
guy. Oh, I did
That
see
sucks.
this.
All the 49ers players were sitting there like shaking confetti off their heads.
So, yeah, that's embarrassing. I mean, it's not embarrassing. It's just, it's a rough one.
Sucks.
It's
It's
a
like,
rough one to
damn
get
it.
there,
I
though.
did the best I could do. I can only kick.
So, yeah, it's Alexander Volkanovski versus Ilya Topuria is the title fight. Volk's lost a couple, but only to larger opponents from different weight classes recently, I should say. I still think it was the fucking king. He had a hilarious video. You don't need to be an MMA fan to appreciate Alexander Volkanovski's meme video he uploaded about being too old. If you just go to YouTube, search Alexander Volkanovski, too old, ? You'll find this video he produced. He's a good actor. Like, it's a fun video. He's like offering like hard can or black licorice to the film crew wearing this old man hat and the glasses. He's just basically being an old man saying, I'm not too old. And I think he aces Topuria. I think I've heard some people saying otherwise. They can go suck their own dicks. I love Alexander Volkanovski. He's one of the last great white hopes in the mixed martial arts. He's a fucking king. He's a gentleman, a scholar. I really appreciate him as a human being. He smoked Max Holloway 3 fucking times, and that's all you got to do to be the fucking GOAT in my eyes. He's the GOAT of that division. Who else? Not Max Holloway. Can't be. So who? Him. That guy. And not Jose Aldo. Not him either. Fuck that guy. He
and
doesn't
not
speak
Connor, I guess. I guess it wouldn't be
not.
Connor. He has no title defenses.
No, this man's got a lineage here. And then Robert Whitaker, who obviously last time he was up, he lost to Dricus du Plessis, is going to be taking on Paulo Costa. That fight is not going to happen. If anybody wants to take a bet on that, I won't bet on who wins because it's clearly Robert Whitaker if they were to actually fight. But Paulo Costa won't show. Something will happen. He's fallen out of like 3-4 in a row.
I've heard other
He's
people
always,
say that too.
Yeah, fuck him. He's a social media guy. He just wants some clout. I don't even know why they give him. I don't know why they'd risk a co-main on Paulo Costa. It's crazy. He should be jerking the curtain, as they say. And then Jeff Neal taking on Ian Gary Machado there is hilarious. Ian Gary Machado is the guy who was getting all the WAG comments a while back. He's got the 40-something-year-old wife who wrote the book on how to land a young up-and-coming sports star and like make him your boy. And there's some other stuff about her ex-husband being his nutritionist, and there were rumors that he lived at their house. And he is a nutritionist. That's not like memery. I think living at their house is memery, I suppose. He took it well, but the fight got pushed to this date. So we're gonna see how that goes. He doesn't have the world on his shoulders anymore because he pulled out of the fight, medical issue, quote unquote. And then Henry Cejudo in what could be his last fight, Triple C, two belts in the UFC. And a gold medal as well, is going to be taking on Merab. Merab should be fighting for the fucking belt himself. Merab's been in, I don't know what his win streak is, but
maybe I think this is a title eliminator.
If Henry loses, he retires. He said this is his last fight if he loses. So good. And then, I don't know, Anthony Hernandez, Roman Kopylov. I think Mackenzie Dern might be on the undercard, though, who is always a treat to watch.
Ooh, yes.
You never know when a titty might pop out. Or
almost too hot to be a fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a post today that was like, it was a picture of Mackenzie Dern, and it was like, what fighters are too hot to be fighters? And then they showed like 4 ugly chicks, and I immediately left the meme behind because there's only a couple that are too hot to actually. Paige Van Zant was too hot to be fighting. She's bare knuckle boxer, by the way.
I like the Michelle.
Influencer's Gone Wild. Too. If you want her nudes, she's got a great OnlyFans. You get that. You see pussy and
really
big fake titties. Oh yeah, Paige Van Zant. A lot of UFC fighters and ring girls have OnlyFans.
That makes sense. Kind of a natural. Well, not for the fighters, for the ring.
Her
girls.
Jessica Andrade was being forced to do an OnlyFans. She's a very boyish looking fighter. She had this massive labia. It was unfortunate to look at. Really, really gross pictures. Jessica Andrade OnlyFans leaks. You want to search that on?
You want to search that? Well, let's go ahead and Andrade.
Yeah, she looks androgynous. She looks who's the MSNBC anchor that I used to troll about being attracted to? The
Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, she looks like little Rachel Maddow, but angry.
Whoa.
Yeah, you see that big old labia?
Not.
Oh, she's like naked in the shower.
I'm about to. Yeah, the first one I saw. Wow, I don't think her labia is that. Maybe I need a better picture of it.
I maybe misremembered her labia.
I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not.
I've got that.
To
I've
me.
got pussy blindness, like you've got face blindness. I can't.
Here, I'll give you a link.
Seems like you've got.
I think you've come around to my side.
Big meaty claws. Let's see what you got here, Woody. Oh my goodness. Well, she's just an unfortunate looking person, you know?
That I agree. Yeah.
He looks drugged in this photograph. I don't think this would be allowed on Pornhub. They'd be like, "Are you okay, man?"
But looking at that labia, it's not that huge, right? Like,
no, she's fine. Like it's whatever. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but Papello.
This is the one I made the look about.
Yeah.
That is just an unattractive person.
Oh, well, actually, I think this is just like a trans mask kind of look. Like this is just a very masculine look she's giving on purpose, I think. she's
okay.
My guess would be that her target audience isn't dudes. I think her target audience is like lipstick lesbians who are into a very masculine lady athlete. Like
well, that is a terrible market to pick if you're trying to make money in pornography.
Well, it didn't go well. I don't think.
But I like
you
where
need to
your head
go
is.
for.
She hit the bullseye. I was just looking at the wrong target. I thought she missed.
I bet there's some like little blonde girl who's like, oh fuck, she would scissor me into the floor.
Scissor me.
How little is this blonde girl in this scenario?
They're watching Jessica Andrade. They're watching Jessica Andrade like doing the speed back. She's gonna like fist fuck you to death. Like that's another good subreddit. Oh,
fist fuck you to death.
Yeah.
That's a subreddit?
That's not to death.
Oh.
Fist
fuck you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
Fist fuck you to pleasure. To Pound Town.
Pound Town.
Damn. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen any of these fighters naked before. I'll have to
scissor me timbers. Yeah. There's a few that do. I remember the famous Ronda Rousey Sports Illustrated shoot she did where somehow they leaked the picture of her pussy.
Crazy.
I remember that.
They leaked several pictures of her, and I saw them.
It's like, how did she not sue them into oblivion for showing everyone her pussy?
Like, I wonder if she's shy. Like, there's a couple things that imply to me she's not shy. One, she's kind of just trailer trash, like personality wise.
Yeah.
And so is her mom, by the way. But also, she's been an athlete for so long. I have to imagine.
He doesn't like Ronda's mom.
I have to imagine that, she's just gotten used to being a physical object type thing. When she was in judo growing up, she was in MMA, etc. She's no stranger to being whatever, like an athlete.
There's no way she wanted her moose knuckle leaked to the internet, dude. That thing was. I got to
say it like that. It's hard to defend. I don't know. Like I just try to understand why she might be less sensitive.
I thought didn't she have a nice looking pussy?
I mean,
I don't remember.
Zach, show everybody Ronda Rousey's vagina.
Didn't pull that up. Not really, though. We'll get in trouble.
Yeah.
Sports Illustrated won't, but we will. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, that would be so funny if I was like doing a body shot for ESPN and they were like, all right, well, we took all the pictures to have your penis in it and we'll just go ahead and crop that out. It's like, well, but what? Why not just not take the photos of that? Like, oh no, we had to get your pussy, Miss Rousey. Why? Well, because I'm horny and I'm a nude photographer, and you don't stumble backwards into this. Like, I would imagine.
To see him again. I don't know. I drew up this scenario in my head where it was like, we thought that we weren't going to see it, but we took 600 pictures this day, and 3 times we accidentally captured your twat.
Could be. Looked like a pretty nice framing on that clam, if I recall, though. Right in the middle. Maybe that was just the edited version down that I saw. But yeah, you did see her vagina, and
she's covering her boob. It wasn't supposed to be, released.
Yeah, she's covering her tits. Exactly. If there was a picture of me covering my tits and my dick was leaked, I'd be like, "Oh, Sports Illustrated, you got to make me whole. You got to fucking throw me some dollars."
Ronda Rousey never failed to wear the wrong outfit while fighting. She used to wear these like little boy shorts and 2 bras in case one came off. And that was it. Now you get these girls in board shorts and like great big shirts and stuff. I don't want to see dressed people fighting.
Yeah, it's already women fighting. It's, it's not, we're not there to be like the highest skill fighters in the world. Like, you're there to watch an exhibition thing. Like, if you,
yeah, I am.
Like that's what it's.
I mean, that's boxing though. If you really want that, every time I see a female boxing face off, both girls are like, they look like ring girls. Both girls look like ring girls. That's exactly how to describe it. They both have big titties, big fake titties usually. One of them is often only wearing body paint, showed up nude. One of them always goes for the lesbian kiss to mess with the other one. And half the time, the other one like one-ups her by going full tongue and grabbing some ass. Like every single one of those face-offs, it's never crazy. I saw a men's face-off today. You sent it to me, Woody. Chili Pepper Charlie.
Yeah. That was great.
Woody sent us this face-off today of this guy. They get up on the stage, they're going to face off for the photo, and guy A shoves the shit out of guy B. Well, guy B produces a can of pepper spray and goes, hits him right in the face. Fucking pepper sprays. And what you do then? You got to run.
All I had was like board shorts and a robe, and somehow he was still armed.
He pepper sprayed that motherfucker, and everybody's like, "What just happened?" He's like, "I pepper sprayed that motherfucker. He even touched me." I love that shit.
I feel like he has a viable self-defense claim.
Yeah,
he's not going to get in trouble.
I don't know. I don't know what the behind the scenes is with that. I'll tell you this: even if you and I were going to fight and we were strangers or whatever, we are what those men were to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I would at least have my representation or my girlfriend or whatever call your girlfriend, or my boss call your boss and be like, "Hey, face-offs tomorrow. How should we handle this? Because we're kind of in business together, as you know. We're going to mix it up and fight to the best man wins on Saturday night. But how should we handle this press conference? Do you want to make a little drama? Do you want to be respectful? You want to do a kung fu grip kind of thing? You want to do a coordinated dance-off? I'm up for any of that. But what I don't want is you to try to like big time me at the thing and do that, like shove me when I wasn't wanting to be shoved."
Your strategy, though, I feel like leaves you open for somebody who would lie to you. Like, ooh, what should we do tomorrow? Do you want to do a coordinated dance? Yes. Let's do the all right. Here we go. Are you ready?
I'd win the dance
by yourself.
Well, then all of a sudden I have won the dance off clearly, and I'll still have my pepper spray either way.
If I could make it known that I tricked you into dancing, it would look good for me.
I mean, I suppose.
Yeah. Could you be tricked into dancing?
I've never been tricked into dancing. I'm not much of a dancer. I don't care for it.
Couple giant slugs of ice cold vodka, and you're not going to dance around?
Oh, I probably want to just sit down after a couple slugs of ice cold vodka.
Well, I only say it that way because I know if you're going to have vodka, that's how you do it. And
that's how I'm going to do it.
Just the
what
least
is a slug?
Pleasant, like a slug of a drink, like a big guzzle.
Okay.
Like
I feel it. It's like take a juice glass and like 3 fingers deep of vodka, and so cold that it hurts your hand a little bit when you hold the glass, and then just take it all in one good glug.
One big glug.
You can feel this caustic, acidic, frozen bubble of evil hit every organ on the way down, and it's just, I can feel cramps happen inside me as it goes down. Like my body's rejecting it. It's
yeah. The body, your body's like, maybe he'll do one drink this time, and then they're like, no.
My stomach is just full on raped. No prep time, no lubrication. It's just 12 inches.
Hopefully, there's some food in there.
Do you think
neutralize
you can hold your breath longer if you breathe pure oxygen first?
Yes, you can hold your breath significantly longer.
I think that's a real thing. We should run. I've watched a YouTube video of that.
We need pure oxygen. I would be a little afraid of, I don't know, going unconscious for some reason. I don't believe it's pure oxygen.
It's 95% pure according to the bottle.
Then it should be flammable. It should be at what percentage is it flammable? I'll Google.
That's interesting.
I'm gonna guess
at what percentage?
80%.
I got this.
Flammable.
Oh, good. Let's start a fire. Let's see.
16% O2 is the minimum that allows self-sustaining combustion. All right, that's different. That's just how much O2 you need to start a fire in general. Because you have less than that, you just can't burn things.
Oh, that makes sense.
Can 100% oxygen ignite? Oxygen is not flammable, but it can cause other.
It's minty.
I've seen those medical.
So it's not that oxygen's flammable, but it creates an environment that facilitates fire to thrive.
I mean, it's an oxidant. Yeah, I suppose so. I just thought at 100% oxygen it would. Because I've seen in movies, like the guy would be in the bariatric chamber for burns, full of oxygen, and then they like made a spark in there, and she burnt alive. Oh, you're not gonna get anything.
Oh, hold it up a little bit.
Up higher.
It's not doing anything.
Yeah,
my screen turned.
Is everything okay?
Every time I click this, my monitor turns black.
Really?
It's happened 3 times.
Do it again.
Right, so. Are you touching the desk in any way?
No.
I just saw it turn off on you.
You can see it in the lighting.
Right.
Like?
Yeah, I can see it.
Now stand up out of your chair just a bit so your butt's not touching the chair and click.
That prevented it, it seemed.
Yeah.
Did you figure something out? I didn't get it yet.
I think maybe you're connected to the hardware. You're grounding out the fucking computer in some way with your body, maybe. And by oxygen. Clicking that, there's a small. Oh, it has nothing to do with oxygen.
Just turned it off again. Okay, well, we've stumbled upon something much.
I think it's the little electrical. Maybe it's a little electrical impulse from the starter, and that is somehow like surging into your hardware because you're like grounded to it. But it's not gonna. No, he's got magic happening over here because of some weird wiring.
Taylor might be
don't act like lighters are remote controls all of a sudden, Taylor. Come on. It's like my first thing my mom would do.
I'm afraid to keep going. Like I'll cause computer damage or just not be able to finish the show.
All right, that was weird. If anyone in the comments has any idea why Woody clicking an electric starter on a lighter would make his monitor blink, but not when he stands up out of his chair, which is interesting to me because I have this theory that somehow when he clicks it, a bit of electricity is running into his body, into the chair, maybe even through his ass because his shoes are grounded. Are you wearing shoes?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that does dispel.
That throws a wrench in your theory.
You weren't grounded and you're on hardwood, not carpet. I am very curious about what's happening over there. Some kind of
zero with this and figure it out. How does electricity work?
Stop that. We're not going to go back to electrons again. And this is an eclipse today. Okay. Oh, we've got someone else.
Oh. This guy's going to show it.
Oh.
I'm not alone.
What the
fuck is up with that?
Zach says I'm shorting something, and it's the spark in the lighter. But I'm not sure if Zach has expertise or if he's guessing too.
Well, that's it.
Yeah,
Kyle solves another riddle here. So,
I searched on Google lighter turns off, and it auto-completed monitor. And so clearly this is happening.
It's never happened to me before. Like I light candles here during the show half the time. I like it to smell nice.
Why does my lighter turn off my television briefly every
Zach being spicy over there?
Oh, what do you write? Logical guess. I'm an internet retard. Is computer desk made of conductive material? Wood? Are you making contact with it? I tried with and without ground interference.
I misread what I thought. Zach was being spicy to you. I thought he said, "It's not a guess. I'm on the internet, you retard." I'm on the. I was like, whoa, Zach getting spicy.
I'm going to lean on the expertise of Jason Kemra, an engineer on Quora. Now, some people might say, why would a good engineer have time to answer these questions? But I don't say that. He said, Sparks cause a brief spike of electromagnetic interference if they're caused by high voltage, as in your lighter. It's likely that because of this, your lighter is throwing off a signal that triggers some circuitry in the TV. Sounds like whatever the circuit is, it's acting like a latch. I couldn't say for sure what circuit it is, but EMI is unpredictable. Your lighter isn't jamming the TV signal or anything, just messing with its internal circuits. Interesting.
Yeah.
And then how does this site work? Because the next answered question is, did Harry inherit more than William? Yes and no. When the Queen Mother died back in what the fuck? Like
trending questions, topics and questions, interesting things. I lose a little bit more faith in humanity every time I see what Google results. Google is autofilling, and it's clearly things that people are asking, and the questions are so infantile and stupid and you realize that it's not just one person. There's not just one guy. There's so many stupid people asking the same stupid thing of Google. Thank God they're searching out information, I guess, but that it's autofilling crazy shit. It's just.
What's something good to type in to get good autofills?
Maybe use a Bonix when you write the question. Start with that as like a key. Like you're going to ask like why something is a certain way. Write it. Why do it be?
Why do it be? Why come?
Why is groceries expensive? Type that.
How to make a homemade auto.
Why is
groceries? That's interesting. Google censors their results. Like I just typed Ronda Rousey, and then I got as far as NUD, and Google's still like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Really?
I don't use Google anymore.
You're a Bing man?
Ask Jeeves all the way. I went old school, right back to fucking middle school library.
I used to be good at Alta Vista.
Oh man,
no, I do. If I want to know something like at all like spicy or whatever, I go to Bing. If it's something like, I'm sure I can find out what a good trowel is to do some masonry work on Google. Although they're going to promote the ones that have paid them to do so, but it'll still be a good trowel nonetheless. But if I want to know something about Joe Biden's career, it's going to dance around that if it's something that he doesn't want out there. Or if I want to know something that isn't nice to talk about, I bet it might be hard to find out about Caitlyn Jenner running those people over when he was still a man. Like little things like that, I bet they've had those internet companies go in, and maybe they've even pulled a string at Google to be like, hey, I mean, I'm not saying delete it, but don't lead people to it. Don't put up a sign that says this way to the Kim Kardashian blowjob video. Like, come on.
A little curation of the results.
Did you watch that porno back in the day, the Kim and Ray J video?
I've seen like a GIF of it. I never actually watched it.
You've never watched it over and over?
No.
I feel like Taylor just outed himself as unqualified for this job.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're doing here.
No, I was lying. I just jacked off to it. Like the part where Kim's in it.
No, I've seen it was not long after the Paris Hilton video came out, which makes sense because Kim Kardashian was Paris Hilton's closet organizer until she fucked Ray J and uploaded it to the internet on purpose. But it's a good porno. No, it's pretty hot. She's got a really attractive vagina. Big fan of attractive vaginas. It means a lot to me.
It's huge to Kyle.
That it be any vagina, the lips be a certain way. I got a Majora problem with certain labia.
You like it. You like the nice, neat.
We used to use Skype, and I would just take shit Kyle said and make it my signature all the time. Like, what's Woody's status? One of the things I look for in a woman is that she's pro-life or pro-choice.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, it was a solid one. I rocked it for a while.
Anyway, you do have a Majora problem with something. That's canon by now. We know that.
And so, yeah, that's a really hot porno. I'm not a fan of Kim Kardashian as a human being, I suppose, or is like, what I really don't understand is I feel like her lifestyle and her family's lifestyle and the promotion of it on that show is bad for culture. It's what I believe, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't normally say that. I'd just be like, fuck them, they're ugly and short. But what I mean is no one should aspire to be like these people.
Yeah, Armenian.
There are good people out there that we should aspire to be like. And I'm no angel, but I'm not saying it's me, but like pick someone else. Don't like make these people our gods. Don't worship at the altar of these people. And yes, it is because they are Armenian.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. I don't like the idea of having Armenians in Hollywood at all. Better safe than sorry. Shut it down.
Yeah.
Don't let them in there. Clearly, we let one Armenian family in the mix and they ruin everything.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are you joking right now? I can't tell.
I don't know anything about. You know what I know about Armenia?
The genocide being denied by the Turks.
I have heard about that. I've heard that bandied about. But what I was going to say is I know that they are the most recent DLC civ in Age of Empires 2, and they get a mule cart as their resource drop-off point, which is pretty solid. They get a fortified church, a free relic when you create that. You can garrison in the fortified church. I like that. Okay. They're an infantry civ though, so I haven't. So yes, I would say I don't know anything about the Armenians.
Oh, it's about time to do ads.
It is time to do ads. We're overdue because we're talking about AOE.
More of that talk.
All right, I'm going to make a note to talk about the entire tech tree right after this.
Yeah, Kyle, thank you for your service.
Oh, dude,
we'll talk about Canadian junior hockey championships after this.
Is Blue Chew on?
Yeah, I'm sure it
is. I just because the little graphic disappeared. Usually I just pull up the ones that are still there.
Can you put the graphic back, Zach?
All right, back to AOE. I'm sorry.
No, we're fine. We'll talk about it for 2 hours afterward.
I hope so.
We'll stay on the show for even longer.
Me and Woody have been in secret. Woody and I have been playing together and getting good at it, so that we can play 3v3s together.
Do
you know how overjoyed I would be?
Yes, I do. That's why I said it.
Yeah, I would be overjoyed if you hopped on and like you beat my ass, and because then I'd have motivation. I'd be like, "Fuck, Kyle's build order is sharp. He's luring deer."
Dude, I need to pull a Geometry Wars and kick Taylor's ass.
Dude,
that would be.
Kyle's gonna like message Hera or Viper on Twitter and be like, "Hey, play my retarded friend and beat his ass as my account."
That would be genuinely upsetting for you. I feel like you wouldn't believe it first, and I'd have to like turn a camera on to like show my hand movements.
Yeah.
While I'm killing Taylor, but he can't see me yet, I'd ask stupid questions like, "What button makes him go backwards?"
Well, Taylor,
towards the back.
on Twitch, when they suspect someone of cheating or they give someone's had a significant enough time with it, people have put cameras on their heads. So they're wearing like a helmet camera, so you can see literally what they're seeing. There's like all three of their monitors are there, their keyboard and mouse, and I've seen people put like multiple on their head, so you can see like everything, and then one behind them, because like Landmark especially gets a lot of shit. So it was him that I saw like put the camera on his head, and it's really funny to see him look at his monitor and see the guy and like have that in the same screen of him shooting the guy. It was a bizarre perspective.
Interesting,
but. Yeah,
I would love to see that. I wonder if you put any. Was it YouTube? Tell me you saw it on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's lots of examples of it too, of like other people doing it.
It could have been on Twitch.
There's a lot of cheating streamers who get like, it's like, dude, you're fucking cheating. It's clear you're cheating.
There's one guy famous for it. I can't remember who was really like obviously cheating. And there was like a montage they put together, and he was just headshotting people that through bushes and such that you never saw him. And you spend a lot of time in the game. Everyone listening is probably a COD player at one point where you just see like somebody for 1 or 2 frames and you saw it. You knew exactly what you saw. You don't have any doubts. Or maybe you shoot a guy and you know exactly what you did. You know if that bullet went on his face or over his shoulder because you saw it. You saw that frame. I'm watching this as a gamer who sees things like that, and I'm like, I never saw this guy. Never saw him once. He was so far away. He was through so many bushes and trees. The fact that he headshot this guy, and it would happen a lot, that he was in Tarkov, they call it a knower. This is a guy who knows things he's not supposed to know.
Mm-hmm.
He was a knower.
Or usually a stream. I feel like they call stream snipers knowers because they're watching.
Oh, I could be wrong about it.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of cheaters on there. I saw the guy who's laying prone on a roof, and he's clearly wanting to aim at a window because he can see that there's a bad guy in there, but it's not visible to us, the viewer. So he's kind of keeping his crosshair over here. But finally, he has to because the guy's going to shoot him through the glass because you can only see it through it one way. So he just kills the guy through the glass. He's just like whips up there, like triple headshots the guy and like got him. It's like, fuck you, dude. Like that's not even sus. It's just you're just cheating. I
saw the opposite happen. I was watching an Anton video today. He was on Lighthouse, and that is a boring topic, I'm sure. But anyway, he went up against a cheater and he beat the guy. And afterwards, like, did you guys catch that? He shot me through the wall. Like I had ran, and he was at a full sprint inside a building, and the guy hit him through the wall. Yep. And he's like, this guy's a cheater. Fuck this guy. He took all his shit.
I have played a lot this wipe, and I'll say, while I have heard about cheaters, especially early wipe, I heard about a lot of cheaters. And even before I started playing, I haven't seen hardly any. And I haven't had any of my games. Well, I have thought very few of my gunfights were suspicious. I'll say that. Now, they could be vacuuming loot. Like but Jesus, I got like 50 million rubles. Like I'm finding plenty of loot. It's I find GPUs, I find Bitcoins. My raids aren't being sucked dry. Maybe a few of them are, but not so much that it's making the game shitty. And the main thing is they're not killing you. They're not coming and like insta killing you and ruining your game experience. They're probably just going in and killing AI, trying to get to super high levels, get Kappa, stuff like that, or doing RMT. So if there is cheating, I haven't seen it. And if I have seen it, it hasn't really affected me. So hasn't been a problem.
We'll jump back to talking about gaming. We're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. Is your head starting to hurt trying to figure out how to spend time with your girlfriend and your side chick on Valentine's Day yesterday? Are you feeling down because that guy has to
about a holiday in the past and cheating on your girlfriend? Okay.
No, that's all right. This is Pharoah Distro, folks. Pharoah Distro. So just pretend this is 2 days ago, everyone, because the deal's still live, even if your relationship isn't. Are you just happy in life, whatever your situation? Well, we've got something for you. Dive into the world of PharoahDistro.com, where we turn frowns upside down and elevate moods higher than the peak of the pyramids. Our exotic THCA flower isn't just a product, it's a one-way ticket to Bliss Town. So potent, it makes Cupid's arrows look like rubber darts. And for those who like their joy pre-packaged, our pre-rolls are the talk of the Nile, rolled to perfection. They're the Cleopatra of cannabis, leaving you feeling like royalty. But wait, there's more. This February, all February, love is in the air, and so are freebies. With every purchase of 7 grams or more of our divine flower, you'll receive a pack of rose palm wraps on the house. It's like a love letter from us to you. And because we're all about spreading the love, use secret code PKA20 at checkout for 20% off your entire order. That's PKA20 for 20% off your entire order. Whether you're solo, double, or just rolling with the punches, PharoahDistro.com is your wingman this Valentine's Day and all of February. So why wait? Let's get this party started at PharoahDistro.com. Use code PKA20 for 20% off your order just for the PKA listeners. That's PharoahDistro.com. That is linked below. PKA20 for 20% off. Get yourself pre-rolls, distillates, disposable carts, the screw-in kind of carts, the Dabex Go, the THCA flower, the HHC edibles, the Delta 8 edibles. They've got anything and everything you can need to get high as shit. But if you're going for potency in the smokables or the vapables, go for the THCA. Nothing else is as strong as that. That's your goal, getting the strongest shit. Go THCA, either the flower or the dab stuff. Obviously, dab stuff stronger than flower stuff, just the nature of how weed works. But yeah, THCA, that's the peak. And Kyle's got a little something right there.
Oh, this thing is so cool.
It's sweet.
This is they sent me this the other day. I had no idea what it was. It's from Dabex. It says it's the Rocket Mark 1 titanium electronic dab device. So the downspout obviously goes in your glass and your bong. I put it in a freeze pipe. That matters. And then you just put your concentrate in here in a little chamber, and then put a little cup on top, and then you just double click this bitch, and you're good to go. And it heats up, and it lets you know when it's ready, and you hit it. And this thing, I probably shouldn't.
Do you put your mouth on it? I'm stupid.
No.
I never know how to use these things.
So like, there's a whole bong who's like getting this put into it, right?
Oh, and you put your mouth in the glass
thing. So this heats it up, and then I'm putting my mouth on this, and it goes through the whole thing. It's percolated, circulated, cooled off with the wonderful icy freeze pipe, and then it turns right back off. Oh, and then the thing is, I don't want to grab it just right, or it's going to burn me so severely. Yeah, so it's all magnetic again. So it's just like this goes somewhere and charges like a cell phone battery. This gets unscrews, cleans, gets replaced if you need to, and then it like just goes together and it just works. Yeah. It doesn't fall apart. It's not weak, like shitty magnets. Like the whole thing works, and
Somebody
I don't know.
built a better mousetrap. What do you
It's
know?
a better mousetrap. I
It's
really do
genuinely
like.
great.
And it's just like the other Dabax stuff. There's like 3 or 4 different temperatures. I always go for the hottest one because I feel like I want that.
I always end up doing that too.
Because it gets it hotter.
The battery life's
more
been good
hotter
so
means
far.
more higher. So, I need to do
I've
that.
used a lot of products like this, and like the Puffco Peak that I had that was $400 was such a waste of time and money and so annoying. And because it wouldn't get hot enough, it wouldn't get hot enough fast enough, and then it needed to be recharged almost right away. Like it seemed like it would do like 5 sessions. This thing just goes and goes and goes, and just the nature of this little battery is just more convenient to like take and plug in somewhere.
I have a question. I hope Pharoah Distro thinks this is an okay ad read, but when you inhale it, I know it hits faster. Does it leave faster also compared to an edible?
Oh, yeah. So when you eat edibles, your liver's processing and turning it into this other chemical that makes you high. When you smoke it, you're getting the THC to your lungs. It goes into your bloodstream, and you're getting it almost instantaneously. And then it does leave probably in the course of an hour. I'd say you're fully sobered up after like a puff or a hit or whatever you do, in inhalation wise. But with edibles, you are impaired, I would say, for 3-4 hours easily. Totally.
It might be lightweight. Sometimes I feel like I wake up feeling it a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. It depends on your tolerance. Like for someone like
metabolism
Kyle,
tolerance, like your diet, what you ate the night before, all sorts of things.
Like if I take a dab rip, I am high for way longer than an hour. Like I can tell I'm ripped. But if I like take a little bong rip of flour, it's significantly less than that. And edibles,
the same high? I guess here, let me ask it better. If you took 5 bong rips or whatever, could you do the equivalent of a dab rip, or are they just different things?
No, those aren't. Yeah, it makes sense. Those two aren't that different. There is a difference that's pretty noticeable between smoking or vaping and edibles.
Okay.
Like the edibles just feel like more, like an edible high is almost like heavier. Like it's more, there's more to it. Like you're more
body high.
It feels locked. Yeah.
I feel like when I eat an edible, I'm high in the back of my throat. I'm high in my knees. I'm high on my elbows and in my ears. Like I am soaked and high. Like you fell in an ocean of high in all your clothes. But when I to compare concentrate and say just flour, like compare hitting like a little pipe that your buddy handed you and you took a little hit of that or a joint to a real deal dab, especially your first one. Oh my God, it's beer and vodka. It's the difference between someone handing you a Coors Light and you sipping on it for 5 minutes and be like, yeah, I kind of feel nice. And someone saying, fucking 2 shots back to back, let's go, bam, bam. How do you feel? Woo, woo. That's how you feel.
Can I stop now?
No, in an hour and a half, maybe.
Because now you're in. Now you're just high. So yeah. PharoahDistro.com, code PKA20. Check out the edibles. Check out the brand new DabX device Kyle's just showing on screen, and their other DabX devices. They're the best in the biz at that. Not even close. Ooh, Kyle's got it going right now. Kyle's gonna take a little tootski, get a little fucked up, a little high.
There's nothing to see like there is when there's smoke. Wait, I see it. All right.
Excuse me.
Kyle was faking.
Excuse me.
Who are you supposed to believe Kyle would really inhale?
Oh, good gracious me. So check them out, PharoahDistro.com, linked below. All very high quality stuff. This episode's also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And a special deal for our listeners, try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, BLUECHEW.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. That's Blue Chew, BLUECHEW.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. See if it is right for you. Go with the tadalafil. Always the recommendation we give. We trusted Kyle to lead us down the straight and narrow, and he did. So correct.
If you work out, it's great for like post-workout vascularity. You will genuinely get a much better pump than you would with just pre-workout and stuff like that. And nitric oxide supplementation. Like taking Cialis, you will get a ridiculous veins will be popping, not just in your cock. You'll look better in the mirror, and also blood pressure. Everybody's blood pressure could be a little lower, I guess, if you're listening to this anyway. So
or if you're on,
you take one of these things on Friday night, you'll have a fucking awesome sexcation.
Yeah, your dick's extra hard on Sunday. That's the thing that I tell people. Viagra was always advertised as that. Yeah, you take it in an hour, you can have sex, and that's it. But Cialis is like a weekend of superpower, So I think you get 3 pills for $5 or something, but or $5 for shipping or whatever. Yeah. That's 3 different weekends of
you'll be sold on it. They're gonna highly recommend do that, and you'll buy more.
Yeah, even if you just jerk off, like have some fun.
You're gonna be hopefully they're not taking it to jack off. I
don't judgmental about jacking off on Blue Chew.
What are you saying? Look, if you can't get your dick hard to jack off, like you're gonna need some Blue Chew. Taylor, incels suffer from erectile dysfunction as much as anyone else, and I don't know. You maybe smearing them here today with your callous disregard for that core group that we should be marketing to.
First he had the Kardashian video, now this. What's wrong?
I feel like I need to repent to you guys and
I
to
need
make a monetary restitution. Yeah. Because I know that if you want Kyle to take your apology seriously, he's all about the Benjamins.
You got to make it right.
Make it right, and it didn't happen because like if there's a disrespect, that's different. But if you just damage a piece of property because you fell into it, oh my God, order me a new one on Amazon, send it to this address, and it's like it never happened, friend, because that's what I'll do for you.
In a situation like this, I'll settle for an apology and dick pics.
Oh shit!
All right, I'll resend.
Not mine, just random dick pics.
No. I want to know that the tadalafil worked for him.
Oh,
all right. Okay. Well, I got some in my bathroom. I'll pop a couple and jack off after the show. You guys some photos. You'll be like, "Wow, it really does work." Code PKA.
I know during the research portion of our lock and load days, I required a massive dose of tadalafil just to handle my daily duties to the company.
That is true.
I had to meet my quota. Derek was watching my weight and my load size. It was a lot to deal with.
It was stressful because he's a ripped guy with big loads.
Yes. Yes.
Because he when his girlfriend's blowing him, he's like, "Are you ready for an efficacious dose?" Then he blasts all over that bitch. Shout out, Derek.
I hope he watches that section.
Yeah. Efficacious dosages all upon her. This episode is also, of course, brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm. Code PKA or code Jizz can get you 10% off this magic elixir that will help you to come more. It's a great thing when you're taking tadalafil with our Blue Chew code PKA, getting a nice hard dick. What do you want? You want that big, beautiful hard cock to have a at the end? No. Nope. Ropes, my friend. You want to be blasting off to the stars. So code PKA or code Jizz for 10% over at GorillaMind.com.
Elon Musk uses Lock
and everything over at that site. 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz.
Yeah.
Sorry. What about Elon Musk?
He uses Lock and Load.
Mm-hmm.
I have. I've heard that.
Yeah, I saw him tweet it.
So much fluid. I saw him tweet it out. I once won a game of paintball with no marker.
Fuck. Yeah, he did come out, and I think he said the official load stack of Tesla.
It's the boring. No, it's the boring company.
The boring company.
Oh, that's good too. I like it.
SpaceX.
But they deleted the tweet, so don't look for it. Don't look for it.
Yeah, he deleted the tweet. He is one to do that. He's one to give verified props to our cum pills and then delete the tweet.
We appreciated it.
Shout out to Elon Musk. We appreciate
it. Rockets have propulsion coming out the front.
Has he been actually?
I'll say this: Elon Musk is building rockets to space, while the other billionaires are building bunkers in the earth. I like Elon. I like Elon. I like the space thing. I don't care if his car rusts. I don't care if it randomly takes off and kills people. I don't care that he exaggerates. Even though I am on the side of killing those Russian invaders, I kind of like that he said, no, I don't think I can let you use Starlink to do a whole coordinated attack on their Black Fleet. It feels like I'm Sergeant Elon all of a sudden, and I didn't sign up for that. This is a telecommunications network. Like, if I do that, then what's to stop the Russians from considering my satellites legitimate war targets and me maybe a legitimate target? I don't really want to do this.
Starlink now?
No. Oh, the Russians are using Starlink?
They are, but I don't know details beyond that. I don't know if they're stolen. Yes. I don't know if they're stolen satellites on what are the freaking dishes on the ground called?
Receivers?
Sure. We'll call them receivers. I don't know if that's what they're called, but maybe they took them from the Ukrainians and now they're using them for themselves. Maybe they have some bootleg device.
Oh, you just turn that shit off. It's a subscription service.
Maybe they don't know who owns it. Is the record keeping? But apparently they're using Starlink now. It's a thing.
I'll have to look into that. I hadn't seen that. That's crazy because I thought of it as like it'd be like stealing somebody's cell phone and like, oh, the bad guys have your phone now. Now they can use it.
Yeah,
man. I called Singular. Or I don't know who you call.
Like, fuck! Putin got my Hulu login. How am I going to handle this? I got to cancel it. Easy peasy.
See, from Forbes, trusted news source.
From Forbes.
I'm not disabling my ad blocker. I'll just choose to believe you.
Wall Street Journal says the Russians have thousands of them. Is that a better source?
I guess. Oh, I wasn't dogging on Forbes. I don't know anything about News Network.
I find Forbes to be a little
Ukrainian lieutenant general.
What is the attention grabbing?
Oh, New York Post, right?
No, I was going for like their little clickbait
tabloid.
Or a little tabloid. That's better. Forbes is a little bit tabloid, which is funny. Yeah. They had a really respected magazine, and their website just became garbage.
Garbage. Yeah, it's weird. I guess you go for what sells. If everybody's doing that buttoned up sort of, here's the news today from older white folks and how we see things. But if you get a little more sensational and a little more tabloidy, I guess it works better. Well, that's weird. Maybe I don't understand fully how Starlink works because I know that when I've looked into it, because my dad's in that internet hellhole, it's like you pay for the dish the price has changed because it's one of those early adopters things. $700 for the dish, the receiver, and then it's a subscription service that you're paying like monthly fees, and they get you a certain bandwidth. I would guess maybe there's different plans even for like faster speeds, but it seems odd to me that. I guess he's just providing service to Russians.
And that article Woody linked, it says that SpaceX has said that the people selling those in Russia are scamming them and that they don't work in Russia.
Oh.
And I don't know.
They might be using them in Ukraine? ?
I have no idea. This is the first I've heard of any of this. But Starlink as a whole is kind of cool. Like it's going to be great when it's awesome everywhere. Can you imagine?
I think it's awesome in most places. Like I think they're almost there. Have you seen how many there are? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen the graphics and all that shit, and it seems like a lot, but it's also
like it's like thousands of them.
Satellites.
I've seen. I can't see it with my naked eye, but maybe it was a good lens. But you can see they're in a band, moving around it's like this one followed by that one followed by that one. You can see them in this like very straight line moving.
How do they decide who gets like rights to space real estate? Because what if some like
there was we signed the powers that be had a whole talk about space and decided when they decided they couldn't ended the nuclear testing in space, right? I know they've decided
is that just America and Russia? Like, because who else could do that shit?
Yeah,
China, India.
China, I guess. Okay, can India?
Well, if we're talking about launching satellites, anybody can launch a fucking satellite, obviously.
What was the exact question, Taylor? Can India?
I was meaning like, like Kyle was like, oh, the powers that be kind of decided, sliced up the bits in the celestial realm up there. And I was like, oh, well, the powers that be, when they decided that, must have literally been like, all right, here's a Russian guy and an American guy, and they're deciding.
Probably so.
And so maybe now with other countries, they're going to be pissed.
Well, whenever there's actually the technology to go up there, like that show Woody and I like for All Mankind, if it was like going to the wild, to California back in the day, if it was an arduous trip, but yeah, we can all do it. It's not a big deal. We just go. It's hard, but we get there. Then we might be like, yeah, that treaty was from 1967 when we decided that no one owns the moon. Turns out we kind of do own the moon, 'cause we're here. And we have anti-space guns, so you can't land on the moon anymore. And so now we have to blow up their anti-space guns on the moon. And now we have a moon war, which is not done enough in sci-fi. There
needs to be something on the moon worth fighting for.
Just real quick, I fact checked. India landed on the moon last year.
Yeah, little rover
not with
thing.
people though. Doesn't count. We are so far past giving a shit about a robot landing on the moon. India shouldn't even get props for that.
India
done that
said
100 times.
No sooner than 2040. They did say by 2040.
Their plan to go to the moon again is upsettingly stupid. There's so
Whose
many
plan?
rockets
India's
involved.
or-
Our plan.
Okay.
Our plan. Like there's so many rockets involved with getting all the fuel up into space to like couple that bitch up. It makes me wonder how they did it the first times.
Does it?
It's like,
Dude,
damn,
there was technology
shame we
in the
threw away
60s.
all those rockets from the 60s.
I guess they don't want to do it in a tuna can this time around. Like a
Fuck that. That's
bunch of, like a
bullshit,
ball
dude.
of tin foil.
Nah, it's bullshit, dude. I'm not buying it. They're like, we're building a more spacious. We want more leg room. That's all. That's why it's taking an extra 50 years to do
It's
it
like,
again.
what the fuck? In 1969, you went there with tinfoil and string. Like, and we can't do it now.
It was very
I saw
dangerous.
the
That
Tom
chick
Hanks
saved
movie.
the other
Yeah.
characters and became president.
That
That's
was
the
a
luck
TV
involved.
show. Apollo 13 is one of the all-time greatest space movies. That
is a movie, Kyle. You can't believe it.
It's a movie.
That shit happened though. That shit happened. I love Tom Hanks up
Get all
there.
over my scene.
I can't remember which astronaut it was. They had to calculate their own reentry and maybe paint on the glass and use that to like get themselves home.
That's a movie. Right.
I know it's happened in a movie, but it happened in real life too. Like it's based on a real thing that I think a Russian did.
That a guy did who's doing math up there and had to.
A friend of mine flew.
I'm gonna find it.
There's a discontinued kind of helicopter that the army uses. It's like a Yahweh or does anyone know their helicopters?
I know Apache, and that's it.
This is like it's more silent and not as cool or advanced. But anyway, it can shoot missiles. So the way that they did it is they shot missiles and they watched them. Then they took a grease pin on their windshield and used that as their target.
Interesting.
Yeah. And they just retired this thing like 3 years ago.
That's pretty ingenious. Very smart.
It's pretty low tech.
But it's to think of something like that in the
Iron
moment. and be
Sights version with a helicopter. Yeah, that's what they do.
So Kyle, you don't think we're going to the moon in the 2020s now? Oh, you're muted, my friend.
No,
I told you.
No, we're not going in the 2020s. You know what? It will take finding a resource there or a military advantage there, or it will take a very motivated president. Like it'll take an individual. It will take a guy who's like, man, space is my jam. Space is my fucking jam.
Why doesn't Elon Musk go personally to the moon to flex on everybody?
You'd have to ask him. I think he's got his own plots and plans, right?
No one's going to the moon right now. Oh, by the way, that helicopter is called a Kiowa for the six of you that cared what it was called.
There's some helicopter out there who's like, yes.
They're like, I want to know what helicopter. What he's talking about. What the
was.
fuck is a Yahweh? That's God
Kiowa.
and Jewish or something.
Named after the Kiowa Indian tribe, of course.
Yes. Kind of insulting. We named
They
him
have
after
Apache, they have
Indians.
Comanches. You didn't say a word. You hear Kiowa and suddenly you're not so happy.
Yeah. Well, it's more disrespectful. It's kind of flexing on them, right? It's like they didn't know how to, they never figured flight out. And now
we're going to
bragging
name all our fucking fences. Like,
Yeah.
look, we named this fence Apache after the people who chased buffaloes around for centuries.
You know those like pretty cool Stone Age tribes that we dominated fucking 4 games in a row, swept the Indians. It wasn't even close.
We named this wheel Neanderthals. They didn't have that.
Yeah,
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or Cro-Magnon. Maybe that's, I don't know, whatever. Whoever
Cro-Magnon,
didn't have it.
Neanderthal, all the old ones, all the hits, the classic humans.
I like those Hobbit people of Indonesia. I think those are by far the coolest people. No. The Hobbit people of Indonesia that they found. It was an offshoot of the human race. It was one of our cousins, like the Neanderthal were.
You know who I like? The Sentinel Island people. If I have my history right, like 150 years ago, people from the mainland brought them disease. And since then, they don't understand disease. They don't get it. They're a very primitive tribe. Everyone knows the Sentinel Island. There's barely any contact with civilization. And it doesn't matter what you do, they won't be your friend. You can show up and give them buckets of oranges, live pigs, dead pigs. Doesn't matter. If you get within spear throwing distance, they will kill you every fucking time. And so many people have tried to bribe their way into a relationship with them. They take your shit and fire bows.
You give me a sword and plate armor, and I can conquer Sentinelese Island. The 3 of us in plate mail run roughshod over the Sentinelese.
What would actually be the? I don't want a sword. I think I'd get my ass kicked. I'd get
pinned
down.
Fatigue would be our enemy.
If I don't have a gun, I'm not going. Like you don't want to go with a rifle, and you do want some kind of fucking arrow armor because they are going to shoot arrows at you.
Yeah.
How about one of those bomb suits, an AA-12 and a sit and spin?
They're gonna fucking be all over you. They're gonna pin you down.
They're gonna the sit and spin. They can't get behind you.
Have they ever?
They're gonna burn you alive in that suit.
Have they ever been shot at ever?
I go out there every weekend, dude.
You
they don't fucking learn. International waters are a bitch.
You're just piecing them up on their shitty.
It's hard to hit them with the waves chopping, but they don't run so good.
I think we need to take Sentinelese Island from them unless they can demonstrate they're doing something with it.
They're lucky there's nothing there we want. By the way, did you hear about the discovery in Wyoming of rare earth metals?
What kind?
The rare kind.
Oh, I don't.
I wasn't trying to trick you. I was asking like what kind of metal? The kind we use for like advanced technologies that are
lithium.
Up until literally last week, we thought China had the world's like supply. They have something like 42 million tons. They found 2 billion tons. 2 billion tons in Wyoming. So much they say that we are now the world leader of rare earth metals, like dwarfing what China has. But they have it's like 40 million to 2 billion.
Let's start getting it out of the ground first. Let's make sure we're not out over our skis with our 2 trillion pounds of
I read a Reddit article, Taylor. It's all sewn up.
Oh, it was on Reddit. I apologize.
American Rare Earths Incorporated has its sites on thousands of acres of land near Wheatland, Wyoming. Company disclosed a technical report on Wednesday, and it found 64% more rare earth minerals than it had originally envisioned in a March 2023.
Due to this alarming sum of metals, the company is now demanding 300 times their initial government request for funding.
I mean, good. We need to fund. They need to be funded as much as possible, right? It seems like we'll have. That's a very important discovery.
We need a non-biased rock counting kind of guy to go there and give us the real numbers.
I'm reading a Wall Street Journal article about it, and I can't gather what mineral it is. How do they leave that out?
Yeah, that's the most important part of it. Is it cobalt,
think it's
lithium?
I think it's a cadre of metals. I think they all are formed together by perhaps asteroid impacts. Wait.
I think it's neodymium and praseodymium oxides.
Oh, neodymium is for magnets.
Okay.
Right?
Did you get anything from that second word I tried to say?
I have no idea what that is, but I know like neodymium magnet. That's a thing, right? Those really powerful magnets.
Pocket brain when it comes to verbal skills.
I think neodymium.
Can you try to pronounce that? Do you see it in the chat?
Oh fuck. Praseodymium oxides.
That works. Okay.
Praseodymium probably.
I like that even more.
Dymium. Yeah, that sounds pretty sciencey.
Someone listening knows what that is.
There's some magnet guy out there who's like these fucking retards.
I was really hoping it would be the battery one, which I think is lithium.
It is, yeah. And I know I keep saying cobalt because I know that's really important, but I don't remember why. Maybe it's phones. I don't know.
Probably batteries.
Yeah. It's used to dope glass. including sunglasses to make solid-state lasers and to color glasses and enamels.
I think a lot of advanced technology is required for little ins and outs of them.
Well, then it's good we found a shit ton of it. Hopefully it's easy to get out of there.
I look forward to the future wars. I'm glad that we're finding all this oil and rare earth elements over here.
Yeah, we gotta just burn through all the oil.
We can't burn through it. I keep saying that. That's why global warming is just nonsense. Like we've got all. I don't care about your alternative fuels. We don't need any. They're bullshit. We've got so much oil. You should be figuring out how to make more oil-powered things. Everything's made of oil anyway. There's everything around us is made of fucking oil, whether you know it or not. That keyboard is made of oil.
That's
your
true.
glasses are made of oil. Your clothes have oil in them. This microphone has oil in it. We are covered in oil. We are sitting on oil. We are bathed, housed, and comforted by oil every moment of the day. That light and this electricity is probably mostly powered by petroleum.
I hear you, but clean air is important. When I was a child, they put lead in the gasoline. Now I don't know which one of you is Kyle.
That's what you don't drink the gasoline, Woody.
That's where I went wrong.
I agree, Kyle. They got to start getting some predictions right with the global warming shit. Get a couple predictions right once in a while, and then
they showed me that Greta Thunberg cunt and every other dumb fuck since I was in kindergarten. I remember specifically in kindergarten when we were watching a cartoon that showed the ocean swallowing Florida. And that shit was supposed to happen a coon's age ago. That was supposed to be the early 2000s. And Al Gore came out in like 2002 in An Inconvenient Truth. And he said, the world's going to drown in days. We're all going to drown. I was like, oh my God, Al Gore. And the framing and it's like the name in An Inconvenient Truth is its own like message. It's like, yeah, none of us want it to be true, but the world's just going to drown. And then Kevin Costner makes Waterworld. And we saw how bad it could be.
Mm-hmm.
And we believed. And I don't know, man, that Florida real estate that the richest people in the world come up with the value for somehow just gets more and more valuable and they keep investing in it. It's almost like they know that the oceans are not going to rise and swallow Miami Beach because they keep inflating the price of that real estate.
Do people really think that the sea is going to rise up and swallow New York in the near future?
You have to be a genuine, like it's imminent.
You have to be an actual retarded person.
They made it sound like it was going to have happened already. They said China was going to. They said China was going to swallow our economy by 2020. That was the word in 2006. The sleeping dragon on and
look
at
that, this on screen. Checkmate. Taylor.
Okay, well this
Checkmate,
you know what? I'm spooked again. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think they know what the fuck they're talking about. There.
I mean,
I think we should get through
crazy
I
like
we should
you.
Treat the oil the way that I treat snacks in my house. We just got to get through all of it. And that way we can't be tempted in the future. So let's just burn through all the oil.
I want to find a way to make more oil. That's what I want to do. Production of oil. During World War II, the Germans had to make their own like synthetic oil. It was like 3 times as expensive and took a terribly long. It's why they lost the war. But they came up with a synthetic oil. The best people in the world, the Germans. You know what happened this week, Taylor? 3rd largest economy. Again, Germany. Remember last time that happened? What happened?
Yeah, they tried their hand at
conquering the planet. Yeah. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Japan in a full recession.
Economy, Germany.
Japan went into a full recession. It's interesting. They define recession in Japan the same way we used to here.
Wait, how do you
yeah, but it's not politically expeditious to use
it's
anymore.
2 quarters of declining growth.
Exactly, but the Biden administration changed their mind on that. Remember?
No,
I do.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I
remember that Renee Pierre, White House press secretary, going on and on about how no, that's not a recession. Well, it's to decline growth. No, not anymore. I remember a whole thing about that.
Yeah, but they do that shit with all sorts of numbers. Like you can't buy unemployment. They change unemployment.
However you look at the numbers, Japan apparently
people who are no longer looking after 3 months.
I worry about the Germans, but then. I see their politics, and it seems like they're so content on letting everyone know that they're not going to do it again. It seems like it's a big deal there of putting people at ease, like rest easy. Don't worry, we're not going to do it a 3rd time. Seems like there was a whole propagandized educational system there that may be not exactly what we did to Japan, but in some other way we sort of guilted them into really feeling
them, self-hating.
Yeah.
It's pretty sinister.
You'd be a patriot
in the long run.
I bet it's hard to be a patriotic German. Like there's been times when it's maybe a little hard to be a patriotic American, like not hard, but maybe just not publicly popular or globally popular. Even after 9/11, you wave flags all day long. After Abu Ghraib, it was like, let's tone it down a little.
Yeah.
But as a German,
No,
I don't know what their flag looks like. Is their flag just the stripes? It's like the yellow, the red, and the stripes.
It's
red
black.
with like a sideways cross in it.
It's aesthetically on point. Like,
There might be a bird on it.
a lot of right angles in it. Looks good.
I literally I was like, okay, red, and then the cross. Ah, you okay? That's the old flag,
isn't it? It's like yellow and red and black, like stripes.
That's what I'm saying. They don't flex hard enough for me to even fucking know. I know what Poland's flag looks like. They got a aquila on there, an eagle or some shit.
I don't like it when another country has the same flag with like different orders, like Russia and France. I wouldn't know which is which.
Come on, Russia, you're better than that.
Yeah. I don't remember who it was, but I think actually, no, I do. It was Romania. Romania has the best flag in Europe. It's not even close. Romania kicks the shit out of all the other flags. It's a black eagle on a red background. It's sick. Far and away.
Yeah. It's not my cup of tea.
Let me make sure it's the right one.
I really hate those African flags that have like.
Fuck, that's not right. What the fuck is the flag?
You don't like that one? Yeah, I don't like it when a flag has too much detail in it. America's even dances with that, I think.
Stars and stripes, baby. I love it.
Can you pull up the Romanian flag?
Albania. It's Albania.
Do Albania next. Do Romania first, and get the version that has like birds on it.
I like our flag a lot. A lot. I think it's the world's best flag. I think it tells the story of our history. The 50 states and the 13 colonies. I think the whole Susan B. Anthony story that a lady did it is cool too. I think it's a little woke. All the way right from the start. We let a lady make our flag.
I think this flag has too much detail.
Who else would make it? Well, I think that's probably, and I'm guessing here, like the royal seal of wherever the fuck this is. Is this Germany? Or
it's definitely Romania, and I'm not sure if they have more than one flag.
I think sometimes they do it with no sigil.
Are those supposed to be lions?
Yeah, they are supposed to be. Yeah, that's how it usually looks when they're not gussying it up. But
I bet that's how lions looked like 1,000 years ago. There was probably some short-maned lion in Europe that got hunted to extinction or some shit.
I didn't think of that.
Because that's a stupid-looking lion.
Probably. It is if you look closely.
Yeah,
is that a Germany
lion.
thing?
This is Albania.
Is that a double-headed aquila? Which of course you've got the head looking to the past and to the future. Okay, it's very important. You'll sometimes see the aquila with one of the heads marred out.
Interesting. I'm impressed by that knowledge. I didn't know any of that about flags.
I made all that up.
Don't tell me that, man. Now I demand restitution.
Now,
I'm glad we got mileage out of that topic.
It's like those brainworms from Wrath of Khan, those little bits of fake information that I feed people, and then they get to a party somewhere and aguilas come up and they're like, actually, sometimes the aguila doesn't look backwards. Actually, it only looks forward. You'd see that in the third dynasty.
That's the origin of the song.
Kyle told me that.
What is war? What is it good for? Absolutely.
They'll fucking laugh at you at your boring party.
Damn.
No,
I
love
agree.
it.
Our flag is good. I wouldn't put us as
we're not best flag.
Not the tippity top.
Who's the best flag? Name a flag better.
Albania was better. Just that. I like a couple
with the lions. That
Albania, the second one with the
the black aquila. Okay.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool.
Okay, I don't like that. I really appreciate the story that our flag tells with the stars and stripes and what they signify and all that jazz.
Also, yellow and green. I do not like yellow and green on flags. I think they look bad, particularly yellow.
Really? Yeah. That's funny because I was going to say I like Barbados.
I think Canada's flag is a top tier flag. Like they would be
Don't let them hear that, man.
They're at least a B tier. They're probably an A tier flag. US is S tier, 100%.
I'd say we're mid A tier, but I think you're biased because we're American.
Canada's flag is the right level of detail, and I feel like the whole world knows the Canadian flag when they see it. Yeah. If I pull up the Russian flag or the French flag, most of America doesn't know which is which.
Yeah, Russia flag sucks.
There might be another one that's the same thing, but you twist it 90 degrees. I'm really not sure. But there's
what's
so
that Australian flag? Show me the Aussies.
Isn't it like a Union Jack kind of truncated into the corner.
That's right. And then New Zealand is
Which the Union Jack, that's a good flag. That's
which flag was pretty good?
I agree with that. It
blasphemy
also
in my
has
mind.
meaning within it. I appreciate that.
Soviet Union.
They had
a hammer and
That's
sickle
a
and a
flag,
mostly
right?
red flag.
The Soviets and the Nazis had cool flags. What can we say? They did well.
They're right there
And
with
Japan.
Canada for me. It's the appropriate level of detail.
And Japan, I almost like how pure and simple it is.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
It's a
I
really
like
good
graphic.
trifecta. That's that. Thank you for coming through here, Zach. This
Oh,
has been-
Brazil, hate that. Absolutely. hate
Really?
Brazil.
What the
Yeah.
fuck is that
It's
big
funny,
blue
I was
ball
about to
with
say-
dots on it?
I like Brazil, but it violates my too much detail rule.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah,
like
green
there's a
and yellow,
blue
I
ball
don't
with a
like
band across it and lots of dots. I want to believe it's the night sky or something, but I have no idea what that even means.
Too fair.
Why is Brazil so fucking big?
People wouldn't know what your flag means without a lesson.
Why do we let them have so much of that?
That
land
is true.
There?
Does Chad and Romania have the exact same flag? Chad is the face one in the middle of Africa.
Your question requires me to find not only Romania but Chad on the map.
See, there's
All right.
Romania just south of Ukraine, and then there's Chad just south of Libya. Like those are the fucking man. We need to find out whose flag was
Hey,
there.
the Iraq.
because we
Hey,
got-
Yeah.
we got
pull
some
up the
pictures.
Iraq.
Taylor, I think Senegal and Ethiopia are awful similar.
The Iraqi flag's not bad.
Yeah, I don't like Ethiopia's either. I like how Woody just didn't know where those countries were. He's just throwing them out.
I just assume nobody
Oh,
does.
Iran. Iran has a pretty cool flag.
I know Senegal's Western Africa somewhere. I don't know which one.
Yeah, there's too much green in South America and Africa. There's a ton of green on the flags in Africa. I did not realize that. I don't know what country that is.
But
What
it's
is
cheap
the black
paint.
and red one that looks a little Russian on Western Africa?
Yeah, I was just looking at that one. I can't tell what that is, but it looks pretty cool. I like that one.
Mm-hmm. China's is pretty good.
China's is solid. That's true. India, I do not like orange and green.
Looking at this though, America, like, I'm not saying we're first, but we're second to no one. Like we're S tier, right? We're there.
Looking at all of these, you're right. We are. I'd say we're low S tier.
Yeah.
Because some of these are just bad. Mongolia,
Canada a
that's
lot.
kind of cool. I like that. Mongolia and Kazakhstan, two sleeper flags up there.
Mongolia. I'm worried there's too much detail.
I can't tell what it is because it's kind of cut off. And then
Well-
Kazakhstan. Look how unique Kazakhstan's colors are compared to everything else.
The
That's
teal.
kind of nice. Yeah.
No one else went with teal.
No one else went with
Actually,
teal.
down there, there's a little light blue down there in Southern Africa, but
Southern
no
Africa.
teal.
What? Man, I do not know where the countries in Africa are.
Oh, who fucking cares? Neither do the countries in Africa. You'd have to, if you showed them the map, they couldn't read it. Get out of here. It doesn't matter where the countries in Africa are. This is what we look like from space.
I
Yeah.
wonder what Africa's actually like now.
Is that where
Like,
you live?
I learned about Africa in like the 80s. That's when I learned that they were starving. There were bugs crawling on them, this, that, and the other thing. That was 40 years ago. For all I know, most of Africa has washers and dryers now.
You know those commercials with the old white man with the beard, and he's walking in that filthy village with them little black kids with flies all over their and they got their distended bellies, and they're inexplicably like laying in a mud hole or something, and they got chapped lips. They all got real chapped lips, and they're often like just eating milk. They're like eating milk with a spoon.
Michael Jackson sang for you.
For just a quarter a day, you could support this entire Zimbabwean village. I was like, fuck you. No, not a dime.
Like
Not
a quarter
dime.
a day? Well, then it seems like these guys don't have that much of a barrier between them and, getting a little bootstraps action going on.
Yeah.
They can't earn a quarter a day?
It doesn't seem
Come
like it.
on.
Inflation rate or something. They said. No,
No.
I don't.
I don't think a lot of good stuff goes down there. I think there's a lot of poverty.
You can
a lot
take
of-
that taxpayer
war.
dollars and you can send them to Ukraine. You can even send them to the Gaza Strip. But I draw the line at Africa, Taylor. When I see,
I'm stricter. I don't even want those Europeans getting our money. No.
they're putting it to use, Taylor. I appreciate that they're putting it to use and create. It's almost like we're funding like an entertainment program for me or people like me.
Oh, okay. So you don't see it as like we're kind of in the looting stage of the fall of Rome?
I I think we're too militarily powerful to fall apart like Rome did.
there's
I
no
think
way.
we'll definitely
Rome was
see.
notoriously militarily weak. Yeah.
I think we'll see more of a fall of, our who we are. We're not. We'll just be something different. That is what we're losing. Who we are and like what we're about. And like
it'll be a slow.
I don't know. There's a very strong conservative like swing right now. I think this presidential election is kind of important societal wise to kind of see which direction we swing back into. You see the new Jon Stewart episode?
Yes. Well, I saw 20 minutes
of it. Stewart, no.
Sure, that's enough. Yeah, he's back on the Daily Show doing his bit on there again. I thought it was pretty good. He went back and forth on Biden's age and then Trump's age too. I feel like he's more conservative than I
feel like he tried to be balanced.
Bill Maher. I used to think of Bill Maher and Jon Stewart as the lefty's lefty, and then Colbert was the lefty's lefty doing a bit where he pretends like he's a righty. Now I feel like Maher in particular has woken up. Doesn't seem like the right way to put it.
I think you're off on Maher. I think he has always had a bit of an independent streak. He didn't just line up with the blue. Like a good example is when he got thrown off for politically incorrect. Everybody, if people don't know the story, everybody was saying that the 9/11 hijackers were cowards. And he was like, listen, they're evil, they're bad. There's 1,000 things I don't like about them, but cowardness was not one of their flaws, right? They're actually kind of brave.
Yeah, you have to be. It would be terrifying to do what they did. I would be terrified to do what they did.
But no one was ready to hear that. But it is just, I don't know, like one anecdote that it implies he is independent thinker and it has been for a long time. And now the left does some stuff that's hard to like. And it's like, man, the left would fuck things up in like a good way, like win by a lot if they could abandon some of their dumb shittery.
Both sides. And it almost makes you wonder if it's just all a big rigged game to keep everybody dancing and focused on that horse shit. Because it's like, why are you so serious about this abortion thing? And why do you hate our guns so much? Like, clearly it's a good way to keep to defend ourselves against the government. And like example after example shows you're not going to be able to fix the problem that you want to solve by taking guns away. Why are you so fixated on these two issues? Why can't we have a third, not even a third party, just a party that thinks common sense? Look, when it gets to economics and foreign policy, who's to say? I don't know. Sometimes it seems like the conservatives have it right, and then sometimes it seems like the liberals have it right as far as that goes, foreign policy and economics. But this social shit,
sometimes you never know what's right. Like we
have you seen the pirate? Go ahead.
I was going to say we, for example, put big tariffs on China, right? Trump put them there. I think Biden kept all of them, and it's like, was that a good move? Well, shucks, I don't know unless I could do a multiverse thing where I didn't do that move, right? Because
or even China, see the behind the scenes stuff where like maybe we did that to them, and then the next meeting's like, we could take that off if maybe you just wiggle a little bit over here on this thing. Well, the public won't know that we took it off, but look, we'll funnel a percentage of this over here, and in essence, it's off, but the public thinks it's on. Like with the Cuban Missile Crisis, I'm sure you probably know, but everyone thinks that was a JFK win. The Russians backed down; they took their missiles away. We took our missiles out of, I think it was Turkey or something like that. Like there was a what's the Latin?
Is it quid pro quo you're looking for?
Quid pro quo. Yeah, there was quid pro quo there where like, yeah, they got their missiles the fuck out of Cuba. We gave up some stuff in Europe. We moved some missiles out of there. But part of that deal was that JFK saved face and Gorbachev, I think that was who it was. Maybe not though. Lost it. Probably wasn't Gorbachev.
Maybe earlier.
It was before. It was way earlier.
Khrushchev.
Yes. Fuck.
Thanks, Taylor.
But I don't know. I imagine things like that go down. That's why I don't like to judge when I see like a president doing a big thing with another country, even Trump, because Trump is, as a businessman, it seems like he likes to do those sort of like, on what's the show where they show the products and the sharks pick them? Shark Tank.
Oh, Shark Tank. Yeah.
Sometimes they'll on the spot word a deal in a way that I never thought of a deal could be worded. And I just imagine maybe Trump playing Shark Tank with like China. Like, okay, well, we'll do this for your cars and you'll do this for our magnets. And Johnny, what did you want for the magnets? 2 points? Yeah, 2 points on the magnets and on the cars. Look, the tariffs stay, but the money comes from there. You shake this hand with that hand, and the money comes right back to you. Every car that gets to this, you get that. I can just imagine him doing that. So I can't judge. I don't think anybody can really judge anything other than results and how, what the economy's doing, what prices look like. I always like to see cheap gasoline. That's a good indicator to me that things are going well, or at least that we have our hand, or that we're getting our way geopolitically. If gas is cheap, then the U.S. is winning geopolitically. If it's expensive, then the fucking cartel has gotten together and decided to squeeze us for something. We've got to sell some.
There could be a couple causes though, right? Sometimes gas is expensive because the economy is booming and everybody's moving and everyone's doing it. And gas got cheaper than free. They would pay you to take oil during COVID because for at least a really brief period of time, the economy absolutely spiked downwards. And
nobody was moving.
And no one was driving. No one was using oil. And for reasons I don't understand, oil production couldn't be stopped or slowed down. So they were just like, we got these things getting oil on our hands and we can't stop it. We'll pay you to take it from us because we know this, keeping it going is a better idea. At least we think it is.
Yeah. I often, OPEC is just a dirty fucking cartel. I mean, we're awful too, but I often wonder what they're squeezing us for when what?
We're allowed to be.
Yeah, we're allowed to be. We're the good guys. I'll be playing Tarkov. I'll be playing Tarkov, and I'll be crab walking down a hallway, about to shoot a guy in the back, and then I'll be like, "Fucking rats around here." I think I hear somebody to my right. I'm allowed to be a rat, but they're not. Only I can sneak. Everybody else should be running around and yelling.
Yeah. How am I supposed to have fun in Inventory Simulator if people aren't running around?
Dude, you're not far off calling it.
Dude, the amount of when we would me, Kyle, Vavity, we'll be in a Discord call just chatting, whatever. I'll have AoE 2 streaming and I'll have Kyle or Vavity stream up so I can see what they're doing. And sometimes maybe it's just my own, I'm looking over at bad times, but I'll look over, I'll be in the middle of my game and I'll be like, oh, Kyle or Vavity, they're still fucking reorganizing their backpack. Jeez. And I'll look back at my screen and I feel 10 real-time minutes later, I'm like, is he AFK? No, something just moved in the backpack. What's going on here? Let me
explain this. So this is our stash where we have everything we've accrued through months of playing, and part of the game. And now there was an Edge of Darkness limited edition version. You pay $150 and you get all the future DLC for free. They stopped selling that December 31st, January 1st, whatever. Now, the little things that you used to get from EOD, they're going to start selling as microtransactions, and one of those is just a bigger stash. It's more lines. You
still get it?
Yes, we get it and we keep it. It shows that it's already purchased when you go to the website by EOD people. So they limit the amount of stash space you have, and it's a game within the game, Taylor. They call it Tetrising, just moving things around and how you conserve space and put objects within objects. Because often bags and satchels will be like TARDISes. They're bigger on the inside. So something that takes up one square might have 32 on the inside for a very particular item. And the most valuable things in the whole game, other than a couple access cards, but that's minutia, are cases, these thick cases that are it looks like a gun case, but on the inside, it's a goddamn TARDIS that you can just fill up with all.
You know what an ammo case looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the game. And
little thing.
You open it, it takes 6 spots in your stash, and you open it up, and there's maybe 18 spots.
Yeah, I think it takes it's maybe even 4. But so yeah, I get up if I'm gonna play, I'll get up and I'll have my coffee and I'll sit here for an hour, Taylor. Selling the stuff I won the day before, cleaning the stash out. It takes an hour just to organize my stash.
It's so tedious.
So that I can.
You don't want to use the auto stash organizer?
It organizes it, but now I'm out of room. So I've got to go through and get all the. I have 3 junk boxes full of valuables, so I have to pull them all out at the end of the day and sell them. And doing that, selling all the little pieces and bobs and ends that you found, just takes an hour.
Yeah, what level are you at?
Decision to make, Taylor, where you can click a button and the game will organize your stash in the blink of an eye, but it won't do exactly what you wished it had. So, would you rather do this yourself for an hour or click the button? People land on different buttons for that.
I click the button constantly.
Button clicker in that situation.
Yeah, I click the button constantly. It'll organize, but again, it's going through and selling all of the T-plugs that you've acquired, all of the hoses that you've acquired, the wires, Just it's getting your hideout like tinkered with. Let me put an air filter in. Let me put a water filter in. Let me check if my Bitcoins are ready to pull out. Let me start production on some ammo over here. Let me start production of a box over here. Let me make some meds over there. Oh, let me go in the workout room and literally pump iron and click the button just right when it goes within the hot zone. So I get extra pumped up today with my fucking RPG character. Oh shit, I worked out without an air filter in, so I missed out on that extra 40% of like pump time. This is like working out without steroids. I've wasted my fucking day. I can only work out once a day. Fuck. Like that's Tarkov. And then eventually you go in and shoot people with all the shit you've acquired.
There's just too much of that.
If you don't like that mini game, then it's hard to like. It's part of what makes Tarkov so addictive is that when you like grind up to a certain point, you get that big case and this inventory space, which had been such an annoying piece of your life. It's fuck, I can't do anything because there's no space in here to move my shit around. And now you've got a case and everything goes in it all of a sudden. And you've got rows and rows and rows of space. They're going to start selling the rows for money now. I hope they sell us extra rows. I would pay more money for a few rows, like not crazy, but give me a few extra rows for a few extra dollars. And I would definitely do that.
Are you almost to the end cycle?
I'm almost to max traders. I'm level 40 now. So I'm like 2 levels away from 42, obviously, where you get max traders.
What are you saying? Max trader?
So traders will sell things to Kyle that they wouldn't sell to someone that they don't have as good a relationship with. And Kyle needs to rank up and 1, perform certain tasks for these traders exactly. Okay. And 2, get himself at a high enough level that the traders consider him worthy.
So these are the AI vendors.
Yeah.
I remember you guys
talking about the in-game store where you get your shit. And you can buy it on that flea market at these crazy inflated prices. Like a grip that one of the traders will sell you for 10,000 rubles, which is a paltry sum, might on the open market be 80,000 rubles. And it's like, okay, 70,000 rubles isn't the end of the day. But you repeat that process for every individual component of the gun. And now your gun costs 4 times more than it should. So it's hard to be productive at the game. If every time you lose, you're losing 4 times, everything costs you 4 times as much. So getting those traders maxed out means you have access to almost everything. Although some of the little tids
at a good price.
Is it almost like when you get, or based on what you said last time, we talked about this a bit, like, is it almost like getting Dragon Bone or fucking Daedric armor in Skyrim, where they're like you grind for it, you get it, but when you finally do get it and you got max illusion or whatever, you tool around for a little bit and then it's like, all right, well, I'm done. There's no one who can even come close to fighting me in this game. There's no AIs, I guess I'll go to Whiterun and kill every guard again.
Well, you got PMCs obviously who have the same shit you have, and I'm pretty good at the game, honestly. I've been playing a good bit, but I will get my shit pushed in frequently because I play alone as well. So you'll run into these big squads and they'll just destroy you. But it's a little bit of both. When you get for me, when I get max traders, a little bit of the fun is gone. I don't have as much to grind toward. There is a Kappa container when you do like 95% of the tasks. I've never gotten that. I don't plan on trying to get that. It's very hard. I don't think I can do it. Like
one of the hardest achievements in gaming.
Probably is. Trey has already gotten 2 Kappas this white.
Trey?
Yeah, I told you he's the guy I like to watch. Trey 24K. He's a streamer, YouTuber. He's a young guy.
Check him out.
I think he's maybe 22, 23, something like that. Yeah,
they must have made it a little easier if he has 2 Kappas because it used to be level 70.
Yeah, I think it's like level 50 something now, or maybe
they're exponential. So 70 is like 4 times more than 55.
Yeah, it's less of an XP grind now and more of a scavenger hunt / killing the goons seems to be what a lot of people have a hard time getting done. The goons are this trio of souped up AI who are I think they're Americans, and they all have names and personalities, play styles, and specific weapons, but one of them doesn't have footstep sounds.
Oh, that's a fun addition. Like,
so he's literally a fucking ninja, and their AI makes them very ninja-like. So fighting them, if you kill one, you sort of back into a corner and let them push you and wait. But you never know when this silent, and he's moving. He's like he's moving as fast as a character can move in this game. Like he's all stemmed. He has fake stats. Like he's a Superman, and he's coming with like some scary gun to like shoot you right in the face. And he's screaming while he does it.
Do they play a big role? at all?
I don't. If you play a lot of nighttime, you'll see cultists. I've seen them 3 times this wipe. I often
Has anyone
mistake
knifed you with poison?
Yeah, I have before. Yeah, I've been stabbed by a cultist before, like in previous wipes.
Or
Usually you
player,
bump
which
into the
is nice.
cultist and don't realize, because I'm not a fucking full-time player or whatever, like for my job, I don't recognize the cultist until it's usually too late. Like I'll be like, ooh, a player's laying in the bush, because that's what cultists do. They'll literally lay in the bushes in the dark, and I'll shoot him, and then I'll get lit up, and it's only later in the kill feed that I'm like, oh, I killed a cultist. But they're also silent-footed, so you back into a room and let them push you, and it's terrifying.
And it's nighttime.
It's nighttime. Yeah, you got your night vision on, and they can see in the dark, I guess, magically. So, yeah, it's a good fucking time. I haven't fallen to the PAL world. I don't think I will.
Do you have a game?
Didn't our
lined up
friends
for...
stop playing in real life?
Well, I'm going to play
friendships
Warhammer
were
with you, of
broken up?
course.
I'll play some Warhammer.
Well, I thought that's what you were transitioning into.
No, I'm still
so to
all in
speak.
on. Like I tried playing. Like I played Warhammer a bit. It's just that like the eco balance of AOE really scratches an itch. It makes the military more fun to field when you like farm to table raise your paladins. Like you've built the whole. It's just more to pay attention to, and like the build up is fun. And there's so much that can go wrong, where it's like you have this big plan in your head of this is the tech I'm going to go into, and then you get attacked, you get raided, you have to make different approaches, and so like it's satisfying to get that when everything comes to fruition. It's really, really satisfying. And so I really like the eco thing. The eco balance part of it is so fun for me. That's the most challenging part of the game, is maintaining the eco while balancing the aggression. And
that's the part that makes it.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that part. Like I want to focus on the battles. Like I want to like zoom in and watch the warmen, the spearmen, poke people and stuff.
You'd have fun with it. You'd have a good time. Just download it. Download the version I sent you on Steam.
I felt like Mayo Yiannopoulos is like, you'd have fun. Just come to my apartment, Kyle. It'll be fun. You'll enjoy yourself. Have a drink.
You probably would have.
Drink this.
What he's doing now and how he's doing.
I have no idea what that guy's
I heard
up
he
to.
was
I
like
haven't heard
$1
anything about him.
million in debt, but I don't know that that's true. I think it might have been
Money's not real. You just declare it.
Yeah,
debt,
he's straight
bankruptcy.
now.
I thought he was like a. Maybe this is something I invented in my own head. I thought he was like a really, really rich guy. Is that not?
He's
not true, I guess.
All British people are rich. You can tell by their accent.
It's true. Very posh.
Yeah,
Very
they've got all
proud.
that royal gold from
Real
the empire.
pinkies up kind of guy.
All that money they thieved out of India.
Yeah. Did they steal money from India?
Are you kidding?
I'm fucking with you. Yeah.
You heard of the East India Company, the largest corporation of all time?
They had their own military. It's
Really?
pretty cool.
What do you think the largest company today is?
Oh,
How do you
well,
define
it's
largest? For revenue, is it
Apple's got a whole campus. You know what I mean? Like Apple
Lots of people do.
Yeah.
I think theirs is impressive. Like, isn't it like
Who would it
I
be?
think they got the big one. Like I bet there's a bunch of people that go into NVIDIA headquarters, but Apple's thing, I've seen pictures of it, and it's like it looked like a college, or there's like 5 or 6 major buildings there,
Yeah.
and then
Microsoft's campus is pretty neat too. If you like that, like a little town that is the city. I heard Elon Musk is building a town city in Texas.
I hope he does some Fallout shit where he makes every house retro futuristic and like to his like. I would love that if he made like Little America,
Damn,
like the place where the American dream lives. And
That's
like,
Apple's
dude,
headquarters.
if Elon Musk made his own community and he made a commercial for it that was Fallout like Elon Town, where the American dream doesn't just survive, it thrives. And then there's like boom, we cut to like riding horses and fucking shooting guns, and everybody's wearing a cowboy hat. It's like America Town.
I'd like that.
What is this? Why is that a cartoon of Microsoft? It looks.
I don't know.
Okay,
but like the way that they had the soccer
Someone
fields
made that
looked
shit
like
in Sims.
looked like a fucking MC Escher painting. It's like, why is that field angled downward?
Looking at those two
Dyson sphere or
campuses, I
something.
feel like I'd rather use shit. I don't even know. I want to know, how do you get around Apple's big circle? Tell me there's a car. Tell me there's a little monorail or something that you can just zip to the other side.
Monorail.
I'd bet that you don't leave your section that often.
Your
for most
section
people.
moves. You don't move. Your section moves.
Oh, it rotates like
it's
a
rings
puzzle in
within
Zelda.
rings. Like yes, and they turn within one another.
nanotechnology.
So you can go anywhere you want to at an incredibly high speed because it will be moving toward you and you'll be moving toward it.
Maybe they have those things that they have at the airport where you
moving sidewalks that were supposed to save us time.
Yeah. But they don't speed you up really that much because people don't know how to use them.
Do you walk on it or do you stand?
I walk.
I walk because I go extra fast and that's fucking cool.
I passive aggressive almost get into a jog.
Those other people are just tackling dummies.
When I dismount, I'm gonna I'm gonna bend my knees and
I'm just gonna jump off a little bit. I'm flying by the fucking the Subaru or whatever the fuck.
I feel like people have respect for the rushed traveler though at the airport. Like if you're running down that thing and you go like on your left, like nobody gets mad like it's the street. Like
that guy,
you do that to me on the street. Where the fuck are you heading to?
Mm-hmm.
However,
trying to get to Toledo.
I agree with Kyle there. But when it's the security line, there is no begging, no nothing.
No.
You will wait in fucking line.
Let me tell you a story then. So I've been on both ends of that. I have had people beg, and they're just like they're offering their thing to show you that yes, indeed, I gotta go now. Like, look, here's the proof. Mm-hmm. And everybody's like, go, the whole line. And emphatically, it's two people, whatever. Get gone. But I've also been the one who needed to beg. And I just sat there with the realization that I was a white man and I was late.
I'm gonna miss my flight.
And unlike those two little brown girls, no one would care.
I suppose ultimately everything's your fault. But the reason I was late for the airport was my GPS was wrong. It had me going to some it didn't take me to the gate where I needed to go to return my rental car. It took me to some private Orlando section there. Maybe if I had a private jet, it would have been good direction. So that's why I was late, and no one had any sympathy for me at the security line. They told me I should have planned better. It's I kind of did plan well. It just failed.
Yeah. This was a flight home too, so it wasn't the end of the world. It's not like you need to be there for the thing. Oh, wait. This might have been the flight to Chicago where I didn't get there on the day before when everybody had fun. I think this is what this was. I think there I know there was one Chicago trip where I got there a day late and everybody they're like, oh, it was so fun. There was a clown and a petting zoo and Teresa over there, the hot one, she sucked everybody's dick. She said she's all sucked out though. So
she's full. She paid me to suck my dick.
It was crazy. It's 20 spot. Look at her. I still got it. She kissed it. She kissed it. Look at that. Hot as fuck. You wouldn't believe it. What were you late in the airport? But I was late and I just went to the ticket counter. I'd never been late. I was like, hey, I missed my flight. And they were like, oh, no problem. And they fixed it. And it was such a smooth process to get on the next flight. It's a few hours though. But I had Civilization V and that big fucking Razer gaming laptop. And I was good to go at the airport. You get on that airport Wi-Fi, plenty secure. Don't believe what you read online. And
Kyle used it one time without getting hacked.
You're reading an article written by a guy spinning a mustache, it's perfectly safe.
By the way, that's my go-to for travel gaming. It's Civilization V on a nice fat gaming laptop. That big Razer blade with I don't know how big it was. It felt like a full-size monitor.
Pretty dope. It had a 1070 in it.
That's plenty for Civ, right?
Yeah.
Actually,
as long as you sit it on a bed of ice, because the thing's about to be it would melt through your goddamn thighs. It would be so fucking hot. But yeah, I play Civ on the, I'd bring a mouse and a little mouse pad to throw on my lap or on the table or wherever I was. That was the game to kill time, because it's excruciating when you're at the airport and you're not part. I wasn't part. I think I was part of the Delta program where I could have gone to the Sky Lounge.
Yeah, and have
I don't know,
bad snacks.
But it was so far away from where I was that I didn't by the time I got there to that part of the airport and got back to my gate, it didn't make sense. But yeah, Civ 5 is the go-to for travel.
Dude, those Sky Lounges, if people have never been in the you either need a lot of miles, or I usually get into them because I have first class tickets. You can get in with that too. And from the outside, you see the frosted doors and some leather. It smells of mahogany. And you're like, oh my God, it must be great in there. Then you go in, fucking stale sandwiches and some undersized Coca-Cola.
Did you get a gift bag?
Cans.
Mine was mostly stickers and pencils.
Yeah, right.
You want those pencils?
Yeah, you can't take those on the plane, by the way. It's a threat.
Taylor, have you been to the Sky Lounges and stuff?
I've been to the Delta Sky Lounge. Yeah. I was flying with someone. This is many years ago, but he was an older guy I was working with, and he like had flown so many times. We were going to a meeting together. He's like, "Oh, I have this. I can bring someone with me." And you're right. It's exactly that. I got in the elevator because you had to take an elevator up to that floor, and then it was like walking out and being like, "Oh, it's like a really, really nice dentist's waiting room." Where like they have kind of old magazines, a lot of seating, low quality coffee, and then like the snacks are nothing to write home about.
I got stuck in LA one.
A lot of
time.
chargers. They had a lot of chargers and outlets, and that was the thing that I liked.
Just before Kyle, one thing that's usually there, somebody who's working and stressed, right? Somebody's traveling right now and they're working on their computer doing who knows what, but it feels like a library because of respect for that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you want to, be nice and quiet because it's like, man, if I were that guy, I would appreciate, him in my position being quiet. So I'll do the same for him.
Right.
I see so many airport meltdowns and dragouts recently on my police video stuff because what people will drink too much and get too drunk to be planed, I believe is how they usually put it. Okay. Or they get like snotty with the gate agent plus they're drunk. So the cops come. It's one of my new favorite genres. These grown men and grown women start screaming and crying and biting. And the cops like, how much have you had to drink? They're asking you to incriminate yourself, by the way, folks. If anyone asks you how much you've had to drink tonight, just look him dead in the face. Like you don't
say
understand
more than you.
English. like more than you could.
Yeah, more than you could, pussy.
I watch so much cop shit that I fucking like speak their fucking language now. Those leading goddamn questions.
What do you say? You're in an airport and you've had a few drinks, but there's a really hammered guy who's like really causing a ruckus, and now the police are asking you.
I type on my phone
in the mix.
I type into my phone. I'm nonverbal. My lawyer can be reached here, and I show that to them. They're not going to be able to say that they smelled anything on my breath because I never spoke to them. I'm not going to talk to you and breathe my alcohol breath onto you. You can. My lawyer's name is here. Here's his card. I have a picture of it on my phone, and call him. He can tell you how many drinks I've had and what I've had to drink today. And they can call him, and he can answer those questions for them.
Mr. Woodworth,
I'm not talking
your lawyer, and he says he just.
This is if I'm guilty, by the way.
Woodycraft.
Yeah.
This isn't a scenario like you said where this is if I'm drunk at the airport and they're about to fucking take me downtown. By the way, this isn't if like a cop just wants to talk. If a cop wants to talk, I'll fucking talk to him. I'll shoot the shit. But if they're investigating you and they're fucking with you and they're up in your, where were you headed? Where'd you coming from? I don't know about all that.
Dude, how drunk do you have to be at the airport for like a cop to get involved? Like it's
pissing yourself, biting people drunk.
Okay, biting people. Okay, that's a problem. You can't be fucking biting people at the airport.
The ticket agent's like, she hit me, then she hit him. And by the way, this chick has told a story like, I don't know why they're treating me this way. I am from Detroit, okay? They do not treat black people like that here. Atlanta is so ghetto. They hate black people here. By the way, majority of Atlanteans are black. It is a black majority city. They hate black people here. I have never been treated like this. And that one there was prejudice. And they go back over there. And she started just scratching for my eyeballs. And I curled up into a ball because I'd never hit a woman, but she just got in there deep, you know how she is. And they just attacked me. I think she'd had about 15 drinks. 15 is what the bar tab said, right? Yeah, 15 drinks. She had hit me too, by the way. And she's cut back to her and she's just moralized. And then the realization, they're like, okay, ma'am, yes. Now put your hands behind your back. And the shit hits the fan. And the next thing you know, my favorite one was the chick on the motorized luggage. Because she's like zipping around riding the motorized luggage and the cop just wants her to leave the airport. So he's following her zipping around riding a suitcase. And it's comical because of that, because she's talking shit. And then by the end of it, she spits on the cop. And so he's got her hand. Oh, for sure. He's got her handcuffed, shoved into the corner so she can't spit or bite on him. And people are going, why are you holding her like that? And he's like, because she spat on me and she tried to bite me. And we're waiting on a spit mask. And I have to hold her here in this corner until an officer drives to the airport, gets out of his car, walks into the airport, goes through security, comes to this gate, and provides us with a spit mask, which will be about 10 or 15, 20, I don't know, but she's here. And it was great. The whole time she's screaming and begging, let me go. It's like, no, got to hold you here. You're a spitter.
Damn.
You know the victim, perp, whatever, the cop interaction I hate the most? When they scream at the cops, don't touch me. Take your hands off me. Like they have this inalienable right to not be touched or handled. You know, when they say get out of your car and you don't, now you're escalating the situation and getting yourself into more trouble. Mm-hmm. And you know, if you don't get out of the car, I'm gonna break this window, I'm gonna unlock the door, and I'm gonna drag you out. You should be like, is there another choice? Maybe we can go that way. But no. And sure enough, they do it, and the whole time the perp starts screaming, "Get your hands off me! Don't touch me!" And
I love it.
If I'm the cop, socially, 1% of me is like, no, am I being rude?
I watched
as you wipe the spit from your cheek, you're like, no, I'm not. Like this bitch.
I watched one this week where they surround this woman in a car, white lady, and they're like, get out of the fucking car, get out of the fucking car. And she starts driving toward them. So now she's using a deadly weapon against them. And the cop gets on the fucking hood and he's got his gun pointed into the windshield. He's like, stop this fucking car. And she takes off and he dumps the mag into her. Blam, 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 blam. And you can see him like, it looks like Terminator 2 when you don't know this, Taylor, but the machine gun fire is just eating the windshield away. And it's just incredibly cinematic. And you're blown away by the sound effects. And and you're like, oh my God, Robert Patrick's a stud. Look at the CGI. It was like that. And he dumps this mag into this lady's like face, chest, head area. And then they're in a parking lot. And so she drives out of the parking lot and down into a deep ditch that leads to the road. And the car does this woobly thing where the cop is thrown clear onto the asphalt, does a movie roll, and the car takes off. And you can kind of see as she's driving away, she looks at the cop like, ah.
Oh, do you think she's still trying to drive?
She is driving. She drives away.
But she's all shot up.
She drives. She's all shot up. She drives away. And the cop is now there's no the bad guys left the scene, and so now there's just a cop standing in the road, and new cops arrive, and they don't understand what's happened. They don't and he's trying to tell them like, and they're like, "Where is she? She went that fucking way. What do you mean? Where is she?" Because he
follow the blood trail on the
blood trail. They pull her over, stop her like down the road. Some other cops, and she gets out, and she's just like falling apart. But I think she lived.
Ah.
Yeah.
I saw that one recently. I'm sure Kyle's seen it, maybe Taylor too. She's an older lady. I'm going to call her like 65. She describes herself as a country girl, and she's not attractive at all. And she's just absolutely belligerent with the policeman. And again, it's like, she's like, you didn't have to throw me down. He's like, well, you wouldn't get out of the car, and then you hit me, and then you kicked me. And she's like, well, I'm a country girl, and when I don't get treated right, that's what I do. And he's like, well, now you're under arrest.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that plays in court.
Yeah, he tased her maybe even.
He did tase her. Yeah. He was explaining why he tased her.
Yeah, because
there's the video, by the way, of the cop.
Oh, you know it.
I knew
shooting
through the. No, that's the windshield shooting cop
video.
That's I've seen the one you're talking about. She's kind of a chunky gal too. I felt bad for her. Really? I know she was being. No, it was. I felt bad that she acted like that. It's what I guess I mean. It's like, why are you putting yourself in a position where he has to whoop your big ass? Why are you making a fool out of yourself? Where this man, I was reading this article about prohibition and how these women would walk into the bars and the taverns and smash all the bottles and do this huge amounts of damage, but it was just not gentlemanly to manhandle a woman back then, apparently. And that just flies in the face, first of all, of what the media has always taught me. I thought we were beating them the shit out of them back then, but it seems as if most people were so gentlemanly that some bitches could come into your bar where you and the boys were hanging out and not just like cause a ruckus, but destroy the place and empty it of any alcohol to drink.
I have a theory. I think they operated a little bit like the UK police who have no guns. Like, all right, it's not so much you that I'm letting detain me and do all this. It's the people who will come if this shit goes sideways. Because this is during Prohibition, right? So these women are going into people.
No, this is how Prohibition happened. This is a big part of like led up to it. Yeah.
I was gonna say during Prohibition, they let them get away with this shit because all they lose is the product. Whereas the alternative is to go to jail or
during Prohibition, they would have killed those women because then organized criminals took over because you've created a black fucking market by outlawing alcohol. Now you have criminals who own the taverns. Al Capone made his money selling fucking liquor, right? Like became the richest man in America or something.
Gave us a lot of awesome movies, a lot of awesome lore about the Italian mob. Like we wouldn't have that without Prohibition.
Who's your favorite Al Capone? Because I really like that guy in Boardwalk Empire who plays him. I think he does a really good job.
Yeah, I was going to say him as well. The British guy who looks very like stocky, like he looks like Capone, the same face shape, the same.
His
like
nickname is
build.
Pork Chop for sure.
Oh
like,
yeah, he's a pork chop.
He looks like Pork Chop. Yeah,
he's a
also,
good one.
Yeah. He's
Wait, who's another Capone? Like so I can compare. You probably know more.
Well, there was the one with what's his name? Where he was shitting himself. It's like Capone is an old man and the neurosyphilis has taken effect. It's the guy who played
Tom
Bane.
Hardy.
Tom Hardy played that one.
Sucked. I watched part of that and I'm like, this is ridiculous. When's he going to do cool stuff? And it's like, no, this whole movie is just kind of watching a doddering old gangster.
But De Niro played Capone in The Untouchables, which is a Kevin Costner / Sean Connery movie. They are like partners fighting bootlegging in Chicago, and they are the Untouchables, is what they dubbed themselves or whatever. And it's Elliot Ness. He plays Elliot Ness. True story. Elliot Ness is played by Kevin Costner, and Sean Connery is his, I don't know, this older cop who's advising him and helping him navigate the difficulties of all that. It's a good movie.
Okay. I don't like Kevin Costner, so I probably won't watch
it. But De Niro plays Capone, and he's got a bald cap on, and he's doing that fucking thing he does.
Both of you did pretty good impressions.
We're gonna kill him.
Just that weird like grimace smile.
Bro, what's wrong with your face?
He's had an old man smile for much longer than he's been old.
You've seen Taxi Driver, right? From back in the day where he traded places.
I think that might be my favorite De Niro movie. I like that a lot.
Is that Scorsese? So I'm 99% sure that's Martin Scorsese that directs that. Scorsese, I think. I hope I'm not getting this wrong or be silly. Is the guy in the back seat who Travis Bickle, De Niro's character, is driving around. He's like, pull up here, park. See that window up there? Seen that window up there? My wife's in there. About to fuck a guy. I think he uses a slur then about who she's fucking. He's like, you know what I got? You ever see a 44 Magnum? What it does to a woman's face? You ever see that? You ever think about that? And it's like having this unhinged conversation where he's talking about murdering his wife with a 44 Magnum pistol and what it would do to a woman's face. And De Niro's just like, baby, mess it up. Mess it up real good. He doesn't know what to fucking say, you know? I love Taxi Driver. I haven't seen that in a while. It's almost time. It's a little uncomfortable.
What's the plot?
So Travis is a taxi driver who is clearly unhinged. He has lost his mind completely, and that is being magnified by the city that he lives in. It's almost this toxin that's seeping into him. He sees he can't sleep because of part of his psychosis is preventing that, and so he just gets as many shifts as he can. He's in every night he goes to the horrors of New York City, the drugs and the sex and the pimps and the rape, and he befriends a 14-year-old prostitute played by Jodie Foster, and Harvey Keitel plays her pimp, Sport. And you've also got this side story where he becomes infatuated with this woman, maybe played by Jane Fonda, though I'm not good on that. She's an aide to a political candidate, and De Niro is going crazy and like sort of writing his manifesto, acquiring weaponry, training himself. Literally, he has this monologue where he's like, "For too long, we've sat still and rotted. No more of that. Every day, 50 push-ups, 50 pull-ups. We've got to harden ourselves, harden our body." And while you hear this monologue, he's like making a fist above a gas stove burner, sort of like just getting himself a little pain, just a little, not roasting himself, nothing crazy, but he's just like, yeah, fucking hot, isn't it? He's like, he's taken the inside of a drawer, that mechanism, that roller mechanism, and strapped it to the inside of his arm, and he's put a little pocket pistol in there. So he can reach out like this, and the pistol slides out. And it's that famous scene where he's talking in the mirror, and he's, "You talking to me? You talking to me? I don't see anybody else here, so you must be talking to me. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? And he pulls the gun. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's fucking right. It's great. I love that shit. That and the scene where he acquires the guns. The gun salesman is hilarious. He's got all these crazy guns, of course, but at the end of the conversation, he's like, I can get you a Cadillac, brand new Cadillac, $3,000. Uppers, downers. You like girls? It's like, whatever you want, this guy can get it.
Yeah, that movie's awesome. I need to
and then
rewatch
at the end, of course, he snaps. And he could go left and become a hero, or he could go right and become a villain. And he makes his decision. Or is his decision made for him? That's what I would argue. But it's a great movie. Crazy shootout at the end. Maybe one of my favorite De Niro things other than Godfather. I love that movie. He's scary. He's legitimately scary because you hear him talking to himself and you're like, yeah, there are people walking around like that who are just like, I don't care about my life. And these people around me need to go. They're a fucking poison. Yeah. They're plotting and scheming. And like, here's a guy who's going through the steps, right? And this is in the 70s.
I watched that after. Like, I saw Joker.
It's very young De Niro, by the way, Woody. Like, he's very fit and thin.
Oh yeah,
like early 70s or something like that. But I
tried to watch it twice. I was never ready for
it. They said like, oh, this new Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix. It kind of borrows a lot from Taxi Driver, kind of the same vibe. And it does definitely, but like I had never seen Taxi Driver, but it has that. When I watched it, it has that same vibe of like when characters who aren't familiar with Travis Bickle or aren't familiar with Joker, like you see them kind of get adjacent to him in a non-intimidating setting, and you have a feeling of like, no, this poor woman has no idea the kind of person she's talking to right now. Oh, don't lead him on with that. Don't say that to him. You're gonna make him think that you are like connected at the hip now and like true love. Like very
it's hard to see what's wrong with Travis Bickle on the outside, but it's clear he's a very broken person whose perception of reality and just the way he lives is very altered. The way he takes that lovely woman on her first date to a porno theater, and he's like, lots of people go to these movies, and she's like, are you fucking sick? You sick in the head? What's wrong with you? And like runs away, and it's like he had no idea how to like communicate with a woman. He's literally like an incel, outsider, lone wolf, ready to fucking snap. And
he's fucked up from war, right?
No.
No.
De Niro, I'm itching to talk about Cape Fear because that's the De Niro movie that I think is scary.
Zach, show us a picture of De Niro all pumped up with the tattoos from Cape Fear.
I would love that. Yeah. So De Niro, not normally the guy I think of as like an action hero or an action hero type villain, but in that movie, he got prepared for it. I thought that's how I remember it anyway. And he plays this crazy guy. I forget why he has it out for the protagonist. Do you remember what?
He likes the daughter. He's like creeping on the like 16-year-old, 15-year-old daughter. I think she likes me a lot. I think she does.
I could be wrong. I remember it differently. I remember him using the daughter as a tool to get to the dad. And he does it. That's one of the scary things. The daughter's in school and I'll call her 14 years old or so. He was bigger in my memory. She's like 14 and De Niro is seducing her and it is working. And her dad is like, do not go near that guy. Don't go near him. But she's, using her own brain and she's, I don't know. I think this guy's pretty cool. I think I like him a lot.
I've seen Goodfellas.
And then there are a couple other scenes too, like their dog dies, I think, and then like a piano string is missing from the piano. We don't know what the fuck happened there.
Taylor, you've never seen it, right?
I've seen Cape Fear. I like it.
Oh, I was hoping you'd never seen Cape Fear, but I knew you had seen the Simpsons episode with the Pinafore,
the HMS Pinafore.
Yeah. Because that's just it's this. Yeah, I've never seen Cape Fear.
Really? This is the first movie ever I've seen that you haven't seen.
When I put myself into Cape Fear, I'm not De Niro. I'm the dad. I'm the victim in this who's like trying to figure out like, how do I deal with this? I've got this crazy person stalking my family. I'm the only one who understands the danger. Everyone else thinks he's pretty charismatic and a nice enough guy. My daughter wants to fuck him, and I'm like,
a convicted rapist released from prison after serving a 14-year sentence stalks the family of the lawyer who originally defended him.
Oh, okay. That was his.
Ooh.
Oh, he felt like he didn't get a good defense, and I think he didn't. I think he was
it's
right.
Nick Nolte. Okay.
Yeah,
It's Nick
and
Nolte playing the
De
dad.
Niro is he's horrible, evil, but he's also a genius, and he, I guess, became like a jailhouse lawyer who understood that his attorney didn't give him a proper defense because he was guilty, and
so he's right.
now
So De Niro's the hero.
No,
De Niro's the rapist.
Seems like he was wronged by his lawyer and the criminal justice system.
What
and he
is a
gone
proper
free.
response to tie up the daughter, tie up the wife, and say, "You think I'm going to rape your wife? No, maybe I'll get to that, but I have an opportunity to traumatize here."
Yeah. Well, that's what we're
you
here to
took
debate.
14 years of the man's life, and the daughter is 14 years old. It seems fair to me. You make
a strong point.
He should, at the very least, he should be disbarred.
He's very sinister. It's very easy from like step one. If they had put a Dracula cape on him in the first scene, you wouldn't be able to take away any more that he's the bad guy, like an unhinged loon.
I think you'd like Cape Fear, Kyle.
It's really good.
It's scary, and it's like a psychological torture type thing.
Yeah, I'll probably watch. I think I usually don't like the psychological torture stuff. That movie I mentioned to that titty girl we had on a while back, or maybe it was somebody. No, it was somebody else because they actually corrected me.
Tits or something.
It's the one where, oh god, don't help her again. It's the one where not funny people.
I liked her.
I said it was funny people, but they corrected me and it was something else. Funny games. Funny Games. That Funny Games movie is the same. It's that kind of psychological torture.
Oh.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't like that a ton. I don't know.
Squid Game had some of that.
I like the psychological, like, torment stuff. Like, that's more interesting to me than the physical. I don't want to watch gore porn. Like, that's just not, that doesn't get me. I don't watch really gory scenes in horror and think like, oh man, this is really spooking me.
Yeah, that's why the Terrifier was such a turnoff. Like, I do really enjoy those practical horror effects. Like, if you're not using real blood in a horror movie, then what are you doing? I don't want to see those CGI blood squibs from Sons of Anarchy. That shit doesn't fly anywhere. I don't want to see 300 CGI blood flying through the air. I want like gallons of corn syrup dripping down people's faces.
That's not real blood. Kyle said real blood. Don't back down from that.
Yeah.
Didn't they use real blood in Carrie? Was that real pig's blood? No way, right? Nah, probably not. I'm sure it's been done before. No, I mean Carrie. Carrie's the Mel Gibson the Stephen King movie where you know Carrie, right?
With the car? I'm thinking Christine.
No, that's Christine.
Carrie.
Carrie is the girl with psychic powers who they douse in pig's blood after they fake make her the prom queen.
I don't know if I've seen this.
She's on stage and they make her the fake prom queen and she thinks, finally, I'm a Disney princess. And then they dump pig's blood on her from above the stage. And she doesn't care for it. By the way, this is at the end of a movie where she has been psychologically tortured and shamed for her like womanhood, her period, by her mother, and her mother thinks she's filthy because she like has a period. The girls at school think she's like some sort of retard because she doesn't know how to deal with a period, and she's just this blossoming young girl who has psychic powers. So at the end, when she fucking gets that pig's blood dumped on her, she goes rage mode and like telekinesis murders the whole high school class, burns everything, burns them all alive. It's great.
It's not the little girl meme who like.
Nope.
Okay.
No, it's played by God, the actress is 1,000 years old now. Carrie. It's Carrie.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie. I feel like I've seen it because I've seen so many shows referencing it.
My bad.
Carrie. Yeah. There's a remake, obviously, but the original was probably made in like the 70s or 80s or something. Sissy Spacek. That's the good one. Yeah, it's that's a little classic film. That's good. Another one that I don't watch just because it makes me feel terrible is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I watched it once in the 11th or 12th grade in school, like in shop class. We just played and watched, and I felt so awful. I'll never watch that. Which one
again. Is this?
It's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
I watched that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dude, this is awesome. We're running through movies. I've seen all of them. Like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Love that movie.
We had to read the book
Danny
before we
DeVito
watched the movie in school.
It's so sad. It's so upsetting to me. And I hate Nurse Ratched so much. Like, that's one of the all-time greatest villains. Nurse fucking Ratched. By the way, little tidbit for you Star Trek fans out there. Same actress that plays Nurse Ratched is the fucking cunt the Bajoran, what's her name? Who's always fucking with Cisco. Oh, hang on, let me pull her up real quick. It's
Is it Troy's mom?
No, this
Diana
is Deep Space
Troy?
Nine.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a really good villain in that movie.
It's Kai Wynn. It's that Kai Wynn character who's always coming in and being like super shitty to everyone, really. Like she thinks she's better than everybody. Oh, she's always talking down to people. That's her. That's the same actress that played Nurse Ratched, though, and she's just so hateable. I despise her. Like there's a villain in Deep Space Nine who's like a Hitler stand-in, basically. Like he was in charge of an occupation during one point where millions died. He raped, pillaged, murdered, and then justified it all. She is worse than him. They actually end up fucking. He tricks her into he puts on a disguise so he doesn't look a lizard man anymore. So he looks like a Bajoran like her. He bones her, and then she finds out that he's like the Hitler of her planet, and she's like the head Jew.
She's a head Jew.
Like literally, like that. That's
I appreciate your paint by numbers plot.
They even have funny Look at their noses. Look at the Bajoran noses, Taylor. They got little thing to let you know that those are the stand-ins for the Holocaust victims.
Oy vey.
Yeah, they got fancy earrings and they're very religious, and that's what got them through all this.
Yeah. What kind of jobs do they have?
Well, they're known as the bankers of the Alpha Quadrant.
Are they?
No,
really? That would be so
no.
funny.
There's literally a race that is that, though. That frankly, the Jewish stand-in,
the Jewsians, in South Park.
Yeah, it's the
I guess the Jewsians in South Park were not bankers; they were media moguls. Man, that was an old ass episode.
The Ferengi is what I meant to say. The Ferengi are the Jewish stand-ins. They're kind of the last capitalist race of people, society for the most part. Everybody else sort of has this future commie economy where we're all just working for the betterment of everything. And if there is an energy or like an energy shortage, then we get like energy credits that are given to us based on like our rank or whatever. But there's no real economy seemingly. But the Ferengi, they're all about gold press latinum and like stock markets and swindling people. And they have these huge ears, Taylor. Huge.
They can hear anything.
Yes. And their favorite thing is this. I think it's called unagi. And it's when you get a bitch to rub your ears because that's their erogenous zone. So they're always macking on bitches and tricking them into rubbing their big ass ears.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
I kind of
Some
like
of the
that.
women don't know how much they like it. And they're just, they get like these total... It's like they're orgasming when they start rubbing their ears, and you see it in their face, and you're like, oh.
So women aren't it depends on what the timeline is, but like at this point, like and in Star Trek timeline, they're allowed to wear clothes. But up until like 1995, Ferengi women weren't allowed to wear clothes at all, and all Ferengi weddings were in the nude. So when they kidnapped Deanna Troi and her mom, they immediately don't beam their clothes up. They like beam them up naked, and that's a pretty good episode actually. They just beam them up naked and try to make them their sex slaves,
and they fail.
I mean, well, they use their feminine wiles against the Ferengi and trick them into giving them the code. She's like rubbing the guy's ear all up, and she's like, if you just give me those security codes, I could go make you this fancy drink. It's called a martini and fizz. You'd love it. I'll drink it and like bubble it on your fucking earlobes. And he's like, 6-7 Alpha Pi 32. And she's like, okay, be right back. And the boss comes in. You idiot. She's going to hack into the security terminals. What are you thinking? She's not making drinks, you idiot. She's the enemy. It's like they don't care though. They're foreign.
Yeah, you get a guy thinking with his little head, he'll give you the password.
They introduced him to be.
Do they have penises, or they're all ears, baby?
Oh, they're all cocked up. They've got sex slaves. Yeah, like Quark's got these. He runs like a casino bar, and he's got all these big titted women who work the tables for him. And he's like, dude, I don't pay you to talk, toots. Like they're super misogynistic.
Oh, dude, you're selling me on the Jewsians. I like them.
Just huge tits, like just.
He's got Ferengi.
The Dabo. No, I've never. There's only one Ferengi woman that I've seen. Two. And one of them was like 1,000 years old, so she's supposed to be like all decrepit. And the other was actually pretending to be a man so she could get in on the financial stuff. So it turned out to be a trans man Ferengi. So you don't see a lot of lady Ferengi. I think because they would have to be in the nude, and that's kind of a
and it'd probably
weird
be
one.
Like it wouldn't be attractive because they've got those big goofy ears.
I don't know what they got everywhere else though. Like maybe they've got big titties, like extra big titties on the Ferengi. Maybe they got 4 titties. I think that's the future. I was talking to that autistic whore we had on. I was that P girl.
Be nice. Autistic boobs was her name.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend her. The girl who drinks urine.
She said she drank urine.
She makes the pee videos. How do you not? Anyway,
I didn't watch the pee videos. I didn't do my due diligence.
And then I got sidetracked. It's fine.
No tits, sorry. 4 tits. That's what you're saying.
Oh yeah. No, I was asking her if she wanted 3 tits. I think she said yeah. Would you want a woman with 3 tits? Like really think about it. Like, all right, first of all, they're like perfectly symmetrical, Taylor. Like, and in a dress, like they look great. Show me. Hang on, I'll show you. I'll do it.
All right. I mean, actually, no, that's gonna look weird.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah.
Here's my take on this. It's not that I wouldn't like to bang with 3 boobs. It's that I need to show this person off. We're supposed to go to weddings and cocktail parties and sexcations together. I don't want to roll up at some B&B and have to excuse my wife's triple boob.
B&B.
Bro, I'm looking at some examples here of triple tits, and I am sold.
All right, link them up.
Well, I just Googled triple tits. Oh, I actually tripled 3 tits Total Recall because I'm trying to find a clip from Total Recall because there's a mutant chick in that movie who shows Arnold Schwarzenegger her triple tits, and they look pretty good. I think I would definitely want a woman with 3 tits. I saw that Reddit article about the lady with 2 pussies, and not only did she have 2 vaginas, she had 2 cervixes, and so she got like double pregnant. And that sounds awful to me. I don't want a woman who can get pregnant at all. And the idea of does the husband fuck both vaginas? Fucks both vaginas.
For the longest time, I was like, why do people have OnlyFans accounts? You know, porn is free. There is so much free porn all over the internet.
Mm-hmm.
It is ridiculous, insane, and stupid to buy porn. And then I'm on Reddit, and sure enough, there's a chick named like Double Vagina, and she has an OnlyFans account. And I'm like, I can see it for $3. Okay.
Yeah, but then they got you on the hook every
month. then one night I get this message from her directly to me. Would you believe it?
She likes me.
She said I was a valued subscriber.
She
specifically clarified that it wasn't her boyfriend / manager messaging me this.
Copy pasting into a system that sends it to every subscriber. No, this was for me and only my eyes.
She cares about me so much that she sent this to me through MailChimp, a paid service.
She created a private video just for me, Taylor's, and for $75 I can unlock it. And wouldn't you know it, I had the 75 on me. So, well, it's become a problem now. Yeah, I don't know. I would pay $3 to see the double pussy. I guess at first I would do my best research to get it for free. I'll do that sometimes. I paid for a couple OnlyFans like for 1 week or whatever, 1 month or whatever, and then just like I saw it. But like at first I'll do my due diligence and try to steal that pussy on the internet somewhere.
You still on that Finster account? You're keeping tabs?
Well, you said some things. You alerted me to some stuff that a while back. You were a bit coarse with your language. I can't remember exactly how you put it, but no, I haven't been back. Someone would send me a picture of his ass for the longest time, but they've stopped doing that. It's kind of like Wings, where like I wasn't really looking for Finster, but people used to send me stuff all the time of Finster or of Wings, and I'd be like, saw this new thing of Wings. and that's how Finster's ass was for a while. I saw this new picture of Finster's ass. He's on a bed and he's not. I don't think he's wearing anything, man. It's pretty rough stuff. Pretty rough stuff. Like, I don't know. You open the fucking message and there it is. What are you gonna do? Well, I'll tell you. You save it, and you put it in a folder, and you don't tell.
You put it in a folder titled 2016 taxes, and, and then you jack off.
You've been looking at my returns, Taylor. You've been looking at my returns. My girlfriend knows not to look at my tax returns.
You open my tax folder. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm very personal.
I needed information. 2018.
My financials are personal.
Oh, 2018. Oh, never mind. All right.
So yeah,
you're fine.
No, I haven't. You told me a while back that he was maybe blowing his girlfriend on his OnlyFans, I believe is how you put it.
I saw. Oh, well, I didn't see that, but if I recall, I thought
you told me though.
You clued me in that it was that he was doing more now. Like, because I thought for a long while he was just posting sexy boy photos, but now I think he might be doing.
Maybe it was Scum then. I think Scum is the one who was like, "Hey Kyle, you see your boy Finster is sucking a dick." That's how Scum sounds, by the way.
Yeah, even the way you said that was a really good Scum. I like Scum has good delivery. He's a funny guy. I like.
Yeah,
him.
That's exactly how he delivers. Well, I'll be honest. Scum said some meaner stuff that I won't repeat because I like Finster, but yeah, he clued me in that Finster had was performing fellatio on his girlfriend. So no, I haven't seen any more. I understand that Finster is making an enormous amount of money, though. That is what I am sure of.
Good for him, making buku bucks, dressing like a lady, like dancing around. I follow him on Twitter, and so I'll scroll past fucking hockey highlights, and then it's just those are some. He's working. He's
put some racy stuff on Twitter.
Body. Yeah.
Oh, is he?
That guy is not doing. He's skipping upper body day. He's skipping upper body day, and we need next time he comes on, we need to really drill home. Hey, that's great that you're working on the glutes and the hammies.
Is there any word on him getting fake titties? Like has that been broached again?
I hope he doesn't cross that bridge. There's no coming back from that.
I don't think there's coming back from that either. I think he's just a lady now. I think I'm just gonna completely switch his pronouns whether he likes it or not.
And he's like, I'm a boy, and we're like, shut up, bitch.
Dude, it's when you're having a conversation with him, especially when you're talking maybe to him and you haven't been going back and forth for a while. Sex, it's she. I got the pronouns straight right now, but it's like it's easy to slip up and say her because he is so feminine looking.
Yeah.
Thank God his voice isn't tricky, or we would just have a real problem.
Yeah, his voice gives it away.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah. If he had like a cute little girl voice, like you'd have a problem on your hands.
I bet he's been working on it.
Oh yeah, I know he has.
Next time he's on, we're gonna have him do a girl voice
only.
No, I don't.
Next time, I want him to wear what Kanye makes his wife wear. That outfit that was just like a piece of duct tape going from the top of her vulva to up her gooch and across to her ass track. Just that, and like I think her hands on her nipples. Like I think we need to get a more racy performance out of Finster because that's what the fans want. You look at the comments right now. The number one comment right now: "Show me that pussy."
Mm-hmm.
Number one comment. Look at all those thumbs up down there.
Oh, we're begged constantly.
Everybody's looking for the comment that says "Show me that pussy." They're thumbsing it up. They know they want that Finster pussy.
Yeah,
and I think that I think if he really wants to promote his OnlyFans, he should come on, a bit disrobed,
but not too much. Leave some to the imagination. Yeah.
Well, Zach will blur afterwards. Like he can show all. Zach's diligent about that sort of thing.
And we'll all be naked too to make him comfortable.
Yeah. It's naked show. Naked PKA.
Actually, I want to do some honing before I go shirtless on the show.
Okay, cocks out for Finster. That's the name of the episode. Just that. PKA 688. Cocks out for Finster.
Yeah, this is a great idea.
And we all have to show that we're not hard.
Can we make the bubbles so that we're surrounding Finster? Like
secret.
I want like in the
you put him in the middle here.
Yeah, like I'm trying to. It's hard
like
to
he's Marsha Brady. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, like he's no. Yeah,
I did not like that camera you just switched to, Zach. I feel like I'm like.
I love that. I want some more of that.
His face. You like this? Great.
Yeah, I love this. This is the show now.
No. I feel like we're yelling at each other when we're in that structure.
I feel like we're closer. There's more camaraderie in that camera angle.
Wait, when you put us to that camera, we should whisper.
It reminds me of what was the old like sitcom with the Brady Bunch? The Brady Bunch. I want to see like our squares like closer and moving around and stuff.
Yeah.
This is closer to the Brady Bunch than the other one is. Maybe the Brady Bunch has both.
Was a lady and a guy named Brady. I don't know. I never watched that one.
No, you got it.
Time.
There was a lady and a guy named Brady.
They were such a horny fucking kind of bunch.
Kids.
Lady.
Their kids were hot and way too old.
And they were all fucking.
I think there's a Family Guy bit about like the modern Brady Bunch, but the Brady Bunch with like either birth control or abortion, probably abortion. And it's just like, it's that same intro, but it's just him, her, and the rest of the squares are their acquisitions. It's the cars, the houses, the vacations, like everything that wasn't a kid. Dogs, like it's just a wonderful life. One of our other friends, a close friend of the show, we'll call him Bobity, has a fiance.
It's like Kanye levels of obscurity.
I won't say his name. I know he's a private man. He doesn't like to talk. Doesn't like to be talked about. His name is Bobity. But he's got a fiance now, and every time he's got to step away to do a thing. My fiance said this. My fiance said that, and I'm fucking sick of it. He hasn't seen the way. I feel like this is watching another young Padawan shift to the dark side, to take on the way of the Sith, which is a path that can only lead to ruination and darkness.
Preach, brother.
After he gets married, I want him to refer
marriage
to her
leads
as
to
his
sadness.
ex-girlfriend.
Sadness leads to rage. Rage leads to
That is why Yoda lives in this horrible shack. Losing my ass on alimony, I am.
All right, that's good enough, I guess.
All right. Check out the sponsors, links in the descriptions. PKA 687.
Don't get married. Do a spiritual fucking union or something. You don't need a court